Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to TopstepTV. You made it. You're in the right place. Today, October 1st, 2025, we are officially in the fourth quarter. Can't believe it is October already. Get your pumpkin spice lattes, your cable knit sweaters, your 50-degree weather, and join us here at TopstepTV. I am Coach Jay. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland, and to his right, JD, John Doherty. How you guys doing this morning?
Good. Yeah. October. Sweater weather. Almost. Still pretty warm here, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Jay, good to see you. JD, how you feeling this morning?
Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to all my friends and traders in the chat. I'm not big on the pumpkin spice, but I do enjoy a nice, crisp 50-degree morning, especially in Chicago after a nice hot summer. It's kind of refreshing. I like it. I like it when the leaves change. Yeah, I like watching football. That's just the kind of guy I am. But good morning to everybody. They did it. The crazy SOBs did it. They're all worthless in my eyes. The federal government has shut down. We're going to be talking about it all morning. These people.
They did it,
I don't know. Do they think it's a joke? You know, like putting millions of lives in jeopardy, threatening the livelihoods of millions of other people. Like, what are we paying these people for? What do they do? What's their purpose these days?
Hopefully not. The last government shutdown that we had, 2018, lasted 34 days. I saw a stat that the market moved 10% to the upside. The S&P moved 10% to the upside during that last government shutdown. It was 30 days. So can we tie it to the government being shut down? Is it just normal market price action? We will see. But let's hope it doesn't last 34 days this time. Hopefully they can come to an agreement.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started.
Don't turn them
up.
Yeah, it is. It is. But let's get started. We know we get started every day with an opening range trade in gold. Gold opens up in 15 seconds here. The pit opening gold. We poll the chat. Are we taking a 1 minute or 5 minute opening range? Looks like we were taking the 5 minute today. Gold did make new all-time highs last night, and any new high tick on the day in gold is going to be an all-time high. That price is 39.2270 right now. And gold is now officially open. We got 5 minutes to wait for this 5 minute range to close. Thank you all for voting as you do every morning. JD, let's talk about the economic calendar. Anything that we have to worry about today on the economic calendar?
Yeah, we just had a number come out about 5 minutes ago. The ADP employment change came out at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. I saw some people in the chat asking what was going on that little spike. We saw some volatility in the equities and gold, and that was due to the ADP unemployment report. Came up minus 32,000 from a forecast at 50.5 thousand, previous 54,000. So a little bit of a drop there. ADP unemployment change down 32K. We got quite a bit more happening this morning. They actually just put a whole new list of stuff on schedule and financial juice. But we still have ISM manufacturing PMI coming out. We've got construction spending at 9 Central Time. We're going to have crude inventories at 9:30 Central Time, and Fed speaker Barkin at 11:15. So that's all still there. But they added a few more other things. So at 9 o'clock, in about an hour and a half, U.S. House Speaker Johnson will be speaking publicly. At 10 o'clock, we're going to have a House Democrat press conference. At 12 o'clock, we're going to have a White House press briefing. We'll do our best to pipe all of this information in for you guys. We want to hear it all right from the source. See what these clowns have to actually say about what they did to the American people last night. I think it's shameful. It's disgraceful. That's all personal opinion I'll give on it.
JD is going to be on one today, or as long as this government shutdown lasts. And I get it. It makes a ton of sense. We are seeing a ton of size on the books. We're going to get into the charts in a little bit, but I'm seeing there was a 700 lot offered at 24,799 in the Nasdaq. So today is going to be an interesting day for sure. There's some size moving around in the S&P as well. Seeing 860 offered at 67.15. So why don't we get into the charts? Before we do that, Hoag, though, we need to go over our checklist. Got to do our homework, Hoag.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So you got to do the homework if you're going to play. Pre-market research. That's what we're here. Always about context, risk management, and patience. Check. Your morning checklist. Are you prepared? Did you do your things this morning? Do you have your coffee? Do you have your water? Check. Mindset check. How are you feeling today? Everything okay? Feeling good? Check. Trade entry checklist. You got your pencil, you got your piece of paper? Check. And post-market checklist. We're going to check that out now, but at the end of the day, make sure you review your trades, do your journal, and prepare for the next day. You can join Coach Jay and Coach Paul right after the session here to review the trades and review the trading day. As always, a great segment to watch. There's your checklist.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Hoag. Thank you for that, Hoag. We got another 2 minutes before this opening range trade. JD, we got some news on the shutdown. We want to go over that real quick.
Yeah, let's run that clip. It's about 90 seconds long. Let's hit it real fast, and then we'll get into this gold trade.
The federal government is now shut down. It's out of money because Congress can't agree on a funding plan. The main sticking point is health care. Democrats want to reverse Medicaid cuts and stop enhanced Obamacare subsidies from expiring.
We need to stop these premiums from going up dramatically.
They're arguing a December policy debate for a September funding issue.
The Congressional Budget Office estimates about 750,000 federal workers face furloughs. It says they'd otherwise make $400 million a day. Essential employees must work without pay.
Social Security checks will come in. National Weather Service, they'll still be producing forecasts. We're talking about the Department of Veterans Affairs. Those will still be open. Medicare will still be going on, and unemployment insurance will, in fact, still be reaching the people who, of course, need it most.
The State Department might be slow to issue passports. The military remains in place, but just under half of civilian defense employees are furloughed. National parks have skeleton crews. The FDA says food inspections are affected. As for transportation, about 3/4 of FAA staff are working without pay, a central issue in the last shutdown.
10 controllers actually called out sick, and it led to massive delays. And they said, you know what, we need to end this shutdown.
I'm Amy Kiley reporting.
So a ton of effects across the board. Yeah, go ahead, JD.
We now have a 100 tick wide opening range in gold. I'm loaded for a 2-lot only.
Holy smoke.
I've got a low of 39.0810. 39.08.1. You guys see that? Same in the minis.
Evens in the 08 even in the minis.
08 evens, yeah.
I'll put it a tick below. Just a 2-lot. Looks like we're going to get triggered short here. We're on the lows. And we're in. We're short to 39.0770. 100 tick wide opening range. We're going to stop all the way back up at 39.20. That's going to give us about $250 worth of risk on a 2-lot in the micros.
That is a lot of risk there. What did the 1 minute trigger short early? Yeah, 1 minute trigger
Yeah.
short, but in maybe better trade location. But we would have been short from 39.12, so a couple points higher. But the house count is short 39.0770, JD.
Yes, just a pair. Took one ticket slippage on our entry. 39.0770, short a pair of micro gold.
Let's get a retest of 3900s here. That'd be a great trade.
Yeah, we might tighten up this
$10
risk too.
opening range trade. $10.
$10. 100 tick wide opening range on a 5-minute.
There is a ton of size there. Gold trading 39.06 evens right now. Again, house count short 2 micros. 56% short in the tilt in gold. Yeah, that government shutdown sounds like it affects everything, right? Travel, food, it's a ton. So hopefully they get it figured out soon. 750,000 employees. That is a lot going on there. So again, hopefully we get that resolved soon. JD, I know we got some news on gold before we get into these charts, gold prices, and here we go. Nice trade here.
Yes. From mint.com, I found a nice little chart about the effects of the shutdown and what it means for gold prices. So for everybody just listening and not watching, I'll read this off for you. So the scenario is a short, mild shutdown looks like a 3 to 7 days, no major disruptions. Small to moderate upside gains in gold would be expected. All this data is coming from Meta Equities, and this article came from mint.com. A moderate shutdown looks like a few weeks to maybe a month long, and it could create some economic drag. Strong upward pressure on gold if that happens. A severe or prolonged shutdown, meaning months, possibly a year, means extended, causing physical or confidence crisis. Very strong rally possible for gold. Plenty of volatility coming our way. Again, this data came from Meta Equities and the articles from mint.com. But nice little breakdown of what to expect based on the duration of this federal government shutdown and what it means for gold futures, for gold prices in general.
Some stuff. Thank you for that, JD.
You got it.
We got
Thanks,
this
you guys. Let's get into these charts.
Hoag, what are we seeing? Where are we going in gold?
I don't know, but all I know is I'm flying a week from this coming Friday. They better have it figured out by then.
No delays, right?
No delays. All right. As always, starting on the daily here on a Wednesday, gold, always thinking about context, risk management, and patience when we're looking at these charts. Well, we've hit the weekly kickoff high that we've been hanging out there for a couple, 3 weeks. My question is now, does that become support? 38.86 is that weekly kickoff high. Overnight, it became a little bit supportive, but yesterday, I'm finding this very interesting. We lost open interest on an up day. All right, we're going to see the profile. It's a P-shaped profile, which is indicative of short covering. It's usually going to see short covering probably above an important inflection level, and we really kind of closed right at that weekly kickoff high, just below it, really. But is this is this a kind of a flight to quality? Well, no, because we lost open interest. Weekly kickoff high, now support. Jay, what do you think? All of those things we were just looking at are basically friendly towards gold being trading higher from this point, depending on how long this shutdown is. Are we ready for a pullback before we continue this move to the upside?
With the uncertainty, Hoag, I don't know how big of a pullback I'd be looking for. Maybe back to your weekly kickoff high. We'll see what happens at these 3900s. But yeah, everything sounds like we are just going to continue to rally for now, especially if this situation stays where it is, for a longer time. We're seeing all the metals rally, literally everything: silver, gold, platinum, copper, and no, I don't think it's done. We are getting a little bit extended on the daily. The 20 moving average is down at 37.36. So we're almost $200 away from that. But yeah, I really do feel like, and I keep saying this, that this move is just getting started after that 130-day consolidation. But it does feel like this move is just getting started. It's crazy to say.
Buyers still in control on the longer time frame. That is for sure. Let's look down to the 30-minute chart now. No weaknesses in structure above. Actually, last night we just put in another new all-time high in the extended trading hour session. We don't look for those to be lasting highs. We put one in the overnight high, another new all-time high in the overnight session night before last, and we have just now taken that out again in the extended trading hour session. All right, what are we looking for? Well, overnight inventory is long. We started last night down here, and we are trading higher. We do have a gap that we've just created, a session gap to yesterday's high to where we are now. Yesterday's high, regular trading hours, 38.81.90. There's a lot of confluence right around the weekly kickoff high here for potential support. Now I want to get rid of these because I want to show how last night that weekly kickoff high became supportive. Some people don't agree that what once was resistance becomes support. Nothing works every time, but last night when we finally we broke out above. We looked below the weekly kickoff low a couple of times, but rejected it every time. And then the move last night at 2 o'clock in the morning, the London Open, started right at that weekly kickoff high. So we're seeing buyers, we're spending time, showing signs of acceptance above value from yesterday. So the confluence we're looking at is yesterday's high. Again, where was that? 38.82.30. We've got value high right up at the high there as well as weekly kickoff high. We're opening with the gap. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we're going to be looking for opportunities to continue this push to the upside. Jay, on your 30-minute chart here, your 20 session simple moving average, lining up very nicely with VWAP right now. Are we comfortable in this short?
I'm on mute here.
And
Here
we
we go.
lost. There he is. There he
we
is.
go. No, we are. I'm not comfortable in the short, Hoag. It is very hard to short gold. That 20 moving average is when we had a short earlier. What was that last week? Late last week, we had a short in gold, and we managed the position right at that 20 moving average. It proved that it was supportive. The thing is, with this trade location, we're talking about a 5-tick profit basically, to manage the trade here. So again, I think this just kind of proves that gold is a hard market to short. Are there some decent short opportunities? We saw one yesterday, right? The London session yesterday was a really nice pullback. We got 75 points in about 3 hours, $75 in about 3 hours yesterday. But what happens? We find support, we find a demand level, buyers step right in and buy it right back up. So could this sell off? It could. I think there has to be some type of catalyst. I don't know what it was yesterday. Yesterday it just looked like, hey, no buyers above 3,900, so we'll sell it. But we've proven that we can clear that. So, yeah, I'm not super convinced about this trade. It would be nice to see a retest of 3,900s at least. But that 20 moving average is supportive right now.
Yeah, as well as overnight VWAP right there.
Yep.
So the profile yesterday was a bit of a double distribution, trend day to the upside, but with the P shape of the profile, and we're going to make this a little bit more clear. So, very low volume on the way up, and then when the market found balance, the profile became kind of P shaped, which is indicative of short covering, which is supported by the loss in open interest yesterday. So the loss in open interest, I'm kind of looking at that as maybe some shorts from the overnight continued to get squeezed, and they kind of bailed out on that. We lost 23,000 in open interest in gold yesterday, which is a little bit unnerving for longs. What it is going to take for this continuation to continue to move higher is we've squeezed out the shorts already. We need new buying to come in. If we don't see the new buying coming in, that might give us that opportunity for price to come to a much better level to look for potential longs. I would relish the opportunity to see price down at 38.86, that weekly kickoff high, It's right up against the 50 session moving average on the 30-minute chart, and we do have some confluence in that area. So we're going to see how this plays out. We are currently short. We are in the money on this trade. It's hard to hate it, but with all of us talking so much like, okay, we don't want to be short gold, and here we are, short gold.
Short gold.
We'll see what happens.
Gotta love how
Yeah,
it
Hoag. Hoag, just a heads up, guys. We're about 50 ticks in the money on this trade, so I peeled the risk off. I moved the stop down to a scratch. If we get back up there, I don't want to be in this trade anymore. Does that sound good,
call.
everybody?
Good call.
All right.
Yep. Yeah, sounds good. Good stuff,
Excellent.
JD.
That's what we've got for the gold charts this morning. Context.
All right. Got some news on stocks, JD, before we get into the S&P chart.
Yes, the S&P 500 performance during U.S. government shutdowns historically. Check out these numbers. So stocks perform actually pretty well. The most recent government shutdown from December 21st, 2018 to January 25th, 2019 lasted 22 trading days, and the S&P had a return of 10.43%, average daily gain of 0.47%. You could see there the previous 4 other shutdowns before that, the largest of which being in 2013, 14 days, 3.17% return, and the one from 1995, November 13th, 1995, 5 trading days with a 1.36% return in the S&P 500. So it looks like these events aren't bad for stocks. You would think the opposite was true, but here we are. All right, let's take a look what happened overnight in Asia. Stocks closed a little bit mixed. We had the Nikkei down 0.85%, the Shanghai Composite up 0.52%, and the Hang Seng Index up 0.87%. Stocks in Europe currently trading higher this morning. We've got the DAX up 0.28%, the FTSE up 0.62%, and the CAC up 0.4%. Currently, the US dollar index is down just a little bit, 97.609. We've got the VIX up about 3% this morning to 16.75. And the yield on the 10-year US Treasury note sitting peacefully, resting comfortably at 4.11% this morning. All right, we got a risk-free trade on. Again, I moved our stop down basically to a scratch. I put it in the money 4 ticks to accommodate for some slippage. So we shouldn't do any worse than a scratch on this trade.
Okay, so I like
Good
that,
call.
JD. Gold last trade over here, 39.0420. What are we seeing in the S&P, though, Hoag? I am seeing 870 contracts offered at 67.15 here. What are you seeing in the charts, Hoag?
Yeah, some size on the offer there, a little liquidity
Yes,
up
there is.
there. Okay, so on the daily, what's changed? Nothing. We're still pretty much where we started the week. In balance. We had our 3 down days, 3 up days. We're still relatively centrally located inside range and balance, maybe a little towards the upper extreme, but nothing has really changed. Yesterday, we lost 5,300 estimated contracts in open interest. We'll get a better look at that direction when we look at the 30-minute chart. But new uncertainty, the government shutdown, as we just saw, doesn't necessarily mean that these equities markets, that stocks are going to suffer from this. We're still in buy the dip, but we're just remember in the short time frame we are in a bit of a range. So just be choosy with your trade locations. It's okay to be cheap, and look for the right trade locations. Right now there's really no change in market state. We're still in an uptrend, and we're in a consolidation that is part of that uptrend. Jay, what do you think?
I'd agree with you, Hoag. We are less than 1% off the all-time high. Seeing those average days that JD was just talking about for the government shutdown, 2 government shutdown days should put us at an all-time high, if my math is correct.
Right?
But we'll see what happens. That September 25th candle, Hogue, I keep referring back to this one just because it was the highest volume daily candle that we've had in over a month. It continues to be a support, right? 6,700. We've traded 6,700 every day this week so far in the S&P, but we continue to find buyers down there. And it looks pretty good. These markets, you say it all the time, Hogue, are resilient. Outside of the tariff news that we had earlier this year, what is really bringing these markets down? It is still buy the dip. I think it's cautiously buying the dip because we do see some aggressive sell-offs. So we saw one last night. Again, our friends in London getting some pretty good sell opportunities in the equities, but we bought it right back up. Right, we're back above 6,700. We are still in the middle of that range, and we'll see how directional we get. I think the market is also trying to figure out whether or not we get some of the data that is, was planned before the shutdown, or what data we do get. So I wouldn't be surprised to continue to see us in this range, 67.30s down to 66.80s. But it's a big enough range to trade. The equities have been presenting some great opportunities this week.
Yeah, and that ADP number coming out, a drop of 32,000. You got to find out where those jobs are coming off from, but it is implying that the labor sector is soft, and that's not necessarily good. I saw a little quip on the wire here. The traders are adding to bets on 2 more Fed rate cuts this year. That's probably something that the equities are going to like. Why don't we take a quick look down to the 30-minute chart and see what we are seeing? All right, so a couple of interesting things occurred yesterday. We had the late spike higher, okay? Now, that's typically going to be a short squeeze, and we didn't see a negative delta on the push-up. We just saw increasingly positive delta, but with the loss of 5,300 contracts at the end of the day there, which had, pretty much the highest volume throughout the session, I'm looking at those losses as we squeezed out shorts. No matter what the delta says, I'm thinking that was a short squeeze, not new buying. All right. So we have, settlement, way up high in the range. The base of the late spike, and it was an early late spike. It began way earlier than a normal late spike would be looking to start. And I'm putting the base of that late spike at 67.18. Late spike to the upside. The spike base is important today because where we open the regular trading hour session in relation to that late spike is an indication of potential acceptance of lower pricing or rejection of lower pricing and acceptance of higher pricing. Right now, we are trading below the base of the late spike. That to me is saying, okay, then we're rejecting that spike to the upside yesterday. The theory behind the late spike is you extend the range at the end of the day and you close outside of the previous range of that day. And then you see where the market opens the following day. So if we open above 67.18 and below the high of yesterday's late spike to the upside, the high was 67.43 and change. If we open in there, there's a pretty good probability that price is going to be accepting of higher pricing. That just means value will be higher or overlapping to higher by the end of today's session. The fact that we may be opening below that, the basic guideline says that is rejection of higher pricing, possible acceptance of lower pricing, and that value will be overlapping to lower or outright lower by the end of the trading day today. These are just loose, basic guidelines and no reason to just hit the sell button because we're opening below the base of the late spike. Anything can happen. And of course, traders and investors alike will be looking for any clues as to how long this government shutdown is going to last. We're probably not going to be getting the unemployment numbers tomorrow. Obviously, that's going to be, a little bit of a pause. And with the uncertainties, what we should be counting on if we're looking for continuation to the upside is the short memory of traders and investors. if there's no big bad news that comes out of this government shutdown, eventually we're all going to forget about it until it's over, and that might bring us back to prices at higher levels. So we're opening in range, we're opening in value, we're opening below the late spike. That's all just context. What are we going to do? We're going to be patient. I think we want to make sure that we are making good trading choices, and anything inside of value from yesterday puts me in a patient mindset. Jay, what about you?
I'm agreeing with you here, Hoag. I'm not seeing anything that says, hey, just jump out. There's a clear direction of where this market is going. Looks like it is comfortable in this range here. I do like that 67.18 base of the late spike you were talking about last night at 7 p.m. Central Time, that 30-minute candle. 50% of that candle is right around 67.20, 67.19 half. So I do like that area for a potential response from the market. We'll see what the response is when volume comes in for the New York session. Overnight inventory is short, maybe getting reconciled just a little bit here, but I do like that 67.18 price. To the downside, I'm looking at the 1:30 a.m. Central Time candle, which was that huge selling candle. It's about a 20-point candle in the S&P in 30 minutes. The high of it is acting as a support right now, 67.03. So just wanting to see the market's response to there. But I do think today's a day where we have a potential range. And I think it's okay being patient, waiting for the market to determine what that range is. We have the 200 moving average on the 30-minute right in the middle of that range, 66.96. We traded below it, traded right back above it. So I'm going to be patient in the equities today as well.
Okay.
Yeah, gold trade looking good.
Oh yeah, look at that. Nice. All right. I still think that was a good risk adjustment on that, JD. That was a good call on that. So we're seeing a lot of now more confluence up around that base of the late spike. We got Jay's bar here. Okay, that's that 67.19, 67.20 level that Jay was just talking about. We got value high right in between that and the base of the late spike. This could be an interesting area for an execution in either direction. I like those because what's one of the things we talk about here on the opening call is context and risk management, as well as patience. So the profile yesterday was a neutral day with the late spike at the end of the session. Is this a blow off? That's kind of my question. What do you think, Jay? Is that a blow off top?
it kind of looks like one, Hoag. It does kind of look like one there. Yeah. It's a good question. I don't think so. So there's a question actually from Brad here that says, what's your take on all the volume towards the end of the day? Where that blow off top usually does come at the expense of a ton of volume. It doesn't feel like that just because I think we know it's, end of the quarter, end of the month stuff. So we're going to get that volume. If it happened in the middle of the day, Hoag, I would be more inclined to say, yes, that was a blow off top. But because it happened towards the end of the day, I don't know.
Awesome. All right. That's what we've got for the ES. We've got some news on crude. Dude.
Sure do. Just checking in on this gold trade. They're really trying to protect this 3,900 level right now. We've got yesterday's high at 38.99.20. We bounced off there the first trip down. We're kind of trading right around it again right now. Do we peel one of these off at 1R on this trade? Do we lock in $125 a profit and just let one ride? What do you guys think?
Well, I think we've given up VWAP. We've given up the 20-session simple moving average, and that's all on the 30-minute chart. I say we let this thing fly a little bit. You know me.
Room?
You know me.
Let it ride. We're approaching 1R on this trade right now.
More. Always looking for more.
We've already taken the risk off. The worst we could do on this trade is scratch at this point. But we are protecting this 3,900 level at the moment. Seeing some more buyers step in right now as we speak.
Yeah, some selling just got absorbed there. I'm seeing in a second there was 300 contracts traded 71% of that was negative delta. That range is 98 up to basically 3,900 evens. So absorbing some selling down here. Let's see. Hoag, I want that weekly kickoff level as a target here. Let's see if the market agrees
84?
with it, yeah.
That's it. We're holding it for the auto liquidator, folks. We're going bell to bell on gold today.
What
All
I
right,
would
let's
probably
talk about.
what I would say, JD,
What's
if
that?
this was my own trade, if this was my trade, I know you already moved the stop into profit. I would probably take one off if we pop back above 0.5, and then just let the rest
I'll
of
mark
it
that
run.
price down.
Yeah,
Okay.
You got VWAP overnight 390210.
right. Yeah,
Yes.
0.5 or above VWAP, I'd probably take one more off. But I mean, it's working. I didn't like the trade when we got in it, but hey, who cares what I think?
We all care what you think, Jay.
Sometimes
I
that's
care
the
what
way
you
it is.
All right, guys, let's talk about crude oil for a minute. What is moving crude? These numbers come from oilprice.com. We've got crude inventories moving crude. Yesterday, the API, the American Petroleum Institute, came out and reported a drop of 3.674 million barrels in U.S. crude stocks for the week ending September 30th. It was yesterday. On top of that, previous 3.820 million barrel drawdown the prior week, reinforcing signs of sustained undersupply at the moment. So today, later this morning, we're going to get those EIA numbers. That's the Energy Information Administration. They're going to be revising their July production numbers, and we'll see what happened last week for crude inventories. So more news on crude oil coming out throughout the day. Divergences. So while crude inventories are being drawn down, gasoline stocks are actually rising. Gasoline stocks are up by 1.3 million barrels week over week, and distillate stocks also increased by 3.003 million barrels. That indicates product-specific dynamics at play, such as seasonal demand, refining constraints, and a few other things. But we see crude oil prices or crude oil inventories dipping. We're gonna have some more crude oil numbers out at 9:30 a.m. Central Time. We'll probably be in a trade. Well, we're going to get into that crude oil trade in about 10 minutes. Polls in the chat. Tell us what you think. What time duration should we be taking on that crude oil opening range breakout trade? Back to you guys.
Thank you, JD.
I bet you.
Time to buy it. Is it time to buy it, Hoag?
I'll bet you they're going to pick the 5-minute opening range trade. What are the odds?
Yeah, I'd guess so too.
All
I would guess so
right.
too.
So here's the daily in crude. We rotation rocks the nation, right? You get to the highs, you sell off to the lows. Do we roll back over and head back to the upside? We don't know, but it is entirely possible. Yesterday, we added 21,000 new contracts to all of those many, many contract months in crude oil. Makes it a little bit blurry, but I still like to know that we had some new selling coming in yesterday. And if that new selling doesn't get what they're looking for, what are they looking for? They're looking for continuation to the downside. If the new shorts don't get what they're looking for, they're going to be the first ones to bail and head the other direction. We don't know. So last week's low is going to be somewhat pivotal. If we can show some acceptance below last week's low, we've got a couple of other areas of like swing lows here where we found buyers in the past. This one here, looking at about 61.12, and this one 60.75. I know, Jay, you've got your eyes on those. And
Yep.
we're going to be, those will be a couple of stumbling blocks for continuation to the downside if we do manage to break out below last week's low. We're already below weekly kickoff low, and adding open interest to the downside after that break indicates possible, either longer time frame, bigger speculators or actual hedgers, continuing to bet short in the crude oil futures market. What do you think, Jay?
I like the price action that we've seen over the past couple of days, but we are coming down in that area, Hoag. If we look at that weekly chart, the daily chart, You've been saying it, we have all these, somewhat even lows. They're not perfect, but this is where we found buyers before. So I think just with crude oil, um, looking at the patterns we've had, 3 up days, 3 down days. We had 2 dojis, 1 doji at the low. Then we had 3 really strong days, then 1 doji at the high, 3 really strong days to the downside. The pattern is the pattern until it breaks. So I probably would not be looking to buy crude today. But unless we get a really strong reaction, I think we do have inventories out today, so that could give us some volatility. But I'm looking at this as, hey, if they continue to buy it down here, and I'm going to trade it, maybe I don't get long today, but if I was short, I'd be thinking about profit taking if we don't see that immediate follow through, just because this is where buyers have shown they've stepped in for the past 100 calendar days, if not more.
Yeah. So really, I mean, we're in, balance to breakout rules. You buy the low of balance, still proven wrong. If you get a breakout of some substance, you go with the breakout. But right now we are very, very range bound in multiple time frames. Interesting level down here. Let's take a look at this on the 30-minute chart and see if we get any more clues about context. So we were talking. Yeah, go ahead.
Before we go through that, I took a look at that poll. I don't see it up now, but when I voted, it was 50-50. So I don't know if that's still the case. If someone can pull up the poll, you can see it.
It's still real time. We've got about 270 votes, and it's 48% to 52%. 52% in favor of the 5-minute, 48% for the 1 minute. So we'll leave it up there for another minute or two, see what happens here. But it is a real close race at the moment.
Thanks, JD. 1,1700 people watching, only 200 votes. So get your votes in there, except for James Slade. James said you took away the 3 minutes, so I'm not voting. And that is your right. You don't have to vote, James. But everybody else, make sure you vote. All right, Hoag, what are we seeing on the 30-minute?
Okay, so we are always talking about when we're in range and balance, the market is basically just cleaning up weaknesses in structure. We cleaned up one weakness in structure. We created another one. We've created a couple more weaknesses in structure above in the form of gaps and naked points of control. And we're running out of weaknesses in structure down below in this time frame. Okay, we can always find weaknesses in structure from 10 years ago, but we're looking a little bit closer than that. We've got 2 little spots here that we can kind of target visually: 61.34, a naked point of control, and 60.08, another naked point of control. And then we pretty much run out of weaknesses in structure. We have to go, way into the Wayback Machine, J, to be able to find shit from back then. And is it valid in this contract month? Maybe not. We are, right against last week's low, within a tick of it. I think last night the low was 62. Wait a minute. 61.62. 61.61 was last week's low. Well, where did we find buyers last week? At that level. And that's when we kind of put in the high, and then we turned around and we're coming back to it. So, balance to breakout rules would have you buying this, and that last week's low and this naked point of control does offer the opportunity for you to limit risk. Of course, this is not financial advice. We're just talking context of these markets. And it's hard to read the open interest, the jump in open interest yesterday, because where did it come in the 30-minute chart? Well, the biggest single bar with the biggest volume was on an up move. We opened, we closed the gap on that move. To me, that indicates that this was in some part new longs coming into this. Yes, value was lower. That would tell us that this was probably more shorts getting in. But the direction yesterday, with the big opening range, the small range that we had, and the big increase in open interest, very difficult to read. I'm going with new longs down here. Going with new longs because the highest volume bars, other than the 7 o'clock bar here, for some reason had huge volume. But the next the next high bar, green. These 3 bars, green. That was the big push yesterday. So I'm kind of looking at new longs down in this area. And if those new longs don't get paid, they could cause the breakout to the downside. So it's all about context. Overnight inventory, we're looking at, I'm going to get rid of that. We're looking at some shorts here. We are opening with a session gap. To close the session gap, we're going to have to get up to yesterday's lows, which was 62.22. Here we go. There's our gap. Can't close the gap relatively early. We're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which could create that breakout to the downside. We'll have to see. Of course, EIA can throw a horseshoe into just about anything. We'll see how this plays out. Jay, what are your thoughts on this 30-minute chart?
1 minute just triggered a short, Hoag. On this 30-minute, I am looking for response at these lows to potentially get into a long. I don't, if they break out and sell it off here, then sure, I won't take the trade. But I am seeing, and we've been seeing this, right? I am seeing some size at 61.50. We saw some size up at the highs yesterday. There's 160 contracts bid at 61.50. We've seen crude run away from these orders. So I kind of do want to see the response down there. Somebody else is bidding 160 contracts at least. So maybe I get in with them. But we'll see how much of an extension we get to the downside. Crude is down about 1% right now. I actually think that 61, okay, so a little bit below 61.50. 61.37 would put us down 1% in crude oil. I want to see the response at these lows here. At that order, 61.50.
Like a nice little sweep below last week's low, and then a recovery and a reversal pattern, and then you're looking.
Oh yeah, yeah. And this is not financial advice, but I may put on a swing trade in crude oil if that happens.
All right, you'll be swinging.
Yeah.
All right. So, right, we are just about ready for this 5-minute opening range trade here in crude. And boy, that was a close one. 52% to 48%. Very close.
Gold found some buyers there. They're still holding it below 3,900, but that 38.92 area was a nice little bounce there. We still in the full position, JD?
No adjustment on the position since I moved the stop. We're about 100 ticks into this trade. 100 ticks in the money on this trade right now. We got to 1R. We went past 1R. We were nearly to 1.5R on this trade, but we still have the full position on.
With that reaction at 92s, I don't hate taking one at 1R right at this point.
Yeah. I went for the break.
Yeah.
Let me put a bid back in there. So 1R is down at 38.95.20. I'm working a bid down there. I think we might get it. Just a couple ticks away. We got 1 minute until we put on this crude oil opening range breakout trade.
Well, at least it's not a huge opening range today.
Right.
So far. Still got a minute.
Still got a minute.
Yeah,
1 minute
I shouldn't say.
Short.
Shouldn't talk.
1 minute would be short.
Yeah, just
short tilt. Go ahead, JD.
Just 23 ticks wide so far in crude.
Market loves to make a liar out of
it. Right? And we're filled. We locked in some profit in gold. We hit that 1R. We peeled one off. So we've got a free trade on. Worst case scenario, we make $125 in gold this morning.
Nice.
All right, crude oil. I've got a high of 61.92 in the micro. You seeing the same in the mini?
Yes.
Yes.
I concur.
All right. And we've got a low of 61.69. Shout out to Eddie. Eddie's favorite number.
I concur.
All right. Working our stops to enter above and below. 61.68 on the downside, stop to enter. 61.93 on the upside, stop to enter. Just 23 tick wide opening range.
Awesome stuff. Again, crude 50 50-50 on the tilt in crude at this point. 52% long in gold. Everything pretty much 50-50, nothing above 60% on the tilt. JD, let us know if we get triggered into that trade. But we got a little bit more news on the data for this shutdown before we get into the Nasdaq charts. What do you got, JD?
What does it mean for us as traders? So we could see the suspension of some economic releases due to this government shutdown. Important reports, including the monthly jobs report, which is scheduled to be out on Friday, and some other inflation data like CPI next week, may be delayed or not released at all due to this government shutdown. Social Security, we already heard that the delay in inflation data could interfere with the cost of a living adjustment calculations for Social Security benefits. That's something for everybody to think about. If you're collecting Social Security, the shutdown affects you. You'll still be receiving your checks, but your adjustments might be delayed pretty significantly too. Those adjustments rely heavily on CPI data, by the way. Federal statistical agencies sidelined economists, markets, and policymakers will likely lean more heavily on private surveys and alternative data, e.g. the ADP report that we had out this morning. We'll have the Challenger job cuts number out tomorrow. That number focuses on corporate job layoffs. So we will be getting some jobs data, but not the official Bureau of Labor Statistics job reports, likely to be held off on Friday. But we will see what happens. As we always do, we roll with the punches around here, jabbing away at it every day. Trade by trade, brick by brick, but we're here. We got one eye in the ditch for you guys. Any news that comes out, we're going to have it ready for you. I'm checking the schedule right now. I don't see anything new added yet, but we've got House Speaker Johnson scheduled to speak at 9 o'clock. House Democrats scheduled to speak at 10 o'clock, and then the White House press briefing at 12 noon Central Time. We'll do our best to pipe everything we can in for you guys right here on Topstep TV. Back to you guys.
Thank you for that, JD. Thanks, JD. Hoag, what are we seeing in the Nasdaq chart? Let's give the people what they want.
All right. Nasdaq. The Nasdaq. The beast.
Ooh, hang on, guys. We just got triggered into a trade. It looked like we were going to get in on the short side, but we are indeed long 5 micro crude from 61.93. House account long 5 micro crude 61.93.
You know what happened last week at this level?
What happened?
In crude oil? We had...
Tell the people.
We had an opening range trade that I think got us short. Hang on, I got to go back. No, I think this was a good one.
61% long tilt in crude right now.
No, it actually got it short because it took out the opening range just by a couple of ticks. But it ended up being the dead ass low of the week there. So,
okay,
yeah, I was looking at it. I was hoping that was going to be one of the good ones. We could go back and check it out later. But all right, let's go back to the Nasdaq. Let's see what we're seeing. Context. Well, did anything change? No, not really. We got our 3 down days. We got our 3 up days. We're in the middle of that range between last week's high and last week's low. We've taken a couple of looks at weekly kickoff highs so far this week with no acceptance above that level. We're still very range bound. Yesterday, a little bit of a difference. We lost 5,300 in the S&Ps in open interest. We added 6,400 in the Nasdaq. We're going to take a good look at this and see if we can decipher which direction that new business came in. Because look at the daily. It's practically a doji. It's just, it's wicks on both sides, a very small body, indecisive in the Nasdaq yesterday. What do you think of this daily chart here, Jay?
Indecisive, range bound, Hoag, still in that September 25th range. The S&P closed above it and is trading above it right now. The Nasdaq is trading in it. The high that range 24, the high that daily candle 24,793 half. We're trading 24,786. So indecisive, continuing to reject from what I see at whole number levels, but presenting a ton of range. Yesterday even 200 points high to low range. There's more than enough opportunity in the Nasdaq to trade it. It's just not going anywhere on a higher time frame, right? It's similar to what crude oil is doing. But it is, if you're patient, and I think that's why it's really important. Sometimes, Hogue, there are some days we come in and we say, hey, you know what? We might see opportunity early, right? If we gap open or whatever it is. In this case, it really has paid to be patient these mornings, and it's not always going to be like that. But if we let the market identify where the extremes of this range are, there's some really great trade opportunities, even if we're not going anywhere on a higher time frame. Some days you got to get right in, though. There have been days recently, this past month, where I was in the trade the first 30 seconds of the market because it had to be a quick opportunity. But I'm not necessarily seeing that here where we are right now.
Understood. I'm inclined to agree. Everybody came in yesterday looking for a big day, and it really wasn't until the very last couple of hours of the session.
Yep.
It was very range bound, neutral trading days, both in the S&P and in the Nasdaq. And then we got the late spike to the upside. Okay, the late spike to the upside base in the Nasdaq is 24,865.75. And that occurred much later. This is really a kind of a true late spike to the upside because it was only in the last half an hour that the range extended and we closed right up near the high. So settlement in the Nasdaq 24,901.75, right up against the high. So that late spike is going to mean a lot today if it is approached. Overnight inventory. Here we go. We opened here and we got down here, and we've recovered a little bit of it. If there was any overnight inventory, I would say it was probably a little bit to the short side, but there's nothing really all that tremendous about it, and there's probably nothing that I would take a trade off of this morning, particularly because where are we? We are smack dab. Yes, that is an industry term coined by my good friend JD. Smack dab in the middle of value from yesterday. No change in the perception of value. Yes, there are new uncertainties, but those uncertainties don't seem to be kerfuffling these markets all that much. And yes, kerfuffling is also an industry term. So what do? Jay? We hurry up and wait. We opening in range and in value. We see what the initial balance looks like, and we'll focus on that for opportunities. Which, if you did that yesterday in the S&Ps, you really had a good day until the very end when we started to push that market higher. But Jay, what do you think? I mean, here we are sitting in the middle. Came to trade.
We are in the middle of that range, Hogue. Similar candles that I marked out on the S&P, the 7 p.m. Central Time candle and the 1:30 a.m. Central Time candle. That 1:30 a.m. Central Time candle in the Nasdaq, the high of it is that 200 moving average. Pretty close to the 20 as well, because we're seeing all these moving averages start to braid around each other. But I'm looking at that right now as the extremes of the range, 24,815 ish and 24,750. That 1:30 candle we're using as we closed above it on the 30-minute, and we came back, tested it, used it as a support. So we did find some buyers there. There was some aggressive selling overnight. I'm not sure what they might have heard or what news came out, but yeah, I'm seeing this range bound, Hogue. It's okay to be patient. The Nasdaq is going to present opportunity, and we're seeing some size on the books, seeing some size flash. So I'll be paying attention to that, and more so paying attention to the market's response to any of these bigger orders if we do approach them.
All right. So, yeah, profile yesterday was neutral day, the late spike. Nothing all that amazing, or no. There's excess on a little bit of excess on both sides. I'm really digging this confluence that really, Jay, you just kind of pointed out to me. It's here right in front of my face, right at the end of my nose. And we've got value low. We've got VWAP. We've got the 200 session. We've got the 20 session moving average, all in a twist. Looks like some sort of candy. Right, all right in that area. A lot of confluence there. That 200 session moving average. All this looks very interesting to me. There's a lot of things going on there. A lot of folks probably eyeballing that as well. So choose your trade location and your stop location carefully. But yeah, I mean, here we are right in the middle of the range, right? Basically point of control. I'm going to stay patient this morning, and we are going to certainly be finding opportunities. We never know when somebody's going to do something or say something that is going to change things drastically. So make sure you are always prepared using stops. Anything can happen. ACH, baby. We're ready for it. We're locked in. We're going to get it.
ACH for sure, Hoag. Especially in gold here. Anything can happen. I hated the short, but it is working out. 38.91.50 last trade over here in gold. We may get that weekly kickoff target that we were looking for, Hoag. I know we took one off, so we already got a trade that's in the profit. But this is a pretty good looking trade here. 38.93. Gold is moving around a lot. It is pretty jumpy. I saw Dolby in the chat said gold is a nightmare this morning. That is some huge swings. I think if we were trading bigger size, I don't know if we could be we could sit through some of these fluctuations, but that's why you trade the micros. Gives you some space to let the trade work. So good trade here so far. House is also long in crude oil. Little underwater on that position right now. 61.87 last trade over there in crude. JD, we got some more news on this shutdown. Let's do that, and then yep, go ahead, JD.
Yes, this actually came out last night, right before the shutdown occurred. But it's talking a little bit about how the shutdown could be different for you, people like us, retail traders, and our money. Let's roll that shutdown footage, please.
In the recent past, a shutdown of the federal government hasn't put too much of a long-term dent in the overall U.S. economy.
The reality is that it would not typically have a lasting impact on the economy, but it can be extremely detrimental for individuals.
Those individuals, typically government workers, furloughed without pay until the shutdown ends. But with a sputtering labor market, Mark Hamrick, senior economic analyst at Bankrate, warns this time it could be different.
This is a precarious time, and in some ways, given the fact that the U.S. economy has been seen currently or recently at an inflection point, having the lack of visibility on the job market is extremely inopportune.
A government shutdown would delay the release of the Labor Department's monthly jobs report this upcoming Friday, which informs economists, businesses, and even the Federal Reserve about the state of the economy. Laura Ulrich, director of economic research for Indeed, says adding more uncertainty could further slow the economic engine.
We certainly see that when times are uncertain, people have a harder time making decisions. So that slows down economic activity that we see amongst consumers, but also amongst businesses. And so this is just one more thing to add to that list of items that are making the economy a bit uncertain at this point.
Potentially keeping the jobs market stuck. The Trump administration also warning there could be permanent cuts to the federal workforce if a shutdown occurs, putting more job hunters on the market. In Washington, I'm Karen Kafa.
There you have it. A little bit more news on that government shutdown. So what was interesting to me, what she said there right at the end, there could be permanent changes to government jobs. We did hear the president say yesterday, right before the shutdown, that we can do irreversible things. He didn't say what those things are, but irreversible things during a government shutdown. So interesting. We will see what comes out of this. Again, hopefully it doesn't last too long and they can figure out an agreement, but we will see. We shall see. What do you guys think?
I think that's a little dramatic. There's only a couple of things that are truly irreversible.
Yeah. Right.
I guess we'll see, though. It's going to be an interesting couple days. No doubt about that. Today's going to be a spicy one, for sure. Again, we got all those news conferences coming up. I can't wait to see what these people have to say.
Oh, I know.
Today is going to be a spicy one, JD, and I see our guys getting ready in the green room. JD, who do we have trading with us on TopstepTV today?
Fast markets coming up next, guys. We got the battle of the besties. Jaron and Baron are both here. They're roommates. They're traders. They're going to be here for fast markets. They're going to be joined by Andre, Jack, and Hoag. Hoag will be back at 11 o'clock Central Time for the morning recap. We got Trade with Topstep, 11:15. Coach Jay, Carlos P, and Dakota will be here. Jack and Ben coming in for the shoulder tap at 12 o'clock Central Time. I'll be here with Hoag and Hoop for group coaching at 12:15. More Trade with Topstep at 1 o'clock. Jack, Joe A, Deanna, and Dolby Time will be here. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Fatima, M, Mandy, and Dolby Time. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way right here on Topstep TV on this Wednesday government shutdown day. Back to you guys.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD, Jaron, and Baron. I think it's cool that their names rhyme. I think I've said this on air before, but my best friend literally has the same exact name as me, and people think it's so weird. Same first name, same last name, spelled one letter different, and you know, it's been the story ever since. So Jaron, Baron, both great traders. Baron trading gold, Jaron trading the equities and gold. Sure to be a great show. Sure to be a great show here. Let's get an update on these positions, JD. Before we go into fast markets, we are still short 1 gold and we are long crude oil.
That's right. Crude oil is not being as compliant as gold was this morning. We're taking some heat on it. We're long from 61.93. We've got our CYA down at 61.58. Taking $175 worth of risk on this trade. Worst case scenario, all day long, we'll lose $25 on these two trades if the markets turn and run both of our stops. So we're in good position right now. We still have a little risk on. Gold is starting to rally on us just a little bit, but I'll keep you all posted. Looks like we're going to have these trades running through into fast markets.
Good stuff there. Good stuff. Take a look at the tilt before we get into tilt and prices. S&P trading 67.10 half, 54% long tilt there. The Nasdaq trading 24,783.75, 55% long tilt. Gold 38.93 half, a 55% long tilt over there. And crude oil 61.76, 62% long on the tilt there. Again, crude oil does have that order down there, 61.50s. We've been seeing some size flash on the equities books this morning. Some of it gets filled, some of it doesn't. I know we are going to be keeping an eye on those during fast markets. Sure to be a good show. If you haven't done so already, we appreciate you all being here. But if you can, hit that thumbs up button. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe. Hoag, I think they are ready in the back. Why don't you send us into fast markets?
Of course, JD, much love to you. Let's have a spicy day today. What do you think? All right. As always, I got to say good morning to my early risers. One time, Shuva Anastasios, Harry Palmer. That's kind of a new name that we don't see at the top there that much. Rich Quaz, Topstep, great chat name. Bruno, Dan Trader, Alex LPA, Alex L from Pennsylvania, and E-Money. It's great to see everybody this morning. Of course, we are all very happy to have you here. We couldn't do this without you. And you want to make me happy today, make sure you subscribe. Call your friends, tell them to subscribe. Have your pet bird subscribe, your dog subscribe. Have everybody you know subscribe. It'll make me very happy for everybody this morning. And yes, it's ACH Day. It is a government shutdown day. Anything can happen. Maybe not too much is going to happen. We don't know. Trade what you see. Always protect yourself. Always use a stop. And I'm looking at the back here. I see kind of like Romper Room. If you guys remember Romper Room, I see Andrea and I see Baron and I see Jaron and I see Jay and I see Jack and I see Andre. And we're going to have fast markets coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Good morning, everybody. Hit the horns. That's right, Andre. It is day 1 of Q4 and day 1 of Rocktoberfest here at TopstepTV. Take it away, my good friend.
And day one of the United States government shutdown. A lot of day ones here. Let's get right into it. Who do we got lower left-hand corner? That is Jared. Lower right-hand corner. Also his roommate, trading buddy as well. Baron in the house. Jack. Saw Hope. You saw JD. You saw Coach J in opening call. Let's get right into it on this Wednesday, beginning first day of Q4. Baron, thoughts coming into this Wednesday? New all-time highs in gold again. We talked about that in Power Hour yesterday. What's up, Baron? Thoughts coming into this trade?
I'm looking for gold to sweep a London low, which that's sitting right where I've got this limit, 3886.7. I'm looking for it to sweep out that London low. I know you love when I pull out the stats, Andre. There's a 78% chance we sweep out this low. We are right at the value area high, the lower VWAP band, and the 0.5 fib. So, we're seeing some buyers come in. They're starting to come in on the book. But I'd like this to sweep out that low and then start to continue higher. But yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for it to sweep out that low and then start to turn back up.
Low of what do you got? 3880? We're talking
Low of London.
Gold.
I'm using 3 a.m. as London low. So it's 3886.6 is the low.
3886.6. Awesome. Great stuff. Jared, good to see you again. Thoughts coming into this trade? Got my eye on the Nasdaq. See a little bit of a sell here. 24,770. I know we've been talking about that price level quite a bit lately. How's it going, Jared? Thoughts coming into this Wednesday?
Yeah, man, it's one of those open to everything, attached to nothing. I am leaning a little bit towards shorts, but it's first day of Q4, first day government shutdown, and I think we have PMI at 10. So I'm going to be patient, wait to see let the market set its tone and just play the side of the aggressor. But I am leaning a little bit towards shorts. Just looking at the last 3 days, the point of control continues to move down, and we're below the point of control from FOMC. So I think that bears could take control today, especially if we can break through some of this higher volume. So that's what I'll be looking to take.
I ask you one question, Jared. Thoughts? Why are you leaning short? Why are you leaning to the short side?
Yeah, just looking at like kind of the trend that's been set this week, just on the weekly frame that we're setting higher or lower highs and lower lows, and the point of the control continues to move down. It looks like every buying attempt is continuing to get sold off, and we're just making lower lows. So shorter time frame trend that looks like the bears are kind of stepping in a little bit, which I like. I do like to capitalize on shorts, but if buyers do step in and set the tone, then I'm not opposed to taking longs either.
Catching the move to the downside, Jack. Music to your ears sometimes. Looking for the big ones. Take a look at the ES, Jack. 6707. Overnight highs, 6720, 6726 or so. Thoughts coming into day one of Q4, Jack. Last price, 6707.
Zone right around here in the ES or like around 6650 when the SPX opens has been a huge magnet. We got a little good news for people who love bad news today. The ADP report was terrible. Revisions were terrible. The good news is we don't get the unemployment report, it looks like, on Friday. So, like Schrodinger's report, if there's no bad number and we don't see it, buy calls.
What you can't see can't hurt you. Yeah, take a look. Ignorance is bliss. Yes, the ADP number that came out about an hour and 15 minutes ago expected positive 50,500 kind of called 50,000 jobs added, actual minus 32,000. Revision, not so good as well. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. We got about 30 seconds coming into this open here. Let's take a look at some of the prices. Crude oil trading $61.57. Gold trading $38.97. Dow seeing a little bit of a pullback here, 46,547. Nasdaq trading 24,764. The ES trading 6706. The bell is about to ring. Baron, you got your eyes on gold.
I do.
You got your eyes on the Nasdaq. Let's see how we play this out. More selling coming in here in crude. Again, we've got a number here in about 15 minutes. 15 minutes. U.S. S&P manufacturing PMI. Another number at the top of the hour. A few more numbers at the top of the hour. We got speakers later. We got White House press briefings. Executive orders to be signed. We got a full day here. We'll keep an eye on that government shutdown. If any thing progresses with that deal. But here we go. House account is long one gold, micro gold from 39.0770. We go. Wow, a little push to the downside here. Jaron, any prices you'd be looking to sell into, or any prices you'd be looking to perhaps take a long from in the Nasdaq? What levels are you looking at? One more time, Jaron.
Yeah, honestly, a retest of these highs that we made pre-market. So anywhere from 790 up to 804. If we were to retest that and I could see some failed buying, I would look to take a short from there.
790s, 804, 804. All right, very good. And we'll see a little push higher here in gold, Baron. Perhaps looking for a pullback. 38.86, 3900's last trade.
Where's the entry on my house account? 39.07.
07 and some change.
Okay. Yeah, I would look for. I mean, I think where we're at right now, I think this is a good spot to look for longs. If this, we start to push up and then we give it a nice little retest, I'd be open to that. I do have some limit orders sitting. I'm trying Dolby's strat out, but until we get above that VWAP, which we're tapping, that overnight VWAP, which we're tapping into right now, I want to see what the reaction is there. We did bounce out of value area low, that lower VWAP band as well, in pre-market. I'd like to see gold continue higher. I think it kind of just makes sense from a logical standpoint. Government shutdown, everyone piles into gold, right? But I want to wait for that extra confirmation, just because that London low has pretty high probability of sweeping.
What orders are you working? So you have some limit orders in there. Ice bids.
Yeah, I've got one sitting at 38.86.4 and 38.83.
83s. Very good. All right, sounds good. Right back here we go. 24,800 right here in the Nasdaq. Nice pop in the ES, Nasdaq, and the Dow. Some offers lifted there. ES topped out at 67.18 half. As I continue to push up into 24,811. Now 15s print. Lifting the offers here. Jaron, I know you're watching this. We got the context, location, confirmation. 67.20 last trade in the ES. Anything to the upside? Any price to the upside in the ES? You got your eye on, Jack? I know you got to let the...
I let things populate a little bit, but yes,
settle,
I mean, obviously 30 points above here, 6,700 would be basically, the all-time high in the SPX. Right. So like, 67.70 or just below that, 65, something like that. Buyers coming out of the gate. A little bit interesting. Yes. What a failed flush last night. Things were getting pretty interesting at starting about 1:30 a.m. Central.
Hammered it. Was there news? Anything about that? On that? Yeah, I see that big sell-off there.
Just a lower liquidity environment. Selling begets more selling sometimes, but it got flipped around real good.
Yes, it did. Continue to push higher.
I mean,
here,
you've seen that this year where that selling starts in the overnight and it just runs all night. But last night, I guess it started and then you can see it just start to reverse. But like during when what was it, back in August last year? If you look at during that big sell-off when the Nasdaq was down like 7%, 8%, you can see like all the sell orders just start coming in. It looks very similar to last night's chart, but then you get that big reversal. You get that base out and reversal where, now we're pumping. I could see this government shutdown be a big nothing burger and the market be focused more on earnings coming up in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah. Just kind of finished earnings and we're back. What up?
No, I'm saying in terms of in the near term, the government shutdown probably won't be too impactful. The longer it goes, I think we will see facts start to seep in. It might be, like Baron said, a nothing burger. I don't know.
Probably is. When we get to my tidbits at 9, I'll dive into how it's gone in the past. And we'll dive further into the ADP report, which once again was really, really bad. The revisions were bad for August. Brought that to, I believe, a little bit negative as well. Great stuff.
Yeah. Again, we got a number here in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes, got another number at the top of the hour. Again, right off that New York opening bell, first 5 minutes, saw a pop in the Nasdaq. It ran up about 70 points, opened up around 24,765. They were buyers were able to run that up to 24,836. Look at the ES. ES was trading 67.06 right when the bell rang. Pop ran all the way up to 67.23. A bigger opening range than we've seen in previous days, to say the least. All right, let's get right into it before the numbers come at us fast and furious. Top of the chat, pinned the link to those Topstep daily levels, which are updated and refreshed before every New York open. Yes, click on that link. Have a low real estate on the screens if you have. If not, you want to be a little bit more efficient, see it all in the one spot. You click on that tab, indicators tab, top of Topstep X, type in Topstep daily levels. Have those overlaid right there on top of your charts. And while I'm at it, these guys are scouting out trades. Upper left-hand corner of that screen. See right now.
I'm gonna try a short in gold with. I'm just gonna do 2 micros on this. I'm just gonna look for that London low. I got in at 3,900.2. So the reason behind this, we're back at the overnight VWAP. I'm seeing a lot of buying on Bookmap, but we're not really moving up too much. I want to see this London low sweep out. It's got such a high probability that I'm fine with taking the trade. And if this is the area I want to take, like if I'm going to short, this is the area I'm going to do it from, because once we get above that VWAP and sustain above that VWAP, I don't really want to short it anymore, because I think gold can keep rallying. But I think we get this dip down before we continue to see that.
All right, sure. 2 micro gold, 3,900.2, correct? What's your downside target on this? You looking for those London lows of 86?
86.6.
6.6, very good last trade, 38.98.
I think I've changed my bias pretty quick. As much as I may have wanted shorts, I am just seeing complete failed selling on every aspect of the order flow right now, and it looks like buyers are completely in control. I can't try to fade that. So looking for a re-entry is going to be my best bet at this point. I think buyers are, so far, they are sustaining. Every selling attempt is getting completely eaten alive.
Good stuff there, Jaron. Yeah. Looking for trades to the short side, and then you saw, market generated information. You saw the strong buying coming in. Said nope, throw that out the window. Adjusting, adapting in real time. ES also pumping higher here. 67.24 in the orders. Session highs there.
So with that number on, we're now 100%.
I saw that.
Priced in for an October rate cut of another 0.25%. If we go back, this could be part of it. What's happening with the pump in the stocks right now? Yields went through an important level here, just hanging around right now, the 4.1 in the 10-year. They came off quite sharply off of that 730, 715, I forgot, ADP number. Kind of at a support level here, through it a little bit. I'll keep a close eye on this. As a reminder, the white line is where we were just before Powell spoke. And the expectations for rate cuts are pretty much getting back there, 75 basis points for the year.
Yeah, I saw that as well. The Fed Fund futures are just going to force feed this rate cut. I mean, back to back, 3 in a row. Even though the Fed speakers, besides one, Myron, shout out, trying to walk it back, Jack. It's just they are not getting any response in the markets. It's interesting what we're seeing here. And we saw that jobs number. I guess that does support another rate cut, right? Seeing that week ADP print today. I guess that's all we're kind of watching for. Yeah, okay. Bad news, good news. Gotcha.
Does the Fed use ADP, or are they just really concerned with NFP? Because ADP is just private sector.
They have to take
they use everything, and especially since we're not going to have non-farm numbers for a while. ADP's been pretty good. We were clowning on it for a while when it had this huge divergence between the ADP numbers and the non-farm numbers, the NFP numbers, but then they made a big revision. Turns out ADP was right, and the leader got fired.
Jack,
They
but
don't have a new leader. They
you
pulled the
know-
name for the EJ Antoni or whatever his name is. So back to the drawing board.
They have to know what the non-farm print was going to be, though, right? I mean, it's not like it's not like it's just they're going to unveil it. Expected for non-farm.
I had a
52,000. Yeah,
who way back in the day worked for the BLS, and he seemed to suggest that they keep parts of it. Like, yes, I'm sure they could get it, but they keep the certain components of it very segregated. So for the exact reason that there aren't leaks or things like that. But
sure.
Who knows?
I mean, tell me Powell couldn't take a peek. We couldn't take. I mean, they have to have some sort of. I get what you're saying, but speaking of non-farm, obviously with the government shutdown, it's as of now will not be released. Expected for non-farm, 52,000 jobs added. So that's what we're looking at. That was the same for ADP as well. Anyways, all right. We got a number here in about 3 minutes. Baron, you're short 2 micro gold. 3,902. Jaron, any trades taken? We got up to 24,841. You see anything that caught your interest there?
Yeah, it does look like the buying is dying out a little bit here, and it is the point of control from Monday. I'm thinking we could get a pullback to this consolidation that we had pre-market, and if buyers supported there, that could be a good entry for longs. But I know news comes out in the next 5 minutes, and then top of the hour too. So I'm just gonna be patient and wait for the tone to set before I get in anything.
Yeah, very good.
CLC, baby.
Yeah, CLC is right. Where'd you get CLC? Baron teach CLC, or have you teach Baron CLC? Or you guys come up with that? Do you guys have a whiteboard? You guys have a whiteboard in the house that you guys just kind of
do?
You really?
Yes. But no, I got it from he's an order flow trader named Carmine Rosado. He's a probably him and Baron are the two guys that kind of put me on for trading. So they're
love it.
I take everything I can from him.
I want to see this.
He's also that's where I started. I think I got the most out of trying to learn from him. So that was someone who's impactful for me. So I showed it to Jaron. I was like, this guy's really good. He's been trading for 8 or 9 years. Jaron consumed all that content.
Yeah.
Carmine. Shout out to Carmine.
Shout out Carmine.
All right. Well, we got this number here about 90 seconds.
Yeah. 90 seconds little number. Okay, we'll wait for that. I was going to explain a little bit the government shutdown stuff for folks outside the country. It's not as scary as it sounds. It's not like we're just living without,
there's riots in the streets,
police and fire.
This isn't the first time.
It's the purge. It happens every few years.
Basically, just turn the faucet off on certain programs in terms of the money. And all right, U.S. S&P manufacturing PMI final expected 52. 52. Previous was 52 as well. It's getting a little thin in the Nasdaq. Baron, you're going to hold this trade?
Yeah, I'm going to hold this gold short.
Cool.
I'm fine with it. There are a lot of one thing I've noticed with gold. I was talking about this with Dakota last night on Slow Markets.
Yeah.
Shout out to Dakota. But limit orders typically work on gold. They don't get pulled like they do in Nasdaq, where you see a big order on Nasdaq or ES and then they pull it as it gets close to it. The limit orders will sit there and they'll go and they'll fill those limit orders. And we've got quite a bit sitting down at 38.90s. So I'd like to see us start to push down there. My target's 38.86. It's that London low. I'm using that edgeful statistic in there. So I'm confident holding this. I think this goes lower. There's not really any order sitting above
2 seconds
on GC. So I'd like this to come down to those London lows and then start to look for the reversal after we sweep that out.
Nothing expected 52. Still waiting for that release. It is waiting. Stand by, holding pattern. See a little bit of selling coming in here.
Just be out.
Yeah, it should be.
Oops, got it. Right in the screws.
Got 52 expected. Thank you. Hoop. Baron, stay there with me. When you see those big size orders on the gold ladder, typically the market will run to it or will go seek to fill that liquidity.
Yeah, we saw it last night. We saw it last night, saw it the night before. Today, there's not really any limits sitting above on gold. There are some sitting up at 39.10, but there's a lot more to the downside. So I'd like to see those orders fill and then look for that potential bounce. But yeah, it's something that I noticed trading it last night, trading it the night before. So going to continue to use it going forward.
Good stuff. And that we're seeing it with 38.90, about $10 beneath.
There's some, yeah. There's quite a bit sitting at 38.98, so that's pretty close. Then there's a lot more sitting down at 38.90. So we'll see. We'll see how that pans out. Last night there were orders sitting at 38.95, 3900, and then 3905. Last night we got that pop up to in Asia. We got that pop through each of those levels, except for that 3905.
Good stuff, Baron. Gold trader. I like it. Crude trading $61.53, about 13 cents off the lows. Dow pulling back just a bit. We got a little bit of a pullback in the Nasdaq. We topped out at 24,841. Currently trading 30 points beneath 24,810. Well, Jaron, we're looking for shorts. No trades taken. Perhaps then you scrap that, and maybe we're looking for longs. It looks like we're selling off. What are you thinking here? We've got about 17 minutes into the New York session. Jaron, still, you look at those 790s. Perhaps a short in the Nasdaq. We're closing in on it to the downside here. What are you thinking? 24,800 last trade in the Nasdaq.
Yeah, this initial or the first push up of the first 5 minutes created a stacked imbalance at 770 to 780. Where buyers just pushed through it very fast. Not much time was spent there. I think, and it's the 618 of the fib. I think if we pull back to that and we could see a hold, it also aligns with this consolidation. That could be a good area to get in longs. If sellers just completely flush through it and flush through VWAP, then I could see, maybe flip to shorts if it retests that area too. So once again, open to everything. Not trying to be biased. I think that longs are probably going to play. But yeah, just going to observe and see what happens. But I think a pullback to 770s could be a good area to get in longs.
Yeah, that's probably like the 6,700 level in the ES. Same thing. It's been real tight around there for the last few sessions.
Yes, it has.
A Hoover level, if you will. Just sucks things back to it.
Sucks indeed. I mean, Jaron got that level. 780s. I got 24,772 overnight VWAP. Whoa, there's some selling coming there.
Nice push straight into it.
Wow. Here we go. Some selling hit. Sellers came in there in the Nasdaq ES as well. Seeing some continuation to the downside here in the ES. About 18-point sell-off here. Last 4 minutes. Last trade ES 67.13. Nasdaq continue to sell off here. This 5-minute candle down about 80 points or so. Last trade, 24,764. I saw some selling as well. Is there any more room to the downside? Yes, there is. Nasdaq continuing to push lower here. Sorry, we're looking about a 90-point sell-off here in this 5-minute candle. Let's scratch that, making a 100-point sell-off. We were just trading new highs. Oh, continue to hit the fib. They are accelerating to the downside here. Here we go. Look out below.
Gold's also starting to push lower.
Yes, it is.
I'd like to see this push and sustain below 38.95 before I adjust my stop.
What a tricky market, man. If we sell off hard today, that's just brutal. Squeezed everyone out
on that open
short term on the open.
Wow.
We pushed right above the upper VWAP band on NQ, and then you just stalled out right in there. Gold continuing to sell off. I'm going to bring my stop into the highs of New York, 3904.3. I still think I think this runs down to 38.86. I'm just going to use my edgeful statistic at this point. My my 78% chance to sweep the low.
Oh yeah. We're getting closer to that right now. Let's trade in gold 38.95. That last 5-minute candle, we saw good selling in the Nasdaq, about 110-point sell-off. Nasdaq ES saw solid 20-point sell-off as well. Last trade ES 67.11. Last trade Nasdaq 24,753. Well, can't wait to bring this guy in because he's going to tell me what the hell just happened there on the opening range. Oh, come on in, man. We saw a pop push to the upside in the Nasdaq ES Dow. And right after that, we just did see some selling coming in. Help me figure out what the hell is going on. Ho, what do you make of all this?
Hey, good morning, everybody.
He laughs.
Great to see everyone. So yeah, this is the Nasdaq. So we opened in range and in value from yesterday. We were looking at the opening call at all what's the word I'm looking for? Confluence we had at these lows here. We got the 200 session moving average. We got the 20 session moving average. We got value low. We got VWAP, and that was looking like a really interesting spot. And it really did pay nicely, but you had to be quick to get out. Where did it go to? Right to value high from yesterday. So we're still inside value. We're still inside range. We did take out the opening ranges in the S&P and the Nasdaq, which were initially the low of the day. So ACH, anything can happen, but right now I don't see any major changes in market state, even with the government shutdown. And we're really just kind of trying to digest what that's going to mean in the future. Investors and traders alike are kind of wondering what is going to happen. We had a little thing during opening call that the last few government shutdowns were actually positive for equities. I'm sure we'll probably get some more information on that, but the S&Ps are holding up a little bit better. They are, basically holding. They opened in the middle of value. Haven't checked value low. There's also confluence down there as well. The low from yesterday, value low, 200 session moving average, and the IB low from yesterday. If we do get there, that looks like an interesting opportunity for an execution. We did open below late spikes in the S&P and in the Nasdaq, so that's indicating rejection of higher pricing and possible acceptance of lower pricing. Doesn't mean you can just click and sell. You got to be smart about it. We did see some pretty decent buying coming in early in the session. These sellers are vicious, though. That like Jake was saying, man, if that was just squeezing out all the shorts and this thing continues to the downside, that was absolutely diabolical. Baron, I like your target for your shorts here. 38.86 is weekly kickoff high. Was resistant, became supportive last night. I do like that for an eventual target. And that was our original target for our short, the opening range trade. Haven't been able to get there just yet. Initial balances in gold, 38.90, 70, 39, 17, 90 to the upside. And that's my story. I'm sticking with it.
Well, look at this thing turn.
Yeah, I am seeing a lot of failed selling at those lows, but there's not a ton of buyers stepping in. So I'm fine with holding this. I already took risk off. There are more orders sitting down at 38.90. There's a ton of stacked orders down there, so I'd like to see us get down there. We're pushing right back up to VWAP. I'd like to see that fail. We couldn't sustain above it, so that's what I'm looking for.
Look at this thing turn.
We kind of just went.
Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, we kind of just went back and forth in the ES between the kind of high volume areas in the volume profile over the past couple of days, pretty much to a T. That's kind of the range that I'm looking at for now until further information. We got number in 5 minutes? Just about 5 minutes.
Nasdaq turning around. Saw that for the 5 minutes, saw about 110 point sell off in that last 5 minute candle. We are on the move back here. Last trade 24,780. It's like a buck and bronco around here, Jaron. I don't know how you get on and how you get off this thing. Or you wait. That number.
You be patient. In this scenario, it's a fight between the buyers and sellers. They're going at it. So being patient, just watching it play out. Like Hoag was saying too, I've noticed for my trading style, it's best to not trade in value. And if you do, you trade from the extremes. So value area low to the high, high to the low. I don't really want to get caught trading right in the middle of value. That's a recipe for success or for failure. So yeah, just going to be patient, play it out.
Recipe for success at failure.
Yeah, recipe. I meant to say
yeah, there you go. I like that.
Hoag approves. We got a bunch of numbers. It's not only ISM manufacturing PMI. Heads up, we got House Speaker Johnson scheduled to speak. We've got prices paid as well if that ISM manufacturing. And House Speaker Johnson is Republican. Then we have the Democrats to hold a press conference an hour later, 10 a.m. Central. Oh, let's not forget, 9:30 a.m. Central Time in about 35 minutes. We've got everyone's favorite number, EIA crude oil inventories as well. So keep an eye out for all of that right here, right now. We got 4,100 people watching all across the globe, just on YouTube. Many more watching on the X. With that being said, please click subscribe. Closing in on 183,000 subscribers. Yes. We're going to get to 183,000 subscribers today. Please click subscribe. Please click like. Please click the bell. That means notify. Be so kind. Jack, did you want to break down ADP before or after this number? Probably after.
Let's wait till after the number because I got some other news stories too.
Okay. Very good. Look at this Nasdaq turn right around. Hey, Baron.
Good job with the YouTube subscribe, like, all of that. Great job on that one.
Every day. One by one. One by one. Man, we started this thing. We had like what, 15,000? I don't know. Subscribers, something like that. 5,000 subscribers. Here we are. The best is when Hoag says click subscribe. That is my favorite. Absolute favorite is when Hoag says click subscribe. What do we love?
Ladies and gentlemen, please like, subscribe. Get your dog to subscribe.
Yep. Jack, quick Mag 7 update, if you'd be so kind.
Well, things changed a little bit where I was really hoping we had my favorite formation to Mag 7 where everything was down besides Apple was up a percent.
Yeah.
Tesla has joined the party, though. Tesla's up about 0.3% right now.
Okay.
Ruins everything. But biggest is Meta's down nearly 3%.
Uh-oh.
Microsoft, NVIDIA down about 1%. Google down, we'll call it a gentleman's 1% as well.
What's a gentleman's 1%?
Yeah, what is a gentleman's 1%?
At the time, now it's getting closer to it. At the time, it was down like 0.87%.
Oh, just a little round.
We're not going to talk in hundreds. We're not talking bips on equities.
No. Speaking of Meta, Braden, if you're watching, I want to see those glasses. Let's see those glasses. All right.
I can
90. I got to see these things.
That is going to need the cash flow.
Yeah. What do we got here? We got anything on the... Nope, nothing on the ladder. We see, Baron, in that gold trade, are you still seeing that size on the ladder to the downside there? You're short from...
Yeah, I am. Still a lot of limits sitting down there.
Sure.
We are getting some buyers pick up. We're right at that 3,900 level, big psych level. So, I'm going to hold it through the number. But,
I did.
We haven't been able to get and sustain above that VWAP since we got below it. So I'd like to see this just come down to the downside and then return higher.
All right, we're getting U.S. ISM manufacturing.
Yep.
We got Speaker Johnson speaking too, starting then.
I did hop in a short as well as we approached those highs again and started failing. And we also came up to, there was a big aggressive sell order that moved the market down on that sell-off, and it defended that range. So once it broke back below that, I hopped in shorts, and it's playing out so far.
What price did you get?
I got 24,794.
794. Very good number in 7 seconds. Jack, Hoag, help me out if my end stalls out. Expected 49. 49. Stalling out. Let me know if you get it. Expected 49. Here we go. Actual. I got inline.
All right.
Inline. Yeah. And everything else pretty much in line. Prices paid slightly lower. Everything pretty much in line. Next number, EIA crude oil inventories at the bottom of the hour. Keep an eye out for comments from House Speaker Johnson. Jaron is short. How many are you short there, Jaron?
3 micros.
3?
I'm just risking the balance that I made in the overnight. So if it were to hit my stop, I'd be break even and could still, trade with a clear mind at that point. Don't ever want to risk more than I want to lose. So but I do like it. There's an aggressive seller at 795, and so far it's just defending. Every time buyers try to come buy up here, it's just immediately getting.
Is that where it is? Like right here? I see if they want to do it again here. 4,795. Will that seller step back in and say, nope, I shall not pass? So I'm going to try to push it up just like that. Just like that, Jaron. Just like that. Just like that. Look at that. Look at that, Jaron. Huh. Nice read.
And there's a lot of buying going on too, so it's like they're hitting. I mean, they're trying to break this wall, but if they can defend it, I do like shorts. So we'll see.
Same thing on GC. We just had someone hit the bid for 300 orders at 3,900, and we didn't push up off it. So I'd like to see that just flush to the downside.
3,900s. Okay, very good. Is that absorption? Is that absorption or exhaustion?
Yeah, that would be absorption.
Thank you.
The market's made up of opinions. We have two very opposite opinions going on here, and they're both fighting their butts off at it.
Are we watching? What do you got for Delta? They did it again. Look at that. What do you got for Delta on the Nasdaq, Hoag?
Negative 1,000.
Yeah.
Positive 1,700 in the S&P.
Negative, positive. Okay. All right, they're going to try and walk. Yes, it is, Jack. We are seeing a rock fight indeed. Over 1,008. Oh, call it 800s. We're seeing it as well in the. What do you got for Delta in gold, Baron? Around this 3,900s.
The Delta it's negative 55. I mean, I've data from.
Sure.
My data is starting at.
I'm seeing it as well. I see what you're seeing. Yeah.
I might need to reset my Delta.
All good. Stay locked in. I'm seeing, sellers are stepping in gold as well, trying to defend 3,900s.
ES levels, got them now. It's a momentous day. There's pretty much exactly a 50-point spread between the SPX and the ESZ. So to the possible support, 6710, 6700 in the ES. And then resistance, 6740. And then the big dog would be 50s, 6750s. That would be about 6,700 in the SPX, which, let me look back, I believe would be all-time
56.
Yes.
Right about there.
So 6750 in the ES would be all-time highs in the SPX. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of options activity around there. People want to buy them all-time highs.
For 1,816, 820. Oh, it's still negative 1,000 in the Nasdaq Delta.
Negative 500 now.
Yeah.
Positive 2,200 in the S&Ps.
We've seen this a little bit. We've seen this some more and more
Market
lately.
buyers coming in here.
Yeah.
And the S&Ps.
We're getting aggressive sellers coming in on gold. We just pushed up we just pushed up and there was exhaustion of buyers. So I'd like to see this flush now.
Let me get it here. What are you working in the downside there, Baron? You're short from 3,900. You were take a couple 90s.
I'm looking for 38.
I'm watching gold. We're seeing a lot of it. Both gold. We're seeing it in 73% long in gold right now. Looking at the tilt.
Back to the May line.
720.
Well, take a look.
Let me see. Oh,
So
This isn't okay.
there's our
What's-
line, but now look, it's like turned into an intraday. Like, look what's happening here. Now we're down to 15-minute candles. Still got that line from May. Failed below it last night.
What's that a chart of, Jack?
Yes.
Okay. What's the price? The May line. What is that price? One more time?
I don't want to put people down that juju, but it's around what we're talking about.
Gotcha.
Important level
Where we're at.
down here between
Very good.
6710 and 6700.
Gotcha. Yep. It's all about perspective. The time frame. It's not financial advice. Not financial advice.
Yeah, and nothing here is financial advice except
No.
for that line. No.
All right, Jerry, you're still in this. Speaker Johnson has got to the podium. Said, we'll keep an eye out for any comments there. Another push lower there in gold, Baron. Looks like buyers will absorb right around the 96s or so, but I am seeing sellers are
it keeps
coming
getting
in.
down to that level, and there are more sellers coming in. I'm seeing CVD move lower, and I just like to see it push and fill out those orders down below.
Looks like the seller is going to continue to try 38.96 last trade in gold. Jaron still in this thing, right? You're short from
Yes, yep, still in it.
All right, very
Jaron, what's your
good.
entry point?
So I did get stopped out on the initial one. I had my stop too tight, but I think the trade still looks good. So I got back in at 814 and my stop's just above the high. That's probably where I should have put my original stop. I had it a little too tight. So did get a better entry on it. I think the trade idea still looks great.
Okay.
I like it.
Do you want
Now, I did learn
to?
this from Baron as well. You give a trade idea 2 attempts, and if that doesn't work, kind of recoup and look for something else. So this is my second attempt.
Well, while I'm waiting to see this,
I can pull an actual stat for you too, if you want.
Yeah,
Let's
trade
hear it.
buddies, let's do this.
Let's hear it.
Let me get it pulled up. I haven't been looking at NQ, so I need to.
Well, while we're waiting for that, Andre, what do you say
Yeah.
we hit a few news stories real quick? So we wanted to
Let's
talk
do
about
it.
ADP, etc.
Let's take a look under the hood.
Yowzers. All right. For those of you who weren't trading early today, 7:15 Central, we had the ADP numbers. And now looking back month to month of 2021, you can see kind of the trouble that's brewing here. First off, the number itself was a big miss. It was down, 30K, 32K versus a estimated 50K, but they also revised August from plus 54K to minus 3K. Yeah. Use your technical analysis. Would you buy or sell this product right here? We will see.
Fundamentally, yeah, Jack, I feel you. But if they're gonna cut rates to solve that problem, I got you.
Of
But
course. So also, here's a third chart of the same thing. I showed 2 previous charts that show the same deal. This is the SPX versus the job openings, and look at this massive divergence. Also, this is not largely fueled by AI. It's not like these job openings are being lost to that, is kind of the consensus. But remember, stocks ultimately go up or down based on earnings and future earnings expectations alone. Those have still been very strong. But look at this. This goes back to 2001. We ain't never seen a divergence like this before.
when did that 01 started? Jobs openings. We'll see that reflected in the JOLTS number that we saw yesterday. So 2001, that's when it changed. It's got to be because of technology then, right?
No, that's just what this chart goes back to. I'm sure this is, I bet you before 2001, this is even more of a correlation because labor was so much more directly tied to sort of what was going on in the economy. All right. There's your bearish stuff. Here's your bullish stuff.
Okay.
September was the second best September for the S&P 500 in the last 27 years. Take your seasonality and shove it.
Thank you, Jack. Yes, thank you Oh yeah, I mean September, but bad. I mean, thank you, sell in May and walk
And
away. Come on.
yeah, and we were talking government shutdowns, by the way. Here we go. For your viewing pleasure, all those orange vertical lines are recessions, or not recessions, government shutdowns.
Mhm.
And that's what the stocks did, the S&P 500. So you tell me, stocks go up.
Thank you.
Now, I will give the caveat. I think you see all these stats. I saw one, it's like 94% of the time, 12 months after the start of a shutdown, stocks are up, and like an average of like 12%. I think that's a bit selective because you're never going to see a government shutdown when there's a real crisis brewing. Like they weren't going to have a government shutdown like the week after Lehman collapsed or something, right? So I think that's a little selective. Stocks are usually up. But maybe the bullishness has to do with this last thing. I just saw this tweet. Effective October 1st, until further notice, this is the SEC. The agency will have a very limited number of staff members available. The SEC staff available to respond to emergency situations will focus on market integrity and investor protections. So, when the SEC is away, see who's playing. And there's your news tidbits
We
for
can
now.
start. We can start spoofing orders, right?
Nope.
If the SEC's not looking.
Nope.
They're still watching. That's
Jack.
an essential job.
About in terms of government shutdowns. It's essential versus not essential. Essentially, is that kind of what's? And is it case by case? They pick. This is considered essential. This is considered not essential. In terms of what stays on,
right.
what doesn't.
I don't know the exact process, but it's more like they're not going to furlough. They don't shut down the military or something,
right?
But I don't know
BLS?
exactly how they choose those, but yes, they get. Yeah, BLS is furloughed. It looks like the SEC is largely furloughed. Basically, in the traditional sense, it just means they're off for a while, then they get paid back for it later. So, that's why they don't last too long usually.
All right,
Jack, I got a question.
Go ahead.
Do I have to pay my taxes if the government shuts down?
That is a good question. Estimated taxes quarterly were last due September 15th and won't be due again until, December 15th. So, or sorry, December, January, I forget. But I don't think we're going to be shut down that long. But yeah, I think you always, unless you are of the Wesley Snipes school of payments, you should just always pay your taxes, whether they ask for it or not.
Wesley Snipes, 70% long in the Nasdaq. Last trade, 24,825. 825. ES trying to get out of these 67.22. Again, when that opening bell rang about 45 minutes ago, we saw some buyers come in, put up new session highs in both ES, Nasdaq, and Dow, and then they got the market just absolutely got smoked. Here we got a comment from Senate Republican. All right, we're going to see a lot of this. Shutdown ends with Democrats back house. All right, we're going to see a lot of this back and forth between the right and the left. Democracy at its finest, or so they say. We got the crude number at the bottom of the hour. Jaron still short from 814.
Yeah, I'm not trying to cut it short, but we are just seeing sellers, their efforts not working. It looks like buyers are stepping in, and so if I get stopped out here, I'll probably just have to wait for some kind of break and retest, and just be more patient about it. But it looks like buyers are taking control at the moment.
Very good. Baron, how much did they sell? They got down to 38.94. I see in gold. Are buyers sitting there absorbing it down at that level? See, it's like
it keeps wanting to push lower, but it doesn't flush. And I'm looking for the flush. It looked like it was about to, and then it doesn't. I'm still in the trade. I'm gonna hold it. I've reduced risk. It's at the top of the New York IB. I know some people are using I know Hoag references it. I believe it's 820 to 920 for the gold IB.
Hoag?
I've looked at the numbers on it. I've looked at the statistics, and the standard New York IB has better hold rates. percentages. So I still use a standard New York IB. So I've my stop right at the New York high. If it runs up there, the trade ID is invalidated anyway.
Right. Yeah, it's like a 100-tick opening range, 5-minute opening range. But it does remain the dead ass high of the day, so I like the shorts. But overall, I still like gold for a long in the long term. I'm looking for it to get down to that 38.86, Baron, your level, the weekly kickoff high, and see what it does down there. To look for maybe possibly some longs down there.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought exactly. Like I want it to move lower so I can get long, and I'm trying to take advantage of that move lower.
Yeah, that's it, right?
So you want to trade? Yeah, I like that. You do want to see it trade it to that price. We're seeing look at gold, a $5 range last 20, 30 minutes or so. We're seeing upper end around 3,900s, lower end around 38.95 in gold. Nasdaq drop around 24,830, about 10 points off the highs there. ES trying to maybe catch up. See if the sellers want to step in here, Jaron. We've seen a few times where sellers step in. Will this be the time that they want to break out? We got Nasdaq catching a bit of a bid. Where's your risk on this one, Jaron?
I am risking 214.
Very good. Jack, if we get up to 67, what do you want to see it react? How do you want to see it react at the session highs here? 67.29. We got about 7 points to go in the ES. I know we got those
Let's see if we
levels.
close the initial balance first. I'm not against maybe taking a short up there, but I would see how it reacts. See if you pop the stops and come back in.
Yep. Hoag, talking about gold. Weekly kickoff high. I believe we already got there.
Oh, yeah, 38.86.
Yeah, oh, there's that. Okay.
Yep. Yeah,
we're talking about
4,000. Rejected it the night before last. Couldn't get above it yesterday during the regular trading hour session. We're showing acceptance above it now. And last night it started to show some degrees of support. So I like a pushback down to that. I'd like to sweep it. Maybe even sweep the overnight low and then see buyers come back in and see this market continue this push to the upside. Because again, we have an all-time high in the overnight session. Those tend not to be lasting highs. We just got to find the right place to buy it, Baron. I think we're on to something here.
Yeah, that's also that weekly kickoff high. It's also right near the value area high for the volume profile this week. So I mean we came into that area pre-market and we had acceptance there. It's pretty damn choppy right now. Like it's hard to sit in a trade like this for this long when it's that choppy. I'm pretty confident with the trade and it's low risk. I've already taken some risk off, so I'm fine with sitting in it. This could just be buyers building orders in this area for us to start to push higher, but I really just want to see it sweep that low. Those orders are still sitting down there. And let me check the volume profile from last night.
New highs Nasdaq 24,856. ES about 2.5 points from session highs. We'll pop in.
We're sitting right at POC, and that value area low is right at POC point of control. That's going to be where most of your volume is transacted. POC sitting right at 38.98. So we're just playing around with that level. The value area low is just below my target. It's at 38.85.7. And what I've noticed from back testing on gold and trading it the last 2.5 weeks is we really like to get down to those value area lows, value area highs, and then form reversals or continue to see pressure in that same direction.
No gap close. We'll see.
I mean, yep. Sellers at 3,900, buyers at 38.95 in gold from what I'm seeing there. I saw a little pop in crude, about 25 cent pop. Crude trading $71, $61.74. Wake up. We did see some new highs in Nasdaq, printing 24,860.
Jaron, you flat now?
Yes, I'm flat now.
Okay. You get the next one.
Oh yeah, it's the same thing always. When I'm wrong, I want to be wrong quick, and I want it to be a paper cut.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Nice work.
Thank you.
Buyers coming in here, and I'm talking about the Nasdaq. ES closing in on session highs. Anything coming out from? All right, we got. Shoot, we're gonna make this. We're gonna push this thing higher again. Nasdaq. New highs, Nasdaq.
New highs right here, right now. Yes.
Damn. Pushing higher here in crude as well. Crude number at the bottom of the hour in about 8 minutes. Wow. Look at these buyers go. Maybe one of those long on the open and that 100-point sell-off in the Nasdaq. That's brutal.
Delta 3,700 positive in the S&P is now positive in the Nasdaq as well, about 750.
750. All right, so they flipped it. Jaron, remember all the sellers at 794 or so?
Mm-hmm.
Kept selling.
Yes.
Finally twisted their arm. Yep. All right. Before we got the crude number, we are pushing higher here. We'll let this ride here, James, until we get to that. But we're continuing to cook higher here. New highs, ES 67.31. 25 points from all-time highs. And we got crude on the move. Crude about 30 cents higher in the last 2.5 minutes or so. Last trade, crude 61.84. Gold 8.98. Very, very behaving over there. It's Hoag, you said when over all-time highs are made overnight, it's not likely to stay there. Something to that effect.
Yeah. All-time highs that occur in extended trading hour sessions tend not to be lasting highs. I mean, it's very easy to say in the equities because, eventually there's going to be an all-time high in the equities no matter what. But gold, we've never seen gold at these levels. We've never seen, this kind of rally in gold. It's been since January. This thing has just been ripping.
It's incredible.
But still, the longer time frame trading participants, the regular trading hour traders, don't get to participate when there's an all-time high that occurs in the extended trading hour session. And they don't like that.
FOMO.
They want to be able to participate as well.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's important not to have FOMO, I would say. FOMO can lead to chasing, getting you on tilt, putting on bigger size than you normally would trade. It's all got to be part of your trading plan. It has to be part of your trading plan. That coincides with that's the tip of the week here at Topstep TV. Have a trading plan. We cannot say this enough. Hoag's looked at thousands and thousands of trading plans, and definitely it's all about defining your goals, risk tolerance, and time horizon. Absolutely. Build a clear trading plan with entry and exit points, and of course, set realistic profit targets and stop losses. Hoag, we talked about this the other day, but for those that are watching, seeing this tip for the first time, the first thing, all those thousands and thousands of trading plans you've looked at, the first two things in someone's trading plan that you look at is your first go-tos in a trading plan.
Well, of course, you want to see somebody that has a trading plan that has really defined entries and exits. I'm always liking when I see a trading plan that includes, a reward over risk that's better than 1-to-1, maybe 1.5-to-1 or 2-to-1 reward over risk. I always like to risk less than I would think I'm going to make on a trade.
Sure.
And risk tolerance is, of course, important to that. But as far as goals are concerned, to me, the goal should always be to stick to your plan. You're not even going to find out if your plan is going to work if you don't follow it to a T. You got to have some defined goals, and those goals should be stick to your trading plan, follow your process. It's always process over profits, right? If you can find a way to make good trading decisions, the money's going to come. It's a byproduct of being a good trader. Having a clear trading plan, entries, exits, all of that, of course, very important. And context, that last bullet point on this, setting realistic profit targets and stop loss levels. markets change, and they change all the time. Sometimes they can change very quickly. Recognize the current market state you're in, recognize when there's a possible change in that market state, and adjust your profit targets and your risk limitations and your risk levels to the current context of the market. Do we ever really know what's going to happen? No, but we can put ourselves in a better place just by understanding market context, and understanding when risk is expanding, possible profit targets may be expanding, and understanding the market state you're in. Range bound, you're fading the extremes. Trends, you want to get in and stay in.
Let it run. Absolutely.
I think that last bit, the context, that's where I see a lot of people struggle.
How so?
I've talked to hundreds of traders, and a very common pain point I see is understanding context, whether that's from a macro view or just a price action standpoint. Like, why do I want to take this trade? Why am I looking for these targets? Why is my stop loss there? If you're able to form good context on the market and you have good management of trades, your stop loss, your TP, all of that, I think if you give it enough time, trading will work out. But having those two factors are what I've seen leads to successful traders. And that's part of that is why I think like Jaren's been so successful, is like understanding the context through using order flow. And he's gone out, he's sought that information, and he's put in the time to try to understand like how the market operates.
Absolutely. Understand that.
Appreciate it.
Well, Baron, we got this crude number in about 3 minutes. About that, let's talk about you, your trading experience, your journey, Baron. Highs and the lows. Doing this, the longer you do this, the more times you're going to have to adjust your trading plan. Obviously, most notable thing, you've put Nasdaq on the back burner. Now you're trading gold. We're talking about this with Dakota yesterday. I want to ask you the same question. From change to recognizing that you got to change it up, change your readjust the strategies, to actually implementing it and executing in the market. How long did that time? We got a 500 lot up in the ES that was filled on the ES. How long does that process take from actually saying, all right, time to change it up, to actually figuring out how to change and what to change, and then executing the strategy, different products? How long was that process for you, Baron?
For switching over to gold?
Gold, and then changing up your entries, exits, knowing your risk tolerance, learning the personality, if you will, as well.
I think
it wasn't
switching over to gold for me. It was pretty damn quick, but it probably took me like a week. But I've been trading for 4 years, so I've got a certain system. I've got things I like to look for. I'm able to quickly build out a system for gold using Edgefill stats, and I had already been looking at gold because I've students who they're in Europe or they're in Hawaii or wherever it is, and they like trading Nasdaq for them just would not work. So I'm always looking at other assets, and gold is one that is pretty consistent in the overnight. So I'd already helped other traders develop those systems. It was just refining it to an area where, this is how I like to trade. This is what I like to use. So it was pretty quick for me. And, I like to trade with momentum, and gold has great momentum on it. So I think it was a pretty quick changeover for me. Probably a week or two.
Was it easy? Was it because since it was quick, does that mean it was easy to do?
Not necessarily. Right. Not necessarily. I spent the time. Probably 3-4 weeks ago, where I back tested for like 8 hours, 8 hours for like 3 or 4 days, just looking at gold and how it operates and what I want to see out of it.
Darren, I got to ask you. Sorry for the interruption. Are you seeing what I'm seeing in gold? Every dollar, like, let's just say 38.94, 38.95, 38.96, 38.97 has twice the volume of all the other levels around it. We're building a ladder here.
Can you show us?
Yeah, when we came down to that 30, when we came down to that 38.96, there were some orders sitting down there, a lot of stacked orders. It looks like that filled out, and it looks like absorption of sellers. I think longs might play out, and
I can
stat
show
that I'm
you
using.
on the dome what I'm looking at here.
Please, yes.
You may have to take me down or like take me off screen to show it. 'Cause the dome here is on the right hand side.
Hey, all right, Dal, real quick, we got that crude number coming out. It was expected pretty much neutral, and actual was a 1.8 million barrel surplus. Little sell off in crude 61.70. We are watching Nasdaq grind higher here, new highs 24,893. ES making new highs 67.32. Hoag, if you got it, just real quick what you're seeing in gold in terms of the.
Yeah, I got it right here. So let's look at here 38.88, 813, 38.90, 10 ticks above, 1,000. 10 ticks above, another 1,000, 38.92, 38.93, 800, 38.94, 1,000. All the other in betweens are around 500 or 600. 95, 1,000. 96, 1,000. 96 and 96.40, and there's also 1,000 there, but 97, 98, 99. You see the big volume at these levels. There's 9.5. There's another one. 3,900, 3,901, 3,902, 800. So there's somebody that is an accumulation or a liquidation on those even numbers in the current area of balance that we're in here in crude oil. So it's like somebody's building a ladder to me. What do you think of that, Baron? Are you seeing anything on Bookmap that's pointing anything out to you? I know you think it may be looking to head higher now.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing just with limit orders. There's stacked limit orders at each of those dollar points that you just listed out. Like they're sitting, this most recent one, we had a lot of orders sitting down at 38.96. Sellers pushed it down there, and it looks like we got failed selling below there. I might just cut this trade because it looks like buyers are starting to show up and they're steady. So the
negative delta too. So if
Is it
that's,
Hoag?
if those are stacked buyers, that negative delta could be telling us there could be a squeeze coming in here.
Yeah.
It looks like it. There's steady buyers now, and this is what I would want to see out of longs. I just cut that trade. It was right near my stop anyway. It was about to stop me out either way. So,
Would you get long? Would you get long? Knowing what you just saw, you're short and you're seeing this delta, this negative delta accumulate, and you're seeing these buyers step in, and you're getting this real time information right here, right? You're seeing what happened. You got out of it. Any thoughts of perhaps getting long to see the squeeze unravel?
If I get long here, I'm buying at the highs of the New York session. I'd be more open to longing on this breakout and then a retest of this area, or it comes down to
the breakout. You might not get the breakout because all these shorts are going to be caught, right? You're not going to get the retest.
Like we're getting the breakout.
You're not going to get the retest because all these shorts have to puke, and if they're going to puke, they got to puke it higher. That's the only thing I was.
We're getting steady buying though. Like whenever I see steady buying like this on Bookmap, typically you get a nice push higher.
Yes, I guess some thought was any thought. Okay, yeah. Oh, what's that delta at? We saw that negative delta in gold.
Well, 10 minutes ago was negative 1,100. Right now it's negative 378.
Yeah, in the last 10 minutes, it's jumped up 1,100 on Bookmap is what I'm seeing. Like we've gone positive. Like we moved towards the positive end, 1,100 orders. So, seeing those steady buyers, and it looks like they're going to push it higher.
All right. Well, sounds like you kind of talked out your next trade there. But anyways, we'll see if it does play out. 39.05 last trade. We got Nasdaq on the move higher, closing at 24,900, about a point to go. 24,899 in the orders. We got the ES grinding higher.
Fresh highs.
Yep. Here we go. 67.33.
Happy days are here again.
Yep. Oh, Leon in the chat. Leon in the chat. Gold's breaking out. Let's go. Burn those shorts. Leon, the agent of chaos. Always pumping the markets up. Good to see you in there, Leon. And there you go. 24,902. Ho, we got first hour of the New York session is in. What do we do with that? What do we do with that information in the ES and the Nasdaq?
Well, very interesting because we're just going to move our IBs to the high of the first hour of trade in the Nasdaq. The IB high is 24,893, and we just took that out. So we're going to see if we see continuation. We've got weekly kickoff high at 24,940, and we got an all-time high up there somewhere also, 25,027 and a quarter. We're right back to settlement. Looking at yesterday's high, we've taken out the base of the late spike, maybe showing some rejection of lower pricing now. Those late spike guidelines are just that, guidelines. S&Ps, let's move those IBs. So IB high in the S&Ps set 67.32 and a quarter.
Yep.
IB low 67.05 quarter, rejecting value from yesterday, rejecting the base of the late spike to the downside. We're seeing some pretty good buyers here. We kind of see if we can hold above this IB high, and then maybe we can go long from there. Or maybe we see a failed upside auction and we can see this market return lower. Gotta wait a little while, though.
IB low in NASDAQ?
IB low in NASDAQ. 24,775.
24.
Is that right? Hang on, let me double check that.
Well, last trade 24,009.
No. IB low is actually 24,726. My bad. I got so many numbers on here. It gets blurry sometimes, but yeah, 726.
Yep. I'll keep an eye on that. Jaron, looks like we're pushing this thing higher. And yeah,
I swear it's like the absence of numbers, like taking away these numbers, and we still got a little while till earnings come back in. I mean, what's going to stop it?
nothing. Nothing matters. Nothing.
New all-time high NVIDIA. Auga!
Saw that.
No air horns for that, but we got we got Hoag doing it.
Nothing matters.
Yeah, I just gotta sign the chests. New all-time high. Love Jensen.
Yeah. We got the oil number out of
NVIDIA up. How much is NVIDIA up since that happened, Jack? What is it, like 50%, something like that?
Sounds about right. It's been turbulent. We had the deep sea Armageddon. We had the tariff tantrum. It's been a wild ride, but NVIDIA holders have been rewarded.
Hoag. 82% long gold, 82% long in the gold tilt, 70% long in the crude tilt. Last trade in gold, 39.05. All right, we do have
NVIDIA is. Ooh, I want to see what your ooh's about.
Ooh, we got a live leaderboard shout out. I love seeing this. Pull that up. We got Lena, one of our live funded traders, up $13,400 already, trading the NQ and the ES. I like that. I'll keep an eye out for that. We had a live funded trader, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe put up $45,000 yesterday. Yes, real profits, real losses.
Wow.
$45,000. Obviously, it's not the only story. There are traders in the red protecting their downside. But yes, we had a big trader, live funded trader, putting up big numbers yesterday. Well done, Lena. Make sure to control that downside. Ooh, I saw something there. It was peaking above today's IB high.
We're fight clubbing them.
Oh, yeah. Still never, yeah. Okay, nothing from... We do have Barkin scheduled to speak at 11:15 a.m. Central. What do we have on tap today? Jaron, you're watching this. Okay, you're only down 333. Nothing big there. How do you readjust? Two shorts. You talking about you and Baron talking about two trade ideas. No, not necessarily trade ideas. Trade ideas. You had two shorts.
Two trades, same idea. Same idea, two trades.
Does that just mean short or long?
I'm opposed to shorts again, just in that range. Obviously, we're pretty bullish right now. At the lows of the 1025 and 1030 candle, there was a ton of selling and it got bought up. So for me now, it's just kind of being level-headed and watch what happens, not be biased for longs or shorts. Obviously, we had a breakout of this balanced range, so I think that buyers are in control. So I don't want to enter at the high of the range. So if we get a pullback and see some more failed selling, maybe at the top of this consolidation, a deeper pullback would be a good area to get in longs.
How deep of a pullback, Jared? Because we're looking at about a 20-point pullback right now, trading 24,890. How deep of a pullback are you looking for?
Maybe, another 40 points or so. Because even though if we go up from here, which is very likely, if a trade idea looks good, if CLC looks good, if I can't define my risk, then I can't get in the trade. If I have to have too wide of a stop, even though the trade idea looks good, I can't get in, because if I can't have a defined stop loss, now I'm basing the trade off money and not a trade idea. And that's happened before, but unfortunately, the risk is the most important factor. So if I can't put a defined set stop, I can't get in, and I just got to watch it play.
They say trade off of money and not the trade idea. Yeah. Are those not one and the same? Help me understand.
I think a lot of people, when they get in a trade, they're thinking that they want to make a certain amount of money. They're chasing a dollar sign and not a piece of structure that the market's going to be drawn to or set orders. So if I were to enter, let's say here, putting my stop here would be really tight, but the market's likely to come down and test a new area lower. Or if where's my trade idea invalidated? Is it invalidated at this EMA? Is it invalidated at these highs? Well, then I have to have a very wide stop, and my risk to reward, I want it to be at least a 2-to-1. So if I had to put my stop here, then, well, I'm going to have a all-time high target. And so then my risk is skewed, the risk to reward is skewed. At that point, it doesn't make sense for me to get in that trade.
Jaron, you're singing to me right now. You are singing to me.
It's the most important thing, risk to reward.
You got to be placed technically.
Yes.
Stuff.
Jared's pretty on the ball, and he's been trading less than a year, which it's good to see.
Why you like a proud papa? Look at that, like a proud papa over there. You guys,
I learned from the best, man.
I mean, that was good stuff. Little turnaround here in crude, $61.80, 80 cents. As Jack up here is 67.35. I mean, don't look now. We're about 20 points, 25 points from all-time highs.
Yeah.
What do we think? Yes. What do we got going in the ES?
I got nothing right here. I presume we'll get more movement. I mean, I should have done it before, but I guess maybe scaling in from, if we get a dip down 67.10 to 6,700 and then getting out if we crack yesterday's lows again. But right here, right now, there's a level above that I would usually be interested in trading, but by that point, we're so close to the all-time highs, I would just rather wait to see if we have some action above the all-time highs that it comes back through.
All-time highs?
So all-time highs are about 20 points higher than this in the ES. We got a long time, Hoag, but wait, we got 15 minutes for perhaps a failed upside auction in the ES.
Yeah, this would be a preempt of that if you were to short it here. But at least you got defined risk.
Yes, sir.
Well, with if we do take a short failed upside auction, essentially means the buyers have essentially stopped and the market's going to go lower. Just to speak like a caveman about it, failed upside auction.
Selling tail.
I mean,
right now, preempting it, it would be for me, it would be selling it and risking somewhere a couple ticks below the high of the day.
Sure.
The IV high is 67.32, and a quarter.
Yep.
Let us see.
Well, looking for that pullback here. 24. You said 840s would be the pullback. I guess, Jared, you're obviously life on a trade. You got it down. It's if we get to 840s, right? What time frame are you looking at in your charts? It's all about
mostly the 5 and the 15-minute. The
$1,000 downside ES, $1,000 downside ES, 67.26 bid 1,000 times, 2 points away. Sorry about that, Jared. You said on the 5 minute. I look at the 5 minute as well. I guess if we get down to the 840s, we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, the reason I have the 840s is the high of the day for New York session. It's the highs from some consolidation from the overnight, and it's the high of the top of the value range, the top of the value area. So it's like the bulk of value. That's the 70%. That's where the most volume is. So if we were to come in there and support off of it and bounce off of it, that could act as support because that's where a lot of volume is. And then if we were to break through it, we could see some further downside traversal to point of control, VWAP, things like that. That's just an area where I think more volume would come in, and that would be an edge for me to see where the buyers and sellers are playing at that point. Right now, it looks like the buying has kind of died out at the highs. Now, and it's not like absorption. It's more so I'm just not seeing not much push up. Now, there is a lot of selling going on, and it's not really, maybe it's starting to move down a little bit. So there's just nothing right here that's indicating me that I have an edge in the market.
Gold just got smoked. Gold just got smoked. That. Gold just got smoked. Gold trade 38. 38. Quick. Get it. Gold just got absolutely smoked. Gold just got smoked about $10 right there.
I'm in long at 38.97.6. This could stop me out very quickly. I've got a 5-point stop on it.
You said 97.6. Cool. Gold just what was that? Gold. $10.
Hoop mentioned it might be off the Supreme Court is to hear arguments over Trump's bid to remove Cook, and the Supreme Court refuses to let Trump immediately oust Cook. I could see how that headline might drive gold down very quickly because the Supreme Court, for instance, had said, well, he can. That's the sort of thing that would make gold spike.
I just got stopped on that.
Okay.
I was open to try. Like when I see
86s though. 86s though. Hey, we might get down those 86s. We're at 38.87 right now. 38.87. All right, 86 is now in play. 38.86. Hogue, this was the level you also had your eye on. 38.85. They are selling us down $20 off this headline. But again, Supreme Court refused to let Trump immediately oust Cook. $20. Continue to sell off your those 86s. The only market that really moved
might be
gold.
worth a long here as a preempting a failed breakdown. Gold. I don't think it's that big a story.
I don't really either.
It would be the other way.
Not for a $20 sell off in gold.
Well, it hit my low target.
I know 86. We were talking about 86. We're trading 93s right now.
I know, and then I tried to get in a little too early. All right, just try to catch the volatility. But I'll let structure form a little bit here.
We didn't know that information was going to come out. This is new information.
Baron, can we update that P&L when you have a chance? Again, gold.
753.
753. 753.
Yeah.
That's the only market that moves. Is again, gold saw about a
got some people in the chat. My sincerest feelings go out to you on that.
Brutal.
400 lot, 67.29 offered ES.
Again, got stuck. Yeah, that was a tough one. Hang in there. Yeah, gold. Leon. Yes, it's yes again. Supreme Court will not. What was it? Will not let Trump oust. What? Here it is. One more time.
So,
Supreme Court refuses to let Trump immediately oust Fed Cook. That never-ending saga there. I saw gold sell off about $20 on that. Pushing back hard. Go ahead, Jack. Brutal.
Yeah, I don't know that for sure, but we were looking for a reason, and that is something
Timeline's
that
up.
I think could impact gold. Let me look really quick at what our good friend. I see what the dollar did on it. I don't know.
It's a very strong reaction. Market orders coming. Yeah, but they came in twice in the 5 minute. They bottomed out around E94s. Now, Baron, where'd you get long? What price did you get long from? 97.
Yeah, I got long. At like 97, 90, like high 96s. Just with my stop at like the IB low.
Right.
Just seeing if that would hold. But when you get a headline, like I was just trying to take advantage of the volatility and potentially catch that back to the upside, because sometimes you see that spike down and then it immediately reverses.
Yep, Hoag 86.
Which failed
right
downside
down
auction. Supported 38.86. Wow.
82s. There we go. Troops, my person, troops, 9,500 contracts in gold. The volume moving average per minute was 200 contracts a minute before that. Wow. Damn. And push this thing higher than 900 lot in the ES, sitting on the bid at 67.26. Was not filled. We are grinding away higher from it, trading 67.31. And Nasdaq might
crazy.
It's tell you what, that 8% long tilt in 8% long tilt in gold, obviously flattened out now. 66% long. Are seeing 79% long in crude. Yeah, we got 9,500 contracts hitting the bid. Yeah, it was over 3 minutes too, troops, because we stalled out around 97s. We were trading 39.06 or so, and they slowed down about $10, right around where Baron got long, and they came in with another order. It wasn't just one. Like you said, it was over 3 minutes there.
I think this just shows too, there's a lot of speculation going on these days in gold, and probably a lot of people that are, rightfully this year have been long on it, because we didn't with that news, which if you told me before, I'd say, well, that's not really something that I would think would move markets that much. It would seem unlikely the court would do that. And we didn't see huge moves in like bonds or stocks, right? It wasn't like bonds rallied huge off that number or something.
Sure.
I think gold is just where the action's at right now.
Yeah, some fund wanted to sell 9,500. All right, 38.97, 38.97, now 98's trade in gold. You bottomed out 38.82. Look at the ES. Still 5 points off the highs there. What do we have on the calendar in terms of eco numbers? Oh, we got in about 7 minutes, top of the hour, we have a press conference from U.S. House Dems. I think we just kind of tune all this out. We'll know. There's just going to be a lot of posturing. There's going to be a lot of blah, blah, blah from both sides. Who knows what they're actually... Do we have any idea what the sticking point is, Jack? Obviously, it's money. Do we know in regards to what? What specifically?
Or you say that one more time?
What's the sticking point? In between the two? Like, do we know what the...
There's
just like
plenty of articles out there you can read.
I'm not. All right,
if not too much into it. They have differences, and this is the place where they can fight it out. And it's a part. It's a process that still is governed by the filibuster in the Senate. So it is a place where they can actually have a fight over it. So we'll see.
You know what they're fighting over?
Things happen.
Any specific deposit? It's all right. We can, if not, cool. We can look into it.
Yes, they're fighting theoretically over health insurance subsidies and some Medicare stuff. I don't want to have to explain it because
all good.
The reason I want to explain it is the framing by both sides is incredibly different. So I'm not an expert in the field. I don't want to wade into it.
Fair enough. We got their takes. We got the takes here in the chat. All right, fair enough. Healthcare. It's always that. We'll keep an eye out for that. We got about 5 minutes till the top of the hour. It's the top of the hour. Hoag gets back. We'll get his take. We did have the IB high and low. Trader Mike, read the news. Trader Mike, I do read the news. I'm trying to explain for those that don't. My friend, I do read the news. I knew the answer. I'm trying to explain it for everyone.
Gets it all off TikTok.
Yeah, come on, Trader Mike. Come on, get on to.
Listen, you go down the TikTok rabbit hole.
Don't you have me figured out by now?
There's some pretty accurate and interesting news on TikTok.
Oh boy, I don't know. Interesting.
Are we cooked?
Cook. Hey, I tell you, he's not cooked. I tell you, he's not cooked. Hey, Trader Mike. I asked the dumb questions for those that won't ask them. Come on.
There we go.
I know the answer, Trader Mike. 67.33 last trade. We got 2 points off the highs here. And 24,895 last trade in the Nasdaq. When Hoagland's back, I'm get his take on. Got those IB low and highs put in with the Nasdaq and the ES. And then at the top of the hour, perhaps a failed downside auction. Or upside auction.
Yeah, we're dancing around it right now with about 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. If we go down a little bit, I don't know. We'll ask Hoag.
Well, everyone flat. Jared, I feel like you're.
I just got in a short. If I get stopped on this one, I am going to probably call it a day. I kind of have a set stop loss for my live, even though my loss limit's high. I don't want to lose more than about 500. I do have a tighter stop, and the reason is I'm using a lot on this. I'm using Dakota's 3-bar reversal. I think that's what he would call this. We are in an area, I want to call it resistance, that the past 3 times that we've come up here, other than this high, we've rejected out of it. There is straight up exhaustion on Bookmap and Footprint that I'm seeing right now. It doesn't look like a lot of buying, and I would expect a retrace for short for longs anyways. So it's low risk in my opinion. Either way, if I get stopped on it, I will probably call it a day and just.
What price?
I got in at 891.25.
891.25.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
It will end up being a very cheap trade if we go down just a little more here before we close out this candle. But I don't hate that at all, Jaron.
Yeah, I didn't want to hop in another short after getting in 2, but it looks too good right now for me not to, and it's low risk, high reward. So the benefits outweigh the downside.
High reward. How high reward are we talking here? We're trading 24,899. What would high reward? What are we looking for to the downside on this short?
I'd be targeting the point of control. So if I were to get in, let's see, about a 5.5 R if it were to hit.
What price?
And that's kind of my trading style. My win rate's not always the highest, but on my Express accounts, I had about a 2.5 to 3 R. So, the small losses would be paper cuts, and then the large winners would always take care of the small losses that I take. And that's the trading style that I think I've adapted to the most.
Okay.
And some days you just take the small paper cuts, and your P&L can be minus 300, 400, 500, but then if you make 2K, 3K the next day, it'll take care of all those small losses.
Yeah. So you said 5. What's the target actual price?
Oh, okay. It is 778 would be the downside target. I could be tempted, take it off at 839 because that's the top of the point of the value at 839 at 840s if it were to start supporting there. So I have some soft targets in my head as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
We'll change along the way. Last trade.
Holds back at that
Look at that,
3,900 level.
Yes, it is.
Man, it did exactly what I wanted it to do. I got out of the short, and then I missed the long. I tried to buy the long too early. I tried to buy the dip a little too early.
Yeah, it was that second wave that came in. It was the second wave. It did stall at 97s, and then another wave of selling did come in, and that's we saw it.
Down to the buzzer. No failed upside auction. Post.
67.32, down 33's trade. Euro close at the bottom of the hour. Yeah, let's take a look at some of these other prices. Not seeing much 10-year prices. Not seeing too much of the 10-year price. What we got? Yields around 4.1, Jack, give or take. Nothing really moving too much there.
Yeah, purple box time.
Look at that. Look at that gold. Real.
Pretty good support level. We tested a little bit below it. Once again, 5 bips below that would bring us to where Powell announced the rate cut. Then we got the big old 4 handle. Man, look at this. We go back a little bit. In the run up to it, that was a real you shall not pass. Tested below it for the briefest time, and then just boop, sorry.
Was a oh man. Hey, there's Hoag back 10 o'clock. No failed upside auction. We got the IB high and low.
We're out on that one. We're out.
Done?
Yep, done.
Okay. All right. We still have the house account. House account short one. House account's been short 1 micro gold throughout all that. 39.07. Short for 39.07. Oh, gold on the grind high or back after that big market order came in, and we are seeing a grind higher in the Dow, the Nasdaq, in the ES, all grind to new session highs.
So
eye out for air
as
horn.
long as we hold those IB highs in the equities, now they're longs.
Put up a poll. Let's put up a poll. Will we see new all-time highs in the ES? We are 20 points away from new all-time highs. 67.56. We are 100 points away from
we're
new
closer
all-time.
than that. I mean, just because I always look at SPX for those things, because just the way futures contracts are individuals, I got, we're about 13 points away from what I call the CNBC all-time high.
Well, unfortunately, this is Topstep TV, Jack, so we got to go those Topstep TV all-time highs. Will we get to all-time highs in the ES or the Nasdaq? Will we see all-time highs? I know what you're saying, Jack, but we're looking at these. We're 20 points away in the ES futures. So is that we look at 67.56 in the Nasdaq? That would be all-time highs of 25,027. 027. 100 points from the Nasdaq. There we go. All-time highs. Get that poll up. With that being said, let's get James in here for a couple announcements. I think we got air horn in sight. James,
Batman high.
Thank you. Yes, hello everybody. It's Wednesday here on Topstep TV. And do you like Topstep TV? Do you like Twitter? Do you like X? Well, then you're going to love Topstep TV on X. All right, we're going to drop a link in the chat now for you to give us a follow if you're not doing so already. And if you're not following us on X, then what are you doing? Not only can you watch Topstep TV there, you can get updates on the latest program updates, platform updates. We have giveaways there from time to time. You get the greatest hits, the best ofs. If you miss a day, you can go check it out on our Twitter for all the greatest clips and highlights from today's show. So definitely give us a follow. It's worth your while. While you're there, give Michael Patak a follow too. He loves to drop the goods early. So follow Michael, follow us. Never trade alone. Also, speaking of never trading alone, later today, after shoulder tap at 12:15, group coaching with Hoag continues on all week long. That's right, we are looking for your questions. So, do you have a question for Hoag, Hoop, or JD? If so, we're going to drop another link in the chat, and this one's going to be pinned for you to submit your questions for group coaching with Hoag. If you ever wanted to know any kind of the lingo we talk about, if you hear a term that you're not sure of and you ask in chat but it doesn't get seen, this is your opportunity to ask those questions. And just if you and remember, if you don't hear your question read on air today, tune in tomorrow, tune in Friday, tune in all week long, because we do try to get through each and every question that is submitted. That is group coaching with Hoag later today at 12:15 after shoulder tap. But for now, Fast Markets continues on. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, James. Group coaching, invaluable, absolutely invaluable resource. We're talking about 100 and how many years of experience there, Hogan? I just say it. 200 years of experience at least. Let's sell off here in Crude. Get those questions in. JD, Hoag, and Hoop. You're on Top Step TV. Got 4,000 people watching across the globe. We're still over on Airhorn Watch and ES. And oh hell, air horns, gold. Already had air horns overnight. 39.22. 39.22.
Not a great push up here. Not a great push.
Stalling a little bit.
Yeah, looks to be. We'll see it hold IB highs. It ain't over yet.
No, yep. Hoop. Hoop. What we got to the upside? Yes, Hoop. We got we got about 1,000 offered at 67.39 in the orders and 69.40. Yeah, we saw that 900 lot, 1,000 lot jump in on the bid, and we saw the market run away from. Never got filled, even on that huge gold sell off.
Canceled it.
Jack canceled it. Jack, literally nothing else moved besides gold. I'm not all around. Literally nothing moved.
Well, I think it's just a
Yeah.
waterfall of stop losses, right? I mean, like you
Yep.
get something moves a little. You're right. Hoop said algo bot, something reading the tape, sees the cook headline, sells, and then stops get hit, and more stops get hit, and there you go.
Algos. I bet someone at Topstep was trading tulips. Hoag, Hoop, JD. Were any of you trading tulips? Tulips back in the day. And then also explain the context there, Hoop. When Hoag, when we talk about tulips, what's the inside joke? What's the inside joke?
I know this one. I might be young, but I know this one.
Well,
I forget the years, but a couple hundred years ago, tulips were in what was it? The Dutch had a real thing for tulips. Go ahead, Jack, if you want to talk about it.
Yeah, 1637. The Dutch love them tulips. It's just like the classic. It's a little bit what do you call it, cliche or whatever, but example of an asset bubble, where they got bid up to, I can't go back to 1637 on my charts, but went very expensive and then completely collapsed in May.
Yep, the old tulip craze. Yep.
Do more on another time. That was making me think of another.
It's like you have no intrinsic value. When you're talking about like the tulips or whenever you hear that and someone's talking about the markets, it's you're bidding up on an asset that has no intrinsic value, and it's gotten to a price point where it's irrational.
More recently, you got Beanie Babies. Remember those?
Yeah.
NFTs.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, what was those? Everyone was slinging GIFs or JPEGs for millions of dollars. Yeah. NFTs. There you go. NFTs indeed. Again, let's see if we go get that 1,000 lot up at on the ES. In the ES on the ask 67.39. 67.40. Got 901, 200 on the top. But yes, we'll kill the poll. Pug Traveler. I thought the same thing in my head, Pug. I didn't want to say it. Let's kill that poll. 59% are saying we are going to see all-time highs in the ES. About 20 points to go.
Oh.
All right, Jaron, let's take a look. Jaron, 3 trades. You're still looking for that next setup, perhaps? What are you looking for?
I think I'm going to call it a day, unless something just becomes blatantly clear. I don't really want to force a trade. At this point, to get in longs, I'm not liking what I'm seeing. It looks like we're in an area of resistance. I don't really want to try a short again. I just got stopped out on it. I'm not going to force anything. I'm just going to sit and watch and let it play out.
We got some size on. We got some size in the Nasdaq. 700 offered at 24,929. 929 offered 700 times, about 20 points higher. When we go get that.
I think the more interesting bubble story, I think I've talked about on the show before, but lesser known than the tulips, is whenever you think that you've outsmarted the markets or that you're smart and should make money, Isaac Newton lost a substantial part of his fortune paper handing and then YOLOing the South Sea Company.
Oh, wow, we're talking.
Yeah.
Oh man, I did not know that one. We had Wesley Snipes. Yep. Who's that? Isaac Newton, Wesley Snipes. Who had that on their bingo card today? Any other
no,
ones?
not at all. But it's funny if
it.
you look at his trades in it too. It was like he bought in, all right. He sold for a big profit, and then it kept on like a rocket ship to the moon. Got FOMO, went in harder, and then lost all his money. So, and he invented calculus, which is, I guess, debatable.
Wait a minute. The Greeks would like to have a word. The Greeks would like to have a word.
Leibniz.
Yes. Hey,
anyway, we're getting off the thread right now.
Yeah. Hoag, question for you. Last time I should know this. The last time a product has come and gone back on the floor, product introduced, grand opening, grand closing. First thing that comes to mind? Bigs.
Pork
I guess
bellies.
besides like pork bellies?
Pork bellies.
Kidding.
There's a huge trading pit on the trading floor, and
longer.
They just didn't stop. They stopped trading it, and it kind of dried up, and they just ended it. Hoop would probably have more information about that than I do, because at that time he was trading meats. He was trading pork bellies at the time.
Interesting. I just want to know. Yes. Look at that, man. That's why I got home. I love that.
When I was a runner there, man, it was a big product, and then all of a sudden it just went away.
Rain futures.
They kind of come and go. They're in vogue for a while, and then they used to trade butter and eggs at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. They used to trade potatoes and onions, and believe me, if there's a market for something, they're going to set up a futures product about it. See if it works.
They will. Oh, yes, they will. Good stuff, Hoag, man. That's what I lean on Hoag for. I'll just throw these dumb questions in his lap, and he just there you go. That's what group coach is for. Not dumb. No such thing as dumb questions, but yes. We're going down, boys. Says Zero Mind. We are selling off a little bit here in the Nasdaq. About 30 points. Called 30 points off the highs. 24,888 in the Nasdaq. Seeing some selling here in gold again. Gold on the push lower. What are you talking about?
I want to take a stab at longs here, but I feel like I need to wait for the structure. You need to wait for the structure to form. It is at the low on gold.
Gold 70
is at the low of that like 1 minute range, but this volatility is a little crazy. I'd rather wait for structure to form and take the right trade.
Yo, we're seeing some selling here. We got 17 minutes till the bottom of the hour, which is also the London close. We are looking at 75% short on the Nasdaq tilt right now. This thing. ES not so convinced about this sell-off just yet. Dow not budging either. Right now we're seeing the Nasdaq sell off a little bit. Is this Nvidia? Is Nvidia coming off all-time highs here? Nothing else is really budging.
It's only pulled off like not even $1. So
all right. I was looking for something. Yes, Baron, keep an eye on that gold. Let us know if you do get back in again. Looking at about a $7 sell-off in this 5-minute candle. We were just trading 39.01. And they did sell it, take it down to 38.93, 3,900. Cannot figure out what to do with that price level. We'll keep an eye on this Nasdaq. 75% short on the tilt. Jared, you said you're looking for that setup. An A-plus setup. An A-plus setup. What does an A-plus setup look like? You've taken 3 shorts, right? Manage the risk properly. What does that next A-plus setup look like? If you get it, what would it look like? What would it look like?
I mean, A-plus setup would be just, full example of CLC, context, location, confirmation. So if I were looking for shorts, we would be in an area of supply or resistance. We would see some kind of failed auction, some kind of exhaustion, absorption, CVD divergence, and then confirmation. We would look for that on the order flow, and then we would see aggressive selling, then step in and wash out all those buyers at the highs. That would be, for me, the A-plus setup. I think if we were to break this low, because it looks like there's a lot of selling at these lower wicks, if we were to break that low, because it looks like there's a buyer continuing to bid there, then I think we could see what we saw similar to Monday, see a flush down a little bit. But right now, every time the market comes to this level, it continuously gets bought back up.
I guess my question for you, Jordan, when you said that when you say what you just said, right? Every time we get this level, it gets bought up. Yeah, I guess that means, I guess that means just don't take the short, right? I guess when you say that, you means, obviously don't get short. I guess what would be, let's say take a long, but would that change what you're looking at? Every time it gets this level, it gets bought. So if you don't, not take the long, I get it because we're up at the highs. Just want to see, the flip side to that.
Yeah, I mean,
we'll see.
It makes sense. I know exactly what you're asking. Like, if you see all the failed selling down at the lows, wouldn't it make sense to maybe hop in the trend and get in longs? The opposite side of that is we are in an area of resistance. So, like, we wicked out here. We did yesterday, earlier in the week, and then if you even go back to the 22nd and the 24th, another area we've rejected out of before. So it's like I'd be longing in supply, and I'm not confident in that. So another thing where it's like my there's conflicting things that I'm seeing. If you can see longs and shorts play out, you probably shouldn't get in the trade, because then you don't have an edge and you're just gambling at that point. And I can't do that.
I like that. Like that.
Man, Hoag approves some of that.
Yeah. No edge, no trade.
Cognitive dissonance. You have cognitive dissonance. You just wait for something else.
Yep.
Hoag liking what he hears. Say, Baron, still looking at for that long? Jaren's just spitting facts over here.
Yeah, I
He's singing.
I want to take a stab at it. It's right at that
Take a
value
stab
area
at
high.
it. Baron, what is it? Take a stab at it. Is that your trading plan? Is taking a stab at it your trading plan?
It's within like an area I want to get long from, which is that value area high. I was calling it out, earlier this morning, and I think being at this value area high, it makes sense when we're getting down to that level. It looks like we're just running out of sellers at that level to me on Bookmap. There's not aggressive selling in there. We might see a pickup here, but we had a double break on the IB for the 930 to 1030 IB. So it's a little bit trickier to read. I'm going to have my stop below the lower VWAP band at 3891. So I'm at I'm going to push it to 390 just because this range is a little bit larger. I'm going to use a little bit of a wider stop. See if we start to get some buyers in there. But I'm not seeing much on the sell side. And as I say that, it starts
Are you
right?
in? Are you in? Or are you
Yeah, I'm in. I'm taking a stab at it. We'll see. I'm giving it some room to breathe. Just one mic.
College try.
The bonds sell off a little bit here. That 4.1% level held quite nicely.
Baron, what price did you get? You get it on that long?
38.96. But this might just rip my stop.
Okay.
The range is pretty big. After that massive sell off. So, a 6.5 point stop might not even be enough on this. You might need like something like a 10-point stop.
Okay.
Yeah. Stop me up pretty much immediately. I saw there was just no selling where I was getting in at, and then it just immediately came in right when I bought. So I think I might call it there.
Yeah, you don't want to say it. They hear you when you say it.
Every time.
They're watching Topstep TV, bro.
Yep, 38.90 last trade. 74% short on the tilt in the Nasdaq. Coming in
I think if it rips the low at 879, I do think that we could see some downside continuation. 100%.
All right,
yes, it's holding up
around the IB high. Barely.
Yeah, what do you make of that, Jack, when you see that?
Well, the longer we hang out around here, unless people are reloading, those zero-date options are losing time value, so to speak. We weren't really able to get through the first kind of call wall. which would have been just, I got that about 67.40. You see a 283 lot there to sell. And then on the fives, 230 at 45, 216 at 67.50, which would be the 6,700. I think we need some juice if we want to get through that 6,700 in the SPX.
Okay.
I think there's a good risk reward if we wanted to take a short, but we're still holding above the IB high, Hoag, which says long to you.
Yep.
Let me see.
It's just spending time up here, just kind of hanging around.
Well, we do need a graphic, Andrew. We need a graphic for call wall with Paul Wall. We'll pay the Getty image or whatever to get Paul Wall.
24,870. Watching this tilt in the Nasdaq. Big short tilt right now. 77% short. Trading 24,878. 878. You still in this, Baron? Or did you get stopped?
No, it stopped me out, and now it looks like it's gonna run. I think my stop was just a little too tight, just a couple points too tight.
That's always in a better spot.
So. Yeah, I should have just waited a little bit longer.
We got London close at the bottom of the hour. What else do we have on the calendar for the day? We had ADP earlier today. That was a doozy. We'll talk about that here in a second. We got Barkin scheduled to speak in about 45 minutes or so. We have a White House press briefing. That should be interesting. Noon Central. There's going to be a lot to talk about there. Executive orders to be signed after the bell. So we still have some more on the docket for the rest of the day. Keep an eye out for that. Like I just said, like we're just talking about, the ADP came out today earlier in the session. Big miss. That is measuring private payrolls. But for those that want to get caught back up on it, here we go. Let's bring that in on TopstepTV.
Private payrolls are plummeting. 32,000 jobs from private sector businesses were lost in September, according to payroll company ADP. And it could be a while before investors and policymakers get more employment-based information. Due to the government shutdown, the latest monthly jobs report is not expected from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The most recent BLS outlook showed the U.S. hiring rate fell to 3.2% in August. Other than the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, that's the lowest the rate has been since 2013.
2013. Sheesh.
13. I know. I still don't remember that one.
Yet we rally.
Jared, how long have you been trading for, Jared? You've a few years now, right?
I started in January.
Being a bear is the fun, right? Catching shorts and watching that thing run to the downside. Yeah. It's the greatest trade and the most fun type of trade to be profitable on. Hoag, I'm gonna ask you this. Hoag, why are we all bears? Jack, I'll throw it to you. Why do we love the short bias? Why do we love it so much when we know and we see it on the charts that the dailies that the market? Why do we love shorts so much? Just because how fast
money comes faster.
Elevator down.
It does.
Yeah.
Yep. It does. Money comes faster. Don Slider in the S&P pit, one of the best traders, once told me, he says, the longest I've ever been is short 10.
Get it? Yep.
He was really good at picking tops.
Yeah, I mean, we love the moves to the downside. But yet we continue to make all-time highs. COVID, big point of the story is COVID broke me, Jaron. Market should have been, we were limit down, and we were making new all-time highs.
It's more fun to be contrarian, right? Because then, I always use the example, they made the movie The Big Short. You don't probably see The Big Long. Maybe that's the Roaring Kitty movie, but that's kind of a different sort of thing as well.
It's called Warren Buffett or Berkshire. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, contrarianism is fun, but also there's just, I think, we know we're supposed to buy low and sell high. And in a market that continues to go up, like maybe if you want to do that, something like oil is your thing, where, oil's still way down compared to where it was when I was in college, 15 years ago or whatever else. But yeah, you're always looking at something that it looks expensive, so you want to sell it.
Right. Yep. I think another thing too, it's like I just started in January. So the first 5 months I was trading, and this was all new to me, which it still is new to me, of course. The first 5 months, all I saw was, 9:30, it just sold off 400 points. The next day, it sold off 300. So that was my first experience with trading, was just seeing a market collapse. And that's not normal because it's always going up over time. And then seeing the bounce back that we had in April and May. So it's, every day's a learning lesson. Even though I'm on a live, it's like I am new in the grand scheme of things with people who've done this for 20, 30, 40 years. I'm not even a year in. I'm still learning every day despite having some success. It's like, you're always new in the market and you're always learning new things. So that's always got to adapt and just take in new information.
Great perspective there.
We were actually talking about that the other day, just like how when you started, it was pretty much just straight bear market and then just rebound. It's crazy. It's been a crazy, like if you started trading this year, it's insane for a first year, like a first year of trading.
Yep.
It's felt like 5 years. Like it's been.
Well, we go around the horn here. We go around. Jack, you and I pretty much started around the financial crisis. So that was bear market. Hoag, you started around Black Monday?
No, started trading in like personal in 1989. In mini grains at the Mid America Commodity Exchange. But I mean, I've been through boom and bust, and there's always opportunity. I just want to say I'm very impressed with the youth in trading these days, especially you guys, Baron. And you guys, I feel like I'm passing this off to some really, really smart, good traders, and that makes me very happy to feel and to hear what you guys are talking about. You guys are the shit,
man. Yeah,
in a good way.
Thank you.
Yeah, they are sharp.
They
are.
Yeah, I think you just made my day, Hoag.
Yeah, that was
very sweet of you, Hoag.
That was good.
Never said that to me.
I was gonna say, Andre, I don't know if you feel this way. I feel like it was almost a great detriment to the way I look at trades and stuff to have kind of started during the financial crisis, because it'd be interesting to see, of the people who are actively trading, what percent of them started around the COVID times, right? And if you were around, most of you guys were during like the financial crisis. That was really terrible. Like, not in a way that like seen COVID and everything else since then, but like that was legitimately scary in a way that I don't think anyone's really seen since. And if you started in like 2020 or something, 2021, like, buy the dip all the way has been the thing. But man, that financial crisis, what was it? The S&Ps were down more than 50%.
Yeah. COVID was
like, could you imagine if we just crashed below 3,000 or like 2,000 in the S&P?
We were withdrawing money. New highs, ES. London closed in 90 seconds. Real about the financial crisis. Doesn't need to turn. Dow's new highs. We were pulling money out of trading accounts in the event of a run. That was very scary. And MF Global? That whole thing went down. But yes, run on the banks were being discussed. We saw that in Europe as well. But yeah, it was financial crisis. So yeah, and those that started with COVID and also like Jaron and
I started in COVID. I started dipping my toes in during COVID.
Because that's when we start, when the volatility, when the headlines are going crazy. Well,
also, like I was sitting at home and I had nothing else to do, so I started looking at ways to make money online.
Same, exactly.
Trading came up, and then I really started getting into options trading in like it must have been like May or April of 2021, and I mean I was just trading stocks in like 2020, like right after the COVID crash, right before May. I started buying airline stocks because I was like, I feel like they're gonna lift the ban, and then that play ended up working out. But
15 seconds, Jero.
Yeah, I started trading options in like April 2021, and then moved over to futures in 2023.
No crypto in between? Be honest.
I did do some crypto.
Little
in
crypto.
between.
Oh yeah.
I did a little crypto.
Little
I mean,
crypto.
like I went from like just trading general stocks to trading spot crypto to trading options and then to futures.
Yeah. See, that seems to be the progression. Introduction of futures seems to be a couple stops along the way. But then they stay with futures. Futures is, I give her a phrase, real.
Speaking
I
of
feel
real,
like people are futures.
yeah, we're getting into it right now. We're approaching that
All right.
first call wall I discussed, and we're 10 points in the ES away from the all-time highs in the SPX. So now I am not touching a short. Could be wrong until we get to at least, ideally, the setup would be that we like pop stops through that 67.50, settle back in, then I would think about it.
Okay. A few minutes here. Hoag, you got your work cut out for you. You got to get ready for some morning recap. Hoag, you loved what you heard today from Jaron and Baron. Hoag, love the wisdom too, and the story about tulips. Hoag, what's up, man? You got to bounce? We'll get ready for a morning recap.
Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. Great to be on with you guys. Andre, you know I love you. Jack, you know I love you. Love you all.
I know that. Hoag.
See you in a few for the market recap.
Hoag, really quick. Hoag,
great job.
Did you vote? Did you vote yes or no on all-time highs in the ES? What was your vote? Yes or no?
I voted yes.
Okay, very good. Now get out of here. We'll see if it happens. Good job.
Right.
Morning recap. We're 15 points from all-time highs. Scratch that, about be 14 points from all-time highs. Can we do it? Well, Leon says ES dragging NQ higher, all caps. I love the energy. Love the energy. Leon. Grinding here. Nasdaq, not so much. Dow also pushing higher here. We are
GC's trying to catch a bid here.
Yes, it is. All right, so
just it's too early on my entries today. Too early on my entries.
Yeah, well, I like the first one. Not gonna lie, I like that. Didn't know there was gonna be a second wave of selling. I mean, $10 sell off. They've followed it back up with another $10 worth of selling. Yeah, I mean, I like the idea. All right, Jack, talk to me about this trade setup one more time. All right, we're grinding higher here. You're looking at 67.50 in the ES, perhaps as a level. So you want to see how we?
Yeah, and on the stops, like if we hit that, maybe the stops will take us. I'm aware that the high in this contract is 67.56. I don't like to look at that as much. That 67.50 is 6,700, big fat round number. Biggest call wall I see. So see what happens if we can get it. We're so close.
Every time you say call wall, I love it.
Call wall.
Well, there we go. Okay, so what else do we have on the schedule for today on Topstep TV? We got Baron and Jaron. I wanted to get into the roommate trading buddy dynamic a little bit. Markets were moving, so as always on Topstep TV, markets first. But again, we have Hoag with the morning recap. After that, Jason E, and JD with a little trade with Topstep. Shoulder tap with Jack and Ben. Do not miss that. Fantastic stuff. Get a peek behind the curtains. Talk to people from our risk team. Then we got group coaching. JD, Hoag, Hoop. That form is pinned to the top of the chat. Get those questions in. It's a very, very valuable resource. I'm still asking questions to those fellas, and they're still hitting me with some answers. I'm still learning. After that, we do have Jack, Baron, and JD. Baron, you're coming back. My apologies. No, apologies. I read the wrong schedule. We got Jay, Carlos P, and Dakota after Hoag. And then we got Jack and Ben, group shoulder tab, JD, Hoag, Hoop for group coaching, Jack, Joe A, Deanna Dolby. Very much looking forward to this one for trade with Topstep. And then Power Hour, 4 people. We got Mandy, Fatima M, Dolby, and myself to close it out. So that Crude moving. Crude is moving to the upside. And real quick on that, we did see a 77% short tilt in the Nasdaq. We're trading 24,878. Tilt has leveled off to 50-50. We're about 30 points higher.
Yeah, so I was on mute when I said, when I was tracing over, I'm still thinking about this Batman pattern. It's so good. It even has the ears.
Oh yeah, look at that. What product? What market is that?
That's ES, and that's where the all-time highs in the contract were. A little double top there for now, but like this is how often do you see this? This might be the most perfect Batman pattern ever.
It really is. It's it really is. Baron, something funny. I like jokes. Please just let me in. Tell me.
I'm just laughing at the Batman pattern. Like that is
Jaren,
simple as that.
Seems that Jaren is in on the joke too. Did you guys both go on mute and yell between the walls? Did you guys yell something? Are you guys sharing a wall? I gotta ask. Are you guys sharing a wall right now?
No,
we're not.
Okay, very good. Good. You guys call it trade ideas. I want to get into this more. I want to know about the dynamic. Is it really quick? Is it just trading 24/7 when you guys aren't sleeping?
I mean, Jaren's been grinding 2K. He's been grinding 2K on my my PlayStation. Right. So,
yep.
No, it's not just trading 24/7. It is a lot. Like, you know, during the New York AM session, and then we'll trade in Asia, and you know, after like 7 p.m. somewhere in there. But it's like from New York AM to like, I'd say like 11 or 12 is typically when we're trading it. And then like we'll go to the gym or whatever it is, and then come back, start looking at the charts again, like 6 p.m., 7, somewhere in that time frame.
Between you two, who was the first one to tell the other one, hey, can we talk about something besides trading? Can we talk about
that
the
was
weather?
Me. Definitely me.
You've been doing it longer. Yeah. Lifted trader, we were. 67.43.
It can drive you crazy if like that's all you're doing. Anything that you do in excess, it's just charts.
Here we go.
It can get a lot.
Here we go. Yeah, it is information
like overload. ES is dragging up.
Yeah, we are closing in. We are 12 points from all-time highs in this contract, and Nasdaq just put in some new highs. Dow putting in new highs in the Nasdaq. 24,927 within 100 points of all-time highs there. Make sure we got the air horns charged. Take a look at that ladder. Is that order still up there? 929 in the Nasdaq.
So high in the SPX was 699.5. So we've never actually gotten to 6,700 before. We are 5.5 points away.
Do you think we'll get there, Jack? Not financial advice, just do you think, does Jack think we'll get there?
I mean, it would be a pretty funny place to pull the rug. I got to be honest. But yeah, I think we'll probably get there.
Right. Baron?
We do have...
Did you vote yes or no, Baron, on the poll?
What poll? All-time highs?
Exactly. Jared, did you vote yes or no on the poll, Jared?
I'd say yes. I would say yes.
I love it. I love it. Baron, you are my favorite.
We do have the...
You are my absolute favorite.
We do have the standard deviation of the IB, the one extension, up at 67.53 on ES, and on NQ, that's going to be at 24.957. So it looks like we're just going to head straight there. There's been no chill. And like when I've been trading Nasdaq for a while, when I see it hit those IB extensions and you don't get a clean rejection off of it, you will typically see it hit further extensions.
What was that target? The extension target price one more time?
On ES or NQ?
ES, please. And then we'll do NQ.
Yes, that's going to be 67 of the 45 minute. Let me switch it over to the 1 hour. That's going to be the one standard deviation is at 67.59 and a quarter.
New one,
which is past all-time highs. It's 3 points past all-time highs. The next level I would be looking at is 67.51. That's at the 0.7.
67.50. Okay, very good. So one would not be all-time highs. All right, cool.
And if anyone is wondering about standard deviation extensions, it's essentially like you're taking your IB range, your first hour, and then you're applying like a percentage to it. So the 0.1 is going to be 110% of that range. The 1 is going to be 200% of that range. So it expands out.
Look at that, Bear. I like that. Good stuff. I want to see if we're going to do this. I want to see if we're going to do this. It feels like we got the buyers just grinding this thing higher. We are closing in on all-time highs.
I feel like I should take that trade if it pays, if it plays out, even if we're maybe with a couple micros or something. I'll be back on later.
Yes, you will. Very good. Just hold back here. All right. All right, we'll see if we got this is the best time. We're going to bring in Dr. Volatility in right now because we want to see another push higher here. James, come on in for some real hard-hitting news. I love this. Baron's favorite segment. I know that.
First of all, before we really get into it, good poll in the chat. Although I know you can only put 4 options. Why did we leave out George Clooney and his bat nipples? That is hands down the best Batman there is the George Clooney one.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, so many good lines from that movie. Oh my god.
Yes.
All right. Hello, everybody. Our first story is local. Kind of nuts. Here it is, everybody. The first look at your new Chicago Bears Arlington Heights Stadium renderings of what they hope the stadium to look like out in Arlington Heights. They released this yesterday as they work towards finalizing a plan to build on the 326 acres they own in the northwest suburb. The plan for the dome venue has a fixed roof and about 60,000 seats, was created by architect David Menica, who also designed the Las Vegas Raiders Stadium. The total project, which consists of a stadium and a mixed-use district with shops, restaurants, and housing, would cost $10.9 billion, with the Bears paying more than $2 billion alone. The stadium itself cost $6.6 billion. Now, the report also estimated that the infrastructure cost would reach $855 million in public funds. Once complete, the project would have a statewide economic impact of $1.3 billion per year and create an estimated 9,000 permanent jobs. That's a lot of numbers being thrown out. All I hear is money, 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 and a lot of it is
Those jobs
Don't know
would
where all
help
of it's coming from.
Indoor football is lame.
I know. Yeah, Baron's right. The reports says there's no jobs, so let's add 9,000 jobs. I don't know. Part of the fun of liking the Chicago Bears is that they actually play here in the city. I don't really want to take a train to go watch a football game. I mean, I already am, but I don't want to take a longer train. So we'll see. We'll see how this shapes up. This story is ever evolving. They're always moving forward with it, but at the same time, we're trying to keep them in the city. So we'll follow this as it continues. Yeah.
I used to have Bears season tickets, and I'm all for this move. Soldier Field is such a pain in the butt to get to. It's outdated. I love this. And 2, my favorite part of this story was if you look at the renderings, it just says stadium on it. Probably because they don't know whether it'll be the Ion Q Dome or the Oklo Arena or something. So we'll see. You got to wait for that money.
Just stadium.
The Metro.
It's true. The Metro, which they have cafe cars now. I almost picked that story for today, but maybe later. Now on to some more bear news. The best bear news. It's been Fat Bear Week all last week, guys. I don't know if you guys were following this story. Fat Bear Week. That's right. The Bears are about to go back into hibernation, and one website has dedicated to picking your favorite bear. Well, brown bear heavyweight Chunk has won the Fat Bear Week despite his injury of a broken jaw, which he sustained when fighting another competitor. Don't worry, he's okay. Chunk received the most votes in a competition between 12 brown bears in which people picked the bear they believe to be the best at exemplifying fatness and success as they prepare for their winter hibernation. Voters from more than 100 countries followed the action at Katamai's Brooks River through live web streams where bears could be seen scooping up salmon and eyeing up their competition. And things get really close to home with some of these fat bears. One voter, Amy Hall, called Chunk an inspiration. She said, Chunk and I both went through some stuff this summer, and we both have learned to adapt and heal. Thank you, Chunk, for being an inspiration, she said. So these fat bears or helping people, Andre.
Connecting.
Chunk beat one of his biggest bear rivals along the river, known as a bear. The bear's name is only 856, and he beat him by more than 30,000 votes. And what has started out as a one-day competition with about 1,700 votes in 2014 has since gone global, drawing in and educating fans around the world. So congrats to Chunk. You are our Fat Bear Week winner. We love you, Chunk. Never change.
Oh, what was that?
And finally, my last story, one that can hit home for hopefully, I don't know. This is definitely me. Americans are using PTO to sleep, not for vacation. An American sleep survey found out that more than 1,200 Americans revealed that 37% use vacation days in the past years just to rest. Part of this is due to the rising costs of vacationing itself. Others, it's just burnout. It's just pure work exhaustion. Americans may be less likely to use your PTO for vacation. And the new report found out that 1/3 of workers are spending it on leisure. Or, I'm sorry, they're not spending it on leisure. They're using it to recover from exhaustion. That rate was the highest amongst millennials at 43%, followed by 34% of Gen X, 33% of Gen Z, and just 20% of baby boomers. The survey also found that higher earners were 26% more likely to use PTO for sleep than those earning under $100,000. On average, Americans took PTO for up to 2 to 3 days to catch up on sleep. You guys ever been guilty of this, or are you always balling out on PTO?
Well, I tend to catch up on sleep when I sleep.
Guilty.
There it is. Oh,
I got kids, man. There's no solace, no quarter.
James bringing it today.
God, that sounds awesome.
I mean, yeah.
No, everyone who has kids, you all sound like you live the best life. It makes me really envious. I can't believe I don't have children. Anyway, waking up at 11 a.m. on the weekends, awesome. We got a lot more show today at Topstep TV. Back to you guys.
Oh, Baron.
Check in when you're 80, James.
Oh, man. Oh, Jared. Always a good sport. Jared.
It's Fat Bear Week, but the bears aren't very fat in the indices.
Hey, wow! Look at that. Were you cooking that up the entire time, Jared?
No, the moment James came out with that, I was like, I got to make this joke.
Jared, thumbs up, thumbs down, Jared. Yeah, well, you gave
bars. I was bored. Where are my bears at, man? Where's my bears?
I'll tell you where they're not. They are not in the ES. We are 9 points away from all-time highs. Last trade 67. New highs, session highs 67.47. All-time highs 67.46. Nasdaq less than 100 points. We're about 90 points from all-time highs. Last trade 24,931. All-time highs of 25,027. And another push higher here in the ES. Dow's cooking as well. Wow. This looks like it might happen here.
It could. It's tempted to call
the first day of the government shutdown.
All these 6,700 SPX call, 0-date calls are kind of tempting the hammer of justice to make an appearance later today. Fat Bears, we got a fat call wall.
First day. Also, yes, we have morning recap coming out. We do have Barkin scheduled to speak. Would they allude to anything from the jobs report? Well, we'll find out. I guess stay tuned and find out. See if the Barkin does touch the ADP report.
If the government stays shut down, what reports won't we get? I know we're not getting NFP. Well,
inflation.
So it could impact news going into
inflation.
Anything from the BLS, but you'll still have the private measures. Don't worry, we'll still have University of Michigan.
Yes, that's a public school. No, okay, good. Yes, if we get our Michigan, yeah. CPI does the BLS do CPI?
I believe so. I don't think we're getting that.
No CPI. Right, 67, 47 half. It is just grind. That open was tough.
Again, we get jobless claims.
No, negative.
No.
This is We will not. Again, tomorrow, no jobless claims, and Friday, no non-farm employment as well. So this will
Somebody
be
was
interesting.
asking, like, how when the government shut down and all this news, why are we rallying? Few reasons. A, we're kind of in between earning seasons, right? You know, there's not going to be any unemployment number anymore. Your uncertainty kind of goes down a little bit in that world. And then also with the ADP number, we're looking at more definite rate cuts. We squeeze the ever living S out of shorts today. All these things could lead to us to go higher.
Yeah, also on the grand scheme of things, this jobs or the shutdown, we've been through this before, and we're about
It's a
12
big
hours
nothing
into it.
burger.
It's nothing.
Big nothing
for now.
burger.
For now, it's nothing, and most likely it'll continue to not be big deal. Like obviously that can change, but it's not. So makes for good headlines. Makes for good headlines as opposed to actual fundamental change within the markets. But why this market is, I mean, if there is some irony, if we do get to all-time highs on the first day of the government shutdown, because sometimes stock market is it's a sentiment of as well. I would say, Jack, is that fair to say? There's some
It's
contextual. 100%.
All right, so yeah, that aspect I can see.
Ultimately, it's based on earnings, but valuations are all sentiment. Whether it's trading at a 15 or a 30 PE. Although I saw a tweet I kind of agree with, like that basically bubbles never, valuations never trigger the bubbles. There'll be no valuation at which that's what causes it. It's always some event, usually involving, a drying up of liquidity or something like that.
Someone broke the
For
rules.
us, I think that the AI
What if-
CapEx spend is the most important thing to be watching.
What about the internet bubble?
Good question.
It wasn't the valuations. It was the Fed was raising rates and liquidity dried up. And then what happens
that what it
is,
was?
well, what valuations can show is like how far it can fall and how fast, right? Basically, demand for IPOs and stuff started to dry up a little bit, and then when people started selling, there was no one there to absorb it buying.
Right. Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Like that's why you don't
yeah.
fight the Fed. Say we had another that's in retrospect just kicking myself for at the announcement of that $7 trillion during COVID. It's like, yeah, of course, we're never going to go down with that much
Intel.
liquidity in the market.
Intel's a new one, Jack. We'll fight the Fed indeed. We got coming up here after this. We got a couple more minutes here in fast markets. All eyes on ATH, all-time high watch in the ES. We do all-time highs in gold overnight. Baron, we were talking about 3900s in power hour yesterday. Well, smashed through that. Overnight highs 39.22. Now we are on 4,000 watch. 4,000. That's in gold. And we are on all-time high watch in the ES, Nasdaq as well. We got within 9 points. 9 points of all-time highs. Jaron, good stuff. Did you lock out? Are you done for the day?
I haven't locked out. I will be watching the PM session, maybe take a couple micro trade, but if I don't see anything that's not A+, I'll probably lock out if there's not anything going on past 2:30.
Excellent. Okay, sounds good. Baron, are you done for the day? What do you guys do now? Real quick, you got about 60 seconds. What do you two do now? You guys jump, get out. Do you guys high five when you guys walk through the hallway? Like, yeah, that was tight. Or
I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go get some breakfast. I think I'm gonna do the same thing as Jaron. Just keep it open. See if anything comes up in the PM session. I think this gold long that I tried earlier is going to work out. I think it was just entries today on this two longs. I like that short, and then the two longs. Give an idea, 2 attempts. I think that second attempt was just a little bit rushed. But yeah, I'm just gonna keep it open. See if another setup presents itself. And, there's still plenty of hours left in the market.
This is fun, man. Thanks again for you guys jumping on here. Always great to see you, Baron. Jaron, becoming a regular around here. Awesome stuff. And you got that nice smile. Always happy to be here. Jack, we'll see you again in shoulder tap. Right now, we got morning recap coming up. We got Carlos P on the other side of that with Trade with Topstep. all eyes on new all-time highs. Topstep TV, let's go. I think we're going to get there. Come on.
Hey, friends and traders, as always, please remember to like and subscribe.
What's up, everybody out there? This is Dolby Time from Topstep TV, and what I want to talk about here is the new dashboard. So we have updated all the account management tools. They have simplified everything. So that includes managing resets, managing rebill dates, and most importantly, managing those payouts. Trust me, it's going to make all of our lives a lot easier. So trade well out there.
All right. Hey, welcome to the morning recap. I'm Junk the Bear with you for the morning recap. Some good things going on today, some decent trading, good risk management, of course. On the first day of the government shutdown, Junk the Bear is probably going to have some salmon, but we're going to take a look at these trades this morning, starting as usual with the opening range trade in gold. What a huge 5-minute opening range, folks. And as always, thank you for voting for the time frame of those opening range trades. And it actually has been paying. It's kind of hard to take a 100 tick opening range trade, but we did size down a little bit, only 2 micros. So the opening range, it was like 99 ticks. We got 2 shorts at 69.0770. None of us were real happy about this. I think we're all looking for an opportunity to look for longs in this market, and we may have seen them since that open. Anyways, we did take one off at about 68.90, 38.95. I apologize. So that was our 1-to-1 reward over risk on the first one. Moved the stop down to 39.0670. Got within a few ticks of it on this pop here, and then when some news came out, we really got our opportunity for potential longs. Right down here again at weekly kickoff high. What was resistance becomes support, and it's supportive here. Was supportive again. We're seeing some basing around here, so maybe we might have to think about adjusting this stop or just getting out of this trade, because all of us were looking for longs today. Barron was also trading gold today, was looking for longs as well. Had a couple of losses. Barron came in up some decent money this morning, so he came into the fast markets up a little bit. He finished the day up 687, kind of trimmed his wins a little bit, but still great risk management. Barron was looking for 2 shorts here. MGC got short 2 at 3,900 with a tight stop. Really just kind of hit. I think it kind of went his way. He moved his stop a little closer and only lost about 3 points on 2 micros there. That is really what we would call a shaving nick, if even that. Then Barron started looking for longs. He had a couple of opportunities here. Long 38, 97, 60 got stopped out of those at about a 5-point loss. Again, a little bit of a shaving nick. And then he was looking for longs again, and he was just maybe a little bit too impatient, kind of feeling as though he missed his opportunity. He was really looking for 38.86, 38.82 area to start looking for longs, but this move was pretty quick. You had to be pretty fast, and it would take some intestinal fortitude to take those longs, if you ask me. So you tried longs again, took another hit on those, and again just finished the day up 687. Managed risk very well. Not a big deal. 3 trades there. We'll take a look at the crude oil open range trade here, which wasn't very long for us to get stopped out on this one. Boy, the market really just kind of hanging inside the initial balance the entire day. Is this right? Could this be an actual normal trading day? It is setting up for a normal trading day. A normal trading day, by the way, folks, is a day that never trades outside of the initial balance. And that's what we're setting up here in crude oil. The 5-minute breakout got us long 5 micro crude, 61.93. We did see a little bit of price action in our direction, but as the market kind of rotated back to the downside, and it got us stopped out at 61.58. What's the context in this? We've all been kind of thinking of this last week's low. We're at the low end of the area of balance that we've been in. We're kind of looking for longs, hoping maybe we could get that long on the opening range and see the market recover from that. Unable to do that so far. And again, we're setting up a normal trading day. No push outside of the initial balance, that first hour of trade in crude oil today, setting up a normal day, which is kind of a misnomer. Normal days are pretty rare. Let's take a look at the ES now. No trades in the ES. But one of the things I wanted to point out was, we had the late spike to the upside yesterday. The overall context of the market is to the upside. So we're looking at, at a market that is kind of contrary to the bigger picture. When we opened below the late spike, that's telling us, we're probably going to accept lower pricing. As soon as we took that out, as soon as we opened and we took it out, we came back, couldn't kind of even get to the low end of value from yesterday. What doesn't happen can be as important as what does. As soon as we took out that late spike to that late spike higher from yesterday, and we weren't able to kind of hold below that, I think the game was off for shorts. And once we were able to hold above the initial balance high, I think game was off for shorts. You can see this 30-minute bar closed above it. We traded right back down to almost to the tick. Yes, to the tick, the initial balance high. And we've been seeing the market grinding back to the upside. All-time highs, could it be 67, 56, 75? We're 10 points from it. Could it be first day of the government shutdown, we hit all-time highs? Wouldn't that be poetic justice? All right. Now, Nasdaq. Again, Nasdaq has been kind of presenting as the weaker of the two. Just looking at the overall context, opening in range and in value from yesterday, first thing we did was we traded to both extremes of value high and value low, set the initial balance low, continued to rotate higher, and we're seeing the market continue to rotate higher. We've got weekly kickoff high, 24,940 in the Nasdaq. It's based off of some information from back here on the 29th, which, was a previous, based off of information here from the 23rd and the 29th. So we're gonna see if we can't break out above that and attract some new buying above that. That's what these weekly kickoff levels are for. I want to see longer time frames adjust inventories. Let's take a look at Jaron's trades here on the 5-minute chart. Jaron, had a kind of a rough go of it today. He's a great risk manager, a really good trader. It's hard for me to believe that he's only been trading for about a year. It's amazing the amount of information he's been able to accumulate, and he's got a great mindset for trading as well. So he started looking for shorts here around 24,814. Stop got hit 24,855. Looking for another short here around 24,891, which was basically would have been a failed upside auction, which the Nasdaq kind of teased that might actually happen. So I did, the short was a valid short. The stop was a valid stop. Jaron was talking today. He says, you can't place your stop just because you only want to lose that much. You got to place your stop because that price invalidates the trade, which is what he did. And he was a very good risk manager on that. So he took a couple of hits, ended the session down around $593. But what a pleasure to hang out with those guys today. And it's always a pleasure to hang out with all of you. And again, thank you all very much for joining us every day here. It's because of all of you that we get to do this, and we appreciate each and every one of you. Now, let's have a look at the quotable quote. Alrighty then. I don't know whose this came from, but I really like it because the ebbs and flows of the markets are something that we can't fight with. The river doesn't argue with the rocks. It flows around them. We all could adopt that wisdom. And again, it's unknown who this came from. I'm sure we could probably find somebody who said something similar, but you want to go with the flow of the market. If you're going to fight it, you're going to have a rough fight. So let the market tell you what it's trying to do. Find a way to get in the flow with it and have a great trading day. So again, we are looking forward to having Carlos P back on today with Jay and Dakota and Carlos. This is going to be a lot of fun. This is going to be great. Trade with Topstep coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Blessings to you all. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Welcome back to Topstep TV and a trade with Topstep. You guys know me. I'm Jay, Coach Jay. We got in the middle Carlos P, and to his right, Coach Dakota. Carlos, how you feeling this morning? Well, this afternoon, I guess now.
Could be better, right? Traded this morning. And the XFA didn't perform too well, but I'm still up on the week. I'm still up about $2,000 in the week. So,
okay,
overall trading well this week. Just today was not a good day for me. But in the next in a combine right now, up $1,000. This market just keeps running up, man. It's kind of crazy.
Yes, it does. Speaking of running up, the S&P is running up towards an all-time high. We're about 9 points off of it right now. 67.46 is the all-time high in the 67.46 last trade in the S&P. 67.56 and the orders all-time high in the S&P. So we may be seeing that today. Dakota, you heard Carlos. So this market keeps running up. We were in the green room saying, just buy the dip. What are you seeing here, man? Government shutdown. Nothing can hold this market down. What are we seeing here?
Government shutdown, this, that. Everything's bullish. We did get the ADP number this morning, which came in lower than expected, which I think it kind of just helps the Fed Reserve lean towards the continued rate cuts here in October. So that could be a major reason why we are finding these buyers so aggressively today, is that it almost all but locks in or helps the Fed lock in another rate cut. Everything's green today. Besides, we got Meta, which is down 2.25%, and Netflix. I know I woke up this morning to some social media information about Elon Musk and everyone getting rid of their Netflix subscription. So if there's one stock that I'm willing to not buy the dip on, it might be Netflix.
Elon's getting rid of his Netflix subscription. I wonder what he watches on there. Wonder what he watches. We got the Nasdaq trading 24,942 right now. We do have an all-time high in the Nasdaq, a little bit higher, up above those 25,000s. It's at 25.2725. So we got a little bit of work to get there. Carlos, I know you're up on your combine, a little down on the XFA. Anything you're looking for a potential trade opportunity here?
It's real tough to do anything up here, right? I mean, in my XFA, the problem was I was trying to short these pops, and we just kept going up and kept going up. And unfortunately, like I didn't, I guess, realize it quick enough or didn't adjust quick enough. But the days like today are really where I do get caught up, and unfortunately, that reigned true today, where we just kind of have these single prints just kind of continue to move up. The sells aren't really there, and then it just keeps going up. So right now, I mean, if I'm going to take a trade right now, it's like, of course, you can say, oh, well, let's short it. And, because it's so overextended. And then you just keep having this slow grind up, right? So shorts are looking scary, but then who wants to buy up here, right? There's really nothing to buy off of, at least for me personally. I have the point of control all the way down at 24,891. I have my 21 EMA at 24,905. VWAP, New York VWAP is all the way down at 820. So, I mean, there's literally nothing for me to really go off of. And I feel like if I were to take trades up here, it would really just be kind of guessing, I guess, which
gotcha.
I don't want to do. So right now, just staying patient, see if we can come back into this range where I have some more information and then make a play there. But it's just gone without us at this point.
Yeah. I mean, that's the right thing to do. I mean, the biggest part of trading is not trading. I mean, you said it right there. Just, hey, everything in my setup and what you're looking at is just not there. So all you could do is just wait.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And sometimes that's just the hardest thing to do, because we just want to keep trading.
It is.
Not trading it can be very hard.
We have a high of the week in the Nasdaq here, and I'm kind of looking at this area, 24,975.50. If you guys remember, early on Monday, it looked like we were going to go push those 25,000s, Dakota, and then instant rejection. We got a ton of buying absorbed up there. I'm seeing at one point there was 1,000 contracts traded in a second. 70% of that was positive delta. So somebody tried to buy it, and they got rejected pretty hard, which is now the high of the week so far. So 24,975.50. Curious to see how the market responds to that area. The S&P is already making new highs of the week, so looking a little bit stronger than the Nasdaq. But we'll see what happens up there. Quick check in on gold. Gold is trading 38.94.20 and crude oil 62.09. I did take some trades this morning. Talked about a long. I posted this on Instagram or Twitter. So if you're not following me, I'll get the links to that and I'll post them in the chat. But took a long in the Nasdaq. In hindsight, I should still be holding on to that long because it was down near 780s. But hey, you never know. I was expecting. I was expecting range bound market, so I took the profits when they presented them to me. But yeah, in hindsight, I should be holding that entire position, if not adding to it. But also, I'm in a long in crude oil. Currently, my top 7 accounts are locked out, but I am in a long in crude from 61.70 in crude. Crude trading 62.08 right now. Yeah, Dakota, I wish I held on to that trade now.
I don't blame you for expecting a range day though. I mean, that's kind of what we've been in this whole week, is just their ranges are big, but it's basically range bound activity. So I mean, I kind of expected the same thing, and that's why I kept shorting it, and obviously that didn't work. But I don't blame you for thinking that. I kind of thought the same thing, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, and technically it is a range, but like you said, and Dolby says it all the time, right? The bigger range is the one that usually plays out, and I'm pretty sure if Dolby's looking at this, he's looking at a 4-hour range, or maybe even something higher. Dakota, you had a trade in gold last night. You caught the all-time high move in gold. Anything else you're looking for right now to take a potential opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, Baron and I, we were watching gold. Gold just, man, it's on its march to 4,000 or who knows, 5,000 at this point. It's just going up. Nasdaq making new session highs as we speak. I like those 970s that you're referring to. It's this high right here, this pivot point. It's that level of resistance that we might see come into resistance again, maybe. I wouldn't mind. Now, this might be interesting. Okay, I wouldn't mind a short up in this zone, but everything that I do take against this trend will be base hits. Where if I'm gonna short up here into these 60s or 70s, it's just gonna be a base hit and not gonna hold it for very long. And I'm just going through looking at this market. Yeah, Tesla's up about 2.5%. Google's just flat today. Nvidia's up only 0.25%. We got Netflix down that 2.25. Meta's down 2 1/3. And it looks like the big winner today is MicroStrategies because Bitcoin's been pushing up. So it's not like it's a big trend day today. It looks a lot more dramatic because last night we were down almost 1% and we recovered it. And just zooming out and putting it in perspective, Nasdaq's only up 0.18%. So it's not
we're down a lot overnight.
Correct. Yeah. The overnight traders, the London session, Aaron trades, they've been getting this crazy price action and even some this morning. So we want to violently unchanged could be a good description today if we do get a pullback and hang around settlement.
Yeah, that we keep saying it, but our friends in London get the best prices. They literally could have bought the low of the market today and just held on to it. I don't know what is going on during the London session, but it is continuing to happen in a bunch of different markets, right? We see it in crude, we see it in gold, we see it in the equities as well. I might have to make a move. I know I just moved, but I might have to move to London. Go ahead, Dakota.
I'm looking for a short up here. I'm looking for a short up in this level. For a base hit down towards 900.
Yeah, one thing I like for your short is the NQ has been slowly like poking these highs, right, and kind of getting rejected, but then making a new high. Whereas the ES has been pretty much stuck around the same level as far as the highs for the past, let's just say 30 minutes. It's been pretty much getting up to 6746 and getting rejected. The ES could possibly pull the NQ down here, and maybe this could be the pullback we're looking for to either get long or take advantage and short it.
Yeah, I am short from 38 evens.
All right, Dakota short. A couple micros, 5 micros, Dakota.
Yeah, 5 micros. 5 micros. I'm short against this momentum, but hey, that's all right. Base hits.
933, Dakota short 5 micros. Did see a little bit of size up there at 950s. It was about 70 contracts when we pushed into it. Go ahead.
Yeah, 938 is where I got it.
938, got you. 24,
we just tagged.
9. Just trade. Last trade in the Nasdaq 24,933. We got a 60% short tilt in the Nasdaq. So some traders agreeing with you here, Dakota. 68% short in the S&P. 67.42 quarter last trade over there. 83% long tilt in crude oil. Crude is pushing new highs of the day, getting ready to test settlement. It looks like here in crude oil. 62.37 is that settlement price. 62.25 last trade in crude. I said it this morning. I know we talk about day trades here. This trade I'm in crude, I kind of am looking at as a swing trade, just going range to range. I don't know that I love 83% long though on the tilt. Get out of my trade, guys. Get out of my trade. Just joking. Everyone take profits. See, you see this market rallying here. It's pretty strong buying.
Yeah. I hate going against the momentum and the intermediate trend, but yeah, I don't mind this level. And
no,
so far,
I like this trade, Dakota. I do like this trade. I mean, where's your risk on this?
I have it at 61. It's a little.
Okay.
I mean, that's the nice thing about micros. I could even have it up here just above that pivot. This pivot we seen back in September 29th. But it's nice when you get into a trade and you get like zero heat. We are instantly like down, and just let this trade, let it all work out.
It is
let
nice.
it work. I can see 900 even coming into play here too. Go back to that round number.
It's nice to have a no risk trade, no drawdown trade. I see some traders talking about silver. Silver is up 2% on the day. I don't trade silver too often. It is a pretty expensive market for Topstep accounts, $25 a tick. You can trade the micros, which is $5 a tick, but it's moving just like the other metals. Silver, platinum, gold, they are all presenting great opportunities to trade. Silver is just pretty expensive to trade with a Topstep account.
Yes.
And crypto is up right now. Micro Bitcoin up almost 3%, and micro Ethereum futures up over 4% right now.
Ooh, okay. I seen there was some
money
news
coming
about
back in.
Crypto headlines.
Oh yeah, what'd you see?
I can't even remember. I just seen something about crypto headlines. Like, okay, that's
enough for them to want to buy it. That's what it was.
Enough for them to buy it. Step in.
Right. Like, hey, your government shut down. That's cool. Crypto is decentralized. Come put your money over here.
Hey, same with the Nasdaq. I mean, what do you mean? It's going up. Government
Right.
shut down. Yeah, Nasdaq just goes up.
Carlos, I got a question for you. Where is your 21 EMA right now?
Yeah, right now it's at 24,910. So we're still a ways away from it.
Got you. Has that been supportive on this way up?
To be honest, it hasn't really touched it ever since we had that drop and then it shot back up. The VWAP and 21 EMA have been pretty separate from the price action. So can't really say for today. And I think, again, that's kind of what made today difficult is everything was just not really lining up for me, so I still took the trades, but yeah, can't really say for sure whether, let's say we come back down to 910, will it be respected? I can't necessarily say. I don't feel like I have enough information on the day to say that. We can blast right through it and go lower, or it could bounce there. I really don't know. For what I can see is anytime we got relatively close to it, it then, pulled back away, but still not necessarily something I would take a trade off of.
Got you. Got Dakota short right now from 938. Last trade 24,934. Also, we have pinned to the top of the chat. Submit your questions for group coaching. Hoag, JD, Coach Hoop, group coaching today at 12:15 Central Time after the shoulder tap. Make sure you get your questions in. Say it every day, but make sure you ask some questions that are going to stump these guys. Ask them something that they may have not heard before. Ask Coach Hoop about the Ags. Ton of experience on air in 45 minutes. So make sure you ask those guys some questions. Pinned to the top of the chat.
I can't think of anything they haven't heard before.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one, right?
That's a tough one, yeah.
What do you ask these guys that they haven't heard already? Andre says it all the time. Hoag has seen some shit. So is JD and Coach Hoop. So yeah, there's probably nothing that they don't know. But if you ask hard questions, you might find out. Let's see. We got Dakota short from 938s right now. Anything you would do to manage this trade, Dakota? You just letting this one work out?
Nothing right now. Just see how we play out in these 40s. Not really much to do. Kind of like Carlos, just like you. Just wait, be patient. If this one doesn't work out, I might just call it good for the day. We are just continuing to show how resilient these buyers are. Like we held those 30s, and yeah, no follow through to the downside.
No follow through. Gold, crude oil is a little volatile here, and I'm seeing, we've seen this a couple of times in crude. If 100 lot or more pops up on the order book, crude usually has a pretty strong reaction to it. This morning, it was down near 6150s. We talked about that during the opening call. We saw 100 lot there. Those did get filled, but then we could see, obviously, the market ran away from it. Up at this high here, there is 111 offered at 62.30 in crude oil. If anyone's looking at that chart, you can see where we're rejecting. So if you are long crude, we did have a pretty long tilt in crude oil. Just understand that there is somebody selling 100 contracts at 62.30, acting a little bit as a resistance right now. If we get through it, then, sky's the limit for, well, $65 is the limit in crude oil, actually. It's been so range bound. But somebody is trying to cap this market up here with 100 lot there. Dolby says these markets are just bonkers today. JT has a question. What's your thoughts about trading the Dow instead of trading the Nasdaq in terms of price action? Have either of you guys traded the Dow?
Me personally, I've never traded it, so can't comment on that, unfortunately.
There you go. What about you, Dakota?
No, nope, same. Nasdaq and gold for me. It's been my primary this year. I've traded some other odd markets, but never the Dow.
I would say the Dow is like a mix between the S&P and the Nasdaq. The tick value is less than the. Make sure I'm getting this right. The price action is very similar to the Nasdaq, but the tick value is closer to the S&P, where you could, we saw Dolby doing this last year when he was trading the Dow. Dolby was sizing up in Dow positions and feeling comfortable doing it. And he said it, I would never do that in the Nasdaq. So the Dow is much less stressful than the Nasdaq, I would say. If you're looking to make that change, we see a lot of new traders come in and trade the Nasdaq right away. You got to admit, it's clean price action. It is pretty volatile, so it is going to present some profit to you pretty quickly. But the Nasdaq is pretty stressful. It can be pretty stressful. So if you're looking to conserve some of your hair, you don't want to go gray real early, maybe consider trading the Dow.
I would like to just answer a question I saw in chat. Someone was saying that I don't have much on my charts. So is like, what do I look at, or is everything on my chart all I need? I'm a firm believer in keeping things as simple as possible. I feel like sometimes people may put too many indicators on their charts and too many lines, and you start to kind of even just forget what everything even is, right, when you look at it. So I've always tried to keep everything simple. I use a volume profile, I use a 21 EMA and a VWAP, and that's all I need for my trading. It helps me keep things simple, keep my entries clear. I can see whether something, like let's say now, right? None of my indicators are really showing me anything as far as getting in or short or long here. So it's easier for me to say, I'm just not going to get in here, right? Versus if I had a bunch of lines and a bunch of indicators, I'm sure one of them would line up to say something, and whether that trade actually would work out or not, who knows? So, just to answer the question, for me, this is all I need. And I think it is good to keep things simple. And I also think it makes you a better trader. I mean, there was a period of time where, just more so just to practice even just like price action, I traded without indicators. And I think it just also helped me learn, like, when price action is doing certain things, just stay in or stay out. Because even if my indicators align for something, if price action is moving a certain way, there are times where I'll just ignore my indicator, and that was the right play versus leaning on it, right? So no indicators 100%. And I think it's a mix of keeping it simple and then also just knowing price action and knowing how the product you're trading moves is very important.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We're on screen with another person that does not use any indicators. Dakota, what would you have to say about that?
Yeah, you're true. everyone has their own way of viewing these markets. Every indicator is what do they say? What's that the saying where it's like it's not right 100% of the time, but it's not wrong 100% of the time either. Each indicator that you have on your charts, I do believe that you need to have them on there for a reason, not to just have them on there. Because as traders, like we were just saying, one of the hardest things about trading is to not trade. No position is a position. It's usually most often the best position, just being patient, waiting. And the more indicators you have, the easier it is to find those trades or over trade. So I like not having indicators. However, for newer traders, I do recommend just having like just something to help identify some of the basics, right? Trend, keeping you out of like help identifying market condition. Are we consolidating or are we trending? Something as simple as like a moving average or a VWAP. That will help identify just some of the basics is my recommendation. And then don't change it every single week. That's another bad habit I see traders do is use this indicator, it works, and then as soon as it doesn't, they switch and they start using a different
Gotta go to
indicator.
another one. Gotta find
Yeah,
the next one that works until it doesn't. Right. The way I like to look at it, I just I feel like there's a decent amount of information that I look at throughout the trading day. So any indicator that I use is like a workflow tool, right? So I just shared my charts to the production team. If you guys want to bring this up, this is Quant Hour that I'm looking at right here. But I have an opening range, which is the horizontal green lines. I have the 30-minute opening range, which is the horizontal red lines. I have the DOM up here on the right side of the chart. And then I have somewhat of a volume profile kind of thing here with these indications that show up. But these are things that I look for manually. So the way I look at it is just, I'm not looking for this to tell me what direction the market is going to go or or anything like that. Tell me to get into a trade. But these are things that I look for manually to base trades on. So why not, simplify that workflow where these lines just show up on my chart every day. But yeah, relying on 1,000 different lines to try to tell you where the market is going to go, like you said, Carlos, you're going to get mixed signals at some point. And then which one do I take? Especially with day trading, right? We got to make pretty in real time decisions. And if we got to, it's like the pilot's checklist before you take flight, right? If there's 20 different things I check off, the trade's gone before I can actually get into it.
Exactly.
Got Dakota short right now from 24,938. Last trade in the Nasdaq here, 24,947.
Yeah, we're not really moving anywhere.
We're not.
Down 10 points, kind of just chopping around these 40s. We'll see. We'll see. This is not the best price action. I was looking for a pullback there. We didn't really get it. I still wouldn't mind to see those 890s, maybe 900 evens come into play before end of day, and maybe we go back to settlement.
Yeah, I'm pretty disappointed with the price action today because I feel like this week has been very good price action, at least for me personally. So I was definitely expecting it to continue on, and today's kind of just not been it. I'm sure there's obviously opportunity, but I agree. For me, this price action definitely was not the best this week.
Yeah, we might spike up to those 70s, to be honest, Jay. We might spike up to these 70s.
Yeah,
60s, 70s.
The weekly high.
Yeah, we could go test that, to be honest. That's why small size, wide stop.
Yep.
We'll see.
975. Nasdaq kind of just slow grounding up here, 24,951 last trade over there, 67.45.25 last trade in the S&P. And the S&P is pushing up near this all-time high. We're about 11 points off of it right now. Gold kind of just stuck in a range. It's been in a range pretty much the entire New York session. 38.97 kind of stuck below this 3,900. Not too surprising there. And crude oil, 62.10 last trade over there. Chat, let us know if you guys are in any trades right now, anything that you're looking at, anything that you're looking for potential. Let's get a little vibe check as well. Let us know how you're doing on the day. Are you up? Are you down? Did you follow your plan? Did you not follow your plan? And what can you do if you didn't to fix it? We got a news clip though. So from Gabe, let's throw it over to Gabe real quick for some news, and we'll come right back to the charts. What do we got, Gabe?
Walmart is making changes to its food. The largest retail grocer in the U.S. announced it will get rid of synthetic dyes from its store brand foods. Officials say they also plan to remove 30 other ingredients, including preservatives and certain artificial sweeteners. Some of the products that will be affected are cheese dips, sport drinks, and cake frostings. Officials say that they hope to keep their prices static during this transition, and all the ingredient changes are expected to be complete by January of 2027.
There you go. Shopping at Walmart. Maybe your food is getting a little bit healthier here. And before that, Gabe.
So is that a long or short on Walmart? What do we do with that?
It's a good question. That is a great question. Where is Walmart trading right now? I haven't looked at. Walmart was actually one of the first places I worked. Actually, Dunkin' Donuts was the first place I worked. Walmart was the second place I ever worked. Let me see what the Walmart stock looks like right now. Dakota, you got eyes on the Mag 7. What are they looking like right now?
Yeah, I mean, it really hasn't changed, to be honest. We have Meta down 2%. It's a little bit off its lows, a little bit more off its lows. Intel's up 2%. Amazon's up 0.6, kind of just consolidating right there. Microsoft down 0.38. Tesla's up, and it's going. We might be up 3% here soon on Tesla. Apple's up 0.6, 0.7. Google is catching a bid. We're up 0.3 here on Google. Nvidia just hovering around settlement, break even. Broadcom up 2.2. And Netflix is still the loser of the day, 2.3.
Everyone's canceling their everyone's canceling their subscriptions. That 62.30 offer in crude oil really put a damper on this trade. I was planning on swing trading this, but I don't like that 62.30. So what I'm going to do is manage a little bit of my position. I'm going to cut part of it. I was long 8 micros. Was long 8 micros, but I'm going to take a little bit off because don't like that. Don't like that selling up there. I could always get back into some of the position. Dakota's still short the Nasdaq. Carlos, no trades right now. Nothing you're looking for. Micro Bitcoin is just rallying up 3% right now. Micro Bitcoin just had a pretty nice push here, up about $300 in the last 3 minutes. Going to test those 120s. We are pretty far off all-time highs in Micro Bitcoin. About $8,000 from the high, about 6%, 6.5%. But a really nice move here.
And nothing really moving too crazy besides, like you said, Bitcoin, which, I mean, MicroStrategies is loving it, up 6%. I could see this market just consolidating, maybe grinding a little higher. I still would be looking at the side of a pullback to those 900s. Maybe we could go back down, test settlement in the NASDAQ, but we'll see.
Yeah, we shall see. Now, we're not getting that push above, Dakota. And we know that, this is lower volume time, but price-wise, I like where this trade is. It's just, when is it going to happen if we do get that sell, that pullback? We are pretty extended from the regular trading hour VWAP. It's about 100 points lower than us right now. I don't know if we see that. It's down to 860s, but I do like this trade.
Yeah, I like it too. I like it too, Jay. The more we like it, let's keep going. There's a pivot in Nvidia that we might break down below these 86, which might push us a little bit lower. Yeah, it's just so hard to tell in a market like today. Nothing's very, very obvious.
Yeah, I will say that ES is looking weaker than the NQ. So again, if we continue to see this weakness in the ES, may help your trade here to bring the NQ down.
We go test the lower days.
So I was looking at a short earlier, Dakota. What price was that? I was looking at a short from 900s and looking for a lower day test. We just obviously did not get it. We hesitated at settlement 901 and looked like the potential, but these markets are resilient. They're strong. They're buy the dip markets for a reason.
I think low days is a conservative target, to be honest.
It's very conservative. Yeah, A mention of some tariffs and I mean anything can happen, right? But you
Right.
going against the saying don't sell a quiet market. I mean, we're kind of just consolidating up and to the right. I still want to see that pullback though. I'm not seeing a lot of movement on many of these. What do we call them? The hateful eights. Actually seeing some pullback on a lot of them. So let's see if we get back down to the 30s. I might peel a couple off and just manage this risk.
Right, 9:45's last trade. Shout out to the traders who put how their day was going in the chat. Some traders down, making a little bit of a recovery. I see some traders still holding longs in the equities. Nice trades. Good stuff over there. We got a question in the chat though, and I really like this question. Where was it? Let me find it. I don't remember who said it, but they said, "How do you switch your?" Oh, here you go. Traven says, "How do you shift your mindset from a 9 to 5 to a full-time trader?" I think that's a great question. Carlos, do you trade full time, or are you still working as well?
No, we had a similar conversation about this a while ago when I was on. I am
Yeah.
not a full-time trader, and I do
Okay.
think that obviously I would say most traders' goals is probably to be a full-time trader, right? So regardless, I think regardless if you're in a 9 to 5 or not, let's just say for the sake of your questions, it kind of sounds like you're trying to transition from being a 9 to 5 to a full-time trader. The person who asked this, I would say it actually shouldn't change that much, right? I think, the same, let's say, level of care and diligence that you would treat a 9 to 5, right? Showing up every day, making sure you do your job, is the same level of discipline and carries your soul to your trading. So it shouldn't be so much of a change, right, in that aspect. It should just be, maybe applied different, right, to fit trading. But I think, the goal of a lot of traders is to be full time because they see the freedom that comes with it, and that's 100% true. But you can't let that freedom overtake the responsibility to continue to maintain, the way you trade and the way you treat it, right? Being responsible, being disciplined, and treating it almost, in my eyes, I feel like trading full time is harder than a 9 to 5. Like, although yes, there's freedom
It is.
and the ceiling, is infinite, right? It's harder than a 9 to 5, and I don't think people realize that until they're either, they try to go full-time trading or they're in trading for a longer period of time. But I would say, how do you change your mentality? I think you have to be even more disciplined, even more focused, and really show up every day with an attitude to be the best version of yourself. And if you're not that day, you have to then reflect and see what needs to change or what needs to happen to be the best version of yourself.
Good point. Dakota, anything you want to add to that? How do you switch your
And
mindset?
that's as good as it gets, right?
Yeah.
It's been a while since I made that transition to a full-time trader. What a lot of traders don't understand is basically what you said. Like, you go from a 9 to 5 where you show up, you clock in, you clock out, you're putting in X amount of hours a day, right? And that's just not how the market works. You don't get reimbursed for the time you put into the charts. And a lot of people want to get into trading for freedom, and they end up spending more time actually and more stress when they start trading full time than they did when, like, with a regular 9 to 5 job, like you said, Carlos. And
Exactly.
my biggest suggestion to anybody who wants to trade full time is like, less is more, right? 2 hours a day, 2 hours a day. And then what are you going to do with the rest of your time? You need to find something to do when you're not trading. And most of the time, that's a second job, right? That's just, hey, keep
Oh
yourself
yeah.
busy doing something else, right? Maybe not get a 9 to 5, but part-time job or travel. Go do something to get your mind away from the charts. And uh, other than that, my other big suggestion is you do need to have some cash reserves put to the side so that you don't have the stress of trading.
Having
Say,
to be
oh,
right.
I have to trade to pay the bills. That is
Yeah.
the worst mindset that I've ever ran, or what I see is, man, if I don't make money today, I can't pay the bills. That's where the pressure really mounts up. The biggest thing in trading is the psychological side. As we're now getting this pullback here in the Nasdaq,
Nice
patience.
short we got going on here? Nice patience there, Dakota. Not really seeing any buying above those 950s. 24,932 half last trade in the Nasdaq. 67.40.75 last trade over there in the S&P. Crude oil pulling back just a little bit. Whoever that hater was that came in, they heard I was long. They stopped the move. Up at 62.30s. 61.99 last trade in crude oil, and gold still in this range. 38.97. 30. No real tilt to actually crude oil is 70% long. And I realized that when that crude tilt gets pretty heavy, we were talking almost 80% long in crude up at these highs. Is that a suggestion to take a trade? It isn't, but we see that pattern a lot when crude tilt gets very heavy in either direction. We see a snapback in the opposite direction. So a little bit of a pull off here in crude. We got Dakota short right now from 38.
Yeah, these 930s are very stubborn on the NQ. I mean, that's the second time or third time we've bounced off of it, and it's we had congestion there before, but now it's also aligning with the 21 EMA and the ES. So I believe if we're able to break that, you'll definitely see a snap down on the NQ. But right now it's still holding strong. It's definitely annoying.
And it's weird because I'm not seeing any size there. It's just no one's really selling it. Go ahead, Dakota.
Yeah, no, you guys are right. It could be just lack of sellers and then just buyers step in. That 930s, the lower 930s is a level of support right now. If we could break through that, I want to see those 890s come into play, to be honest, which is 30, 40 points lower than here in the Nasdaq, which is right around settlement. Actually, that's about settlement. 34 points from here.
Looking at Delta over here in the Nasdaq, positive 1,500. In the S&P, I'm looking at positive 500 in the S&P. So really nothing in the S&P. A little bit, congruent with direction for both of them, but no aggressive buying in the S&P here.
We could be seeing also a formation of a temporary range, right? Like forming here, where we're getting slightly higher highs, but we come back down to the 930s and work our way back up. It could be forming some type of range here, shorter time frame range.
Would you call that range 30s up to 30s up
lower highs? So this is where you just have to be a little careful if you trade like correlations and all that. But yeah, I would say top of the range is definitely around 950, and we're seeing this low at 930.
I'm right in the middle of it. We're right in the middle of it.
Did the show go down?
Yeah, it did buffer for me. I thought it was my internet. Yeah, I think
we're back.
good.
We're back. We're good.
We're back.
They can't get rid of us that quick. They cannot get rid of us that quick. Remember,
see, I like this trade, man. I really do. I like the break for those 930s. I don't think I'm. This is the question. Whenever I start liking the trade this much, I ask myself, I'm like, okay, am I too biased right now because I'm short or not?
Or are you trying to convince yourself it's a good trade?
Yeah, I'm trying to convince myself, hey, this is a good trade. This is a good trade. But then you just gotta think, okay, if I was not in this trade, what direction would I want to be in this level? And yeah, I think a play for a break of these 930s would be the play. With a small size and a wide stop. Like I'm not sure. I would look to try and get a base hit down towards a break of those 930s. You still have that major level of resistance. Those 970s, upper 960s that can still come into play. So always caution. Small size has been it's just a game changer for traders.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a month of green for you, Dakota, trading micros the entire month, and starting many of those days with a loss, right? But being able to trade micros, being able to continue to place trades with managed risk, that's possible. A lot of times what happens is, and why we overreact is because we're over leveraged on that first loss. And then we start to think, I can't hold on to that, right? That loss is way too big for me to even stomach. So now I have to do something, out of character to try to win it back. And just never how that works. So trading micros could work. What was that? That 8K month?
Yeah, that goes back to the question we were holding earlier, Carlos, is trading for a living. When you go for trading for a living, you need to size down and realize that, hey, what's the realistic expectation? What are you trying to replace? A couple $100 a day is a decent living. It's a good living, $200 a day. And you don't need to be jumping in with a bunch of minis. You could do that with micros, a couple $100 a day, and do that comfortably. So there is a realistic expectation when it comes to transitioning to trading for a living. There's no reset button. There's no reset button in it when it comes to that. So
And I always tell people, I always tell people when that question comes up, I'm like, when you'll know when it's time to become a full-time trader. I feel like it'll be obvious. Because to me, it's like, let's just say, speaking for myself, I've gotten several payouts, I've had a lot of good months, whatever it is. But to me, it's not worth, let's say, going full time and dealing with that stress of, like you were saying before, now I have to trade and have to win to pay my bills for my family, right? For me, it makes sense that, I have a job that I am, blessed to have, that I can balance doing that work and trading at the same time. So why would I, throw that income away that helps me, let's say, trade easier just because I just want to be a full-time trader? Having that income and knowing that, okay, even if I'm having a bad week in trading, I still have my job that I'm able to pay the bills, and trading is just something that supplements that and, allows me to live a better lifestyle. To me, is much better than being in a situation where it's like, oh my God, I'm down on the week, and now, like, where is this money going to come from? So it's, to me, if you're asking, if it is it time, I don't think it's time. I think you'll know when it's time to become a full-time trader. It'll be obvious. And even then, I don't think many full-time traders solely focus on trading as their income. They have other means of making money that help them. So.
Yeah, I agree with that. And a realistic ASIN in the chat says $200 a day minus taxes is not livable. So it depends, right? It depends on where you're at. I've met plenty of traders, Topstep's international, Trading's international, where there's some traders that, hey, I just want to make $50 a day, and that's like more than what I make a week. Okay, that's very, very realistic. And then if you live in like a major city, say here in the US, that might be a little bit higher. If you live somewhere else, it might be lower. So it's so dependent on you as an individual. So it's so hard to just say you need X amount of dollars and then you could trade for a living. No, it depends on your individual situation.
Exactly. It's like Doherty said in the chat. I don't know if most people trade combines XFAs for long term. Listen, I've definitely met some full-time combine traders for sure. So
What a turnaround here in crude oil. Crude oil is down 50 cents in the last half an hour. Maybe I'm paying so much attention to this trade because I'm in it. But that was a really strong rejection up there at 62.30s in crude, right? If anyone saw that on the books, again, we saw that 100 lot there. Whoever that was set the high for the market for the day. 62.30s in crude oil. We barely traded any of that order. It just turned us around here.
I'm liking your trade here, Dakota. The ES is really looking much weaker than the NQ, but it's starting to pull the NQ down. So we could see a bigger breakdown here. I think you'll get in the NQ. We're not able to come back up as quickly as we did before. So
we gotta get that moral support in here, everyone. Just everyone tell me how much you like this trade.
Just stay
my confidence.
Dakota, I love this trade for you. I don't like it enough for me to get in it myself, but I love this for you.
So yeah, like I would have never gotten it, but it's great for you, man. Congratulations for you.
If you like it, I love it, Dakota. If you like it, I love it.
You take that risk.
No, I know you're managing your risk. So either way, whether it works out or not, it's just one data point, and it is not that big of a deal whether this trade works or it doesn't. We have just a couple minutes here before we wrap. Carlos, Dakota, anything you want to give to our traders before we head out for this segment? Carlos, we'll start with you.
Yeah, just pretty much what we've been talking about all day, right? Right now, the action's slowing down. There are opportunities, but just make sure that you have your stops in place, right? Like right now, Dakota, he's in a good trade, but even if it doesn't work out, he's not going to be down and out, for the whole week. He's not going to be in a situation he can't recover from. So it's just important, look for those opportunities, but be disciplined and set your risk and make sure that it aligns with your plan. And if no trade is, the only option, then that's also okay.
There you go. Coach Dakota, I'm going to be on with you on slow markets later tonight. Anything you got before we go?
That's about it, man. Base hits. Base hits are so crucial in markets like this. And the most underrated skill is patience and to not trade. It is so underrated in this day trading thing, is being able to show that discipline to not trade.
Good stuff. Well, great segment as always, guys. Always good being on air with you. Coming up next, stick around. We got the shoulder tap coming up, Jack and Ben, and then group coaching with JD, Hoag, and Coach Hoop. That form is still pinned to the top of the chat if you want to submit some questions for those guys. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. Tell your friends and family, your grandmas, your pets to like and subscribe as well. This is Top Step TV. We'll be right back with shoulder tap. Let's go.
Shoulder tap.
Hey, friends and traders, as always, please remember to like and subscribe. Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. Our conquering king, Ben, is back. Long time no see, Ben. What's going on?
Yeah, it's been a little bit, Jack. Glad to be back on with you, and excited to talk about trading today. It's been kind of a weird week. I know we've got the government shutdown going on, and lots of chop, and then really sharp moves, kind of almost out of nowhere. So some traders have been able to capitalize on it. It's been pretty interesting to watch from the bird's eye view. We'll go over some live leaders as well. We've seen some big P&Ls from a handful of traders this week, but on the whole, I think a lot of people struggled with it. Lots of daily loss limits across the live leaderboard. So, but a few standouts. We had almost a $50,000 P&L yesterday, about a $17,000 high from one of our live traders today. So a few folks have struck it gold, and I think the key has really been that they've walked away near those P&L highs. We've also seen quite a few traders who have made money and then end up giving some of it back by continuing to stick around. So
really quick, Ben, I just wanted to, because we're looking at the markets always, we are tickling the highs in the ES right now. We're still about the highs are about 3 points short of the 6,700 SPX level, which would be all-time highs there. Looking at this chart, I can also see how today is just a tough day because it's a story in those first two candles. If you were just holding long and strong, you got whomped probably. If you were short, obviously, like usual, not going well. But with that, Ben, I'll let you cook.
Yeah, let's check in on the live leaderboards first, and then we've got a trading card here we're going to go over. So Majdi, yeah, this is from a little bit earlier. At last check was up about $17,000. So pretty impressive again from a very small handful of standouts. On the whole, a lot of people have gotten caught up in the chop. Maybe you thought it was time to get long after yesterday's action, ended up, or vice versa. It's just been hard to play either direction for any meaningful amount of time, I think. So, if you're red on the day or on the week, forgive yourself, maybe trim up some of the risk until you get your bearings. There's nothing wrong with taking your hands off the mouse, walking away, or at least sizing down if you're not seeing things correctly. So, yeah, that's what we got in the way of leaderboards. Let's talk about one of our live traders, Carlos D. Not to be confused with Carlos P., who was just on, different person. Carlos D. has been a live funded trader with us in the account for 133 trading days, and that is a feat in and of itself, Jack. It's difficult to stick around the live account for greater than 100 days. That's a benchmark that we look at within the risk team, to see kind of how you're doing. Carlos, it's been a wild ride. There's a full novel of trading data to review. I'm sure you've been looking over, Jack. We've got 11% winning days, 19% winning trades, and a slightly negative average daily P&L there. But that average daily P&L really doesn't tell the story. The average losing day is the daily loss limit of $1,000, and the average winning day is $6,800. So the best day that this trader's had is $28,000, and there have been a handful of other really large days: a $17,000 winning day, $16,000 winning day. One of the common things we see with this type of trade report, Jack, is you'll see people giving up their P&L highs on some of those losing days. It's really not the case here, which I find very encouraging. To me, that means there's a pathway to fix this. It's maybe a little easier to deal with from a psychological standpoint than other people who maybe go up $5,000 on the day and then give that all up and end up losing the $1,000. That can happen very quickly in futures markets, especially if you're trading with your max position size. So this trader actually walks away at P&L highs most of the time that they achieve P&L highs, which unfortunately is just infrequently enough that they are not net positive in this account. But again, I think that's encouraging to me because it means it's a little bit easier of a problem to solve for this trader in particular. I think really just needs to be more selective overall. There's a handful of days here where he's just knocked the cover off the ball. I mean, making 28 times your daily loss limit on your best winning day, that's a great statistic, right? Standalone statistic. Having other days where you're up 15 or 17x your daily loss limit, that's awesome. The issue is we're hitting. It was the symmetry is always interesting. There were 16 losing days in a row, 16 daily loss limits in a row, leading up to the most recent $16,000 winning day. So, rewind almost 2 months ago, Carlos had made a $900 winning day and then proceeded to lose the daily loss limit 16 days in a row, and then made it all back in a $16,000 winning trade. So that formula is really difficult to manage from a psychological standpoint. Obviously, you're taking up a lot of time to do that, to essentially tread water, break even over that stretch. So not trying to cherry pick necessarily. There's a whole lot of data here, and it tells the tale. But I've got a little bit more here, Jack. I'll let you dive in. I know you've got some material prepared on this trading card.
Well, first in the markets, high right now, 67.50. We are in the rock fight zone. Real interesting. This is 6,700. Let me see if we actually hit it. Yes, blow the air horns. We got, 1 second, confirming. Yes, the high is 6,700 exactly in SPX. CNBC bells just rang. That is a new all-time high in the in the S&P 500. Okay. I got a lot to talk about here. I was free the last hour and went down a major rabbit hole once I saw this card. Because when you see someone that has that few percent of winning days with that many days complete, it begs the question, what's happening on those winning days? Well, first, I dive into some of his stats, all right? Here's some more for you. The sum total of his winning day P&Ls, of which there were only 14 days, is 94,700. 117 DLL days. That's 88% of the days hitting the DLL, okay? The top day of 28,000 accounts for 30% of the total P&L over 133 days, the total winners. The top 3 days account for 64.5. So next, what I did, Ben, this is where things get interesting. There were so few days that account for so much. I dived back to look into what was going on with those days. The first thing I saw was the June 6th day, 28,000. Alarm bells went off because that's an NFP day, and we did rally a bunch on NFP. However, the average hold time was 15 hours, so it wasn't NFP. So, James, if we can show the image I provided, I think I know what he's doing. And I don't think it's going to work. I went back and looked at the 4 days, right, where he made 60% of his money. 28,000, 17,000, 16,000, 7,000. The dates are across there in chronological order. I tried my best to screenshot right at the open. And it appears to me what he's doing is just buying the open, like the opening print, and YOLOing it. You can see the similarity of these 4 days is there's no major wick down off the open. It's just a green bar that never comes back, right? And that's how he's holding the trade for the whole time. Carlos, if you're here, let me know if I'm right, but something close to that has to be right in this. So I'll give credit where credit's due. That is a strategy, and he seems to be more or less consistent at it. But I can promise you that using a leveraged product, looks like he's trading 5 contracts, maybe, or a couple at a time. The strategy is probably not going to be as simple in the long run as just buying the opening print and either blowing out or it never dips back and goes all the way. And it's kind of borne out by this. Like, his longevity is good and he's not like hemorrhaging money because he's not just making trades all over the place, but it's kind of showing that the edge over time of this is not there, and that's not surprising.
Right.
People would figure that out very quickly.
Yeah, there's something really important buried beneath that, Jack. It's that there are going to be conditions in the market where that's a very fair and appropriate, and there is edge to that strategy. But it's about when you deploy it. The lack of edge presents itself when you're doing the same thing every single day, right? Not all conditions are going to be the same. If you are reserving this type of trading for maybe only the day after, an FOMC announcement or something, one of those big, wide-ranging afternoon, FOMC days where there was a surprise to the market in one direction, right? There was maybe a rate cut that wasn't expected, whatever the case may be. But the market doesn't move much, and you kind of wait until the next session open. A lot of times that's where you get those types of moves, like on June 6th, where the opening print at 5 p.m. Central is what it is, and it hardly trades below it even by a point or two. And we just take off one direction or the other, right? Sometimes it happens at sell-offs, but I think there's a pretty strong correlation with days like that and either, some type of event, whether that's a big technical breakout or some type of a news event. But if you're just deploying it every day, you're going to get caught in that, that Globex open kind of twilight hour chop that occurs on more days than not. So I think that's where, the advice at the bottom of the card, reverse engineer these big winning days, figure out what was working, was there something that led to such a large win? And then see if you can just sit on your hands the other days, even not trade those other days, right? Wait till the big opportunity comes around, or maybe implement a different strategy that you can deploy that's smaller size. You can generate kind of some more easy money trades potentially, or something that's a little more replicable on a daily basis rather than just buying the open. So that's just that extra nugget there, Jack. It's important to know when that type of a strategy or what you're doing is more favorable versus less.
Great stuff there, Ben. Yeah, if I had more time, I would love to dive more into this to look at some of the other days and stuff. But that was striking to me that pattern was there, and the problem is you're kind of like, yeah, markets go up over time, and there's only a 2-hour gap where you can't trade. Markets do move then during earnings and for other reasons, and I like the effort that it's at least trying to take care of, like, a huge part of the gains in the market take place in the, if we're talking about total gains during the PM session along the way. So I like where his head's at, but there's something with the sizing and the targets on it. Maybe I think there just needs to be a little more sauce there, Carlos. But congratulations on 133 days. Hopefully we can turn this around. But yeah, need to be a little wider. And then I haven't researched this specifically, but I'm sure you can. We got confidence in you. Eagles suck. Sorry, I had to say it. That's all I got for now, Ben.
I'll second that. Eagles suck, even though they're on an 18-game win streak. One of the least likable teams. I'm from Texas, though, so we're not big Philadelphia fans. Carlos, however, you're right there. I think there's a couple of tweaks that could be made, and we turn this to a net positive P&L, just a little more selective. And like you said, Jack, just a tiny bit more of secret sauce should be able to get us there.
Awesome stuff. Well, Ben, thank you. It's a pleasure to have you back. Checking back in. We're right at that 6750 rock fight zone in the ES. But don't worry, we got more people coming in to trade it up and take your group coaching questions. Next on the air, we got group coaching with JD Hoag and Hoop. Stick around. We got tons of tradertainment coming your way. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Welcome back, friends and traders, to Topstep TV. Congratulations, you have made it to the group coaching hour. This is the time of day where we take your questions from the chat and we answer them live here on Topstep TV. Pinned to the top of the chat right now, there is a form to submit your question for group coaching. If you have a question for either Hoag, Hoop, or me, go ahead and grab that form, fill it out, and we'll do our best to get to it. We got a couple VIP coaches here with us, as per usual. In the middle, John the Goat Hoagland, head coach of the Hoagland's Heroes. Why do I always skip over that one, Hoag? It's your name. It's your name.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes, General Bullock out there. Yeah.
Yes. And Coach Hoop, head coach of the Pit Raiders, Topstep VIP experience. All right, guys, let's check in on the markets real quick. Who's in the market right now? Hoop, you got a trade on?
I do not. Traded some gold overnight. Bought ES on a pullback before it made a high and just have watched it just pummel shorts for hours now. It's just, I don't know, man. You know, Hoag said it earlier. It's easy to short, but that market just, we're what? How far are we from high? All time right here, right now, right?
Yeah,
pretty close.
$3.
$3, right?
$3.
Yep.
We still got this this opening range trade on, guys. Gold is gonna settle in about 8 minutes. How are we feeling about this? Have we squeezed every last tick that we can out of this trade, do you think? Is it time to cover?
I think we did when we got down near that weekly kickoff high, 38.86.
Yeah.
That was,
Boy,
that was really our kind of target for the trade.
That levels Hoax. It's so great. Like, people just think, oh, you need to watch them on the way up. And I'm like, no, you need to watch them on the way back down and see how they act on it. It just bounced right off that
It's true.
level. And I mean, it was plowing and looked like it was going to just take everything out. The momentum was just sweeping it all out. And then it just went whoop and just, there it was. Yeah, it's crazy. The tea leaves work again.
I'll tell you what, then. I'm going to work a bit here to get out. We'll look for $100 profit on this trade. On this final contract, I should say. And we are out. We covered. 2 house account trades. Right. 1 winner, 1 loser. Profited $28 on the day. That's $28 for 5 hours worth of work. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We lost on the crude oil trade. What did we lose? Lost about $200 on that trade. And then we only traded a 2 lot in gold because the opening range was so wide. 100 tick wide opening range. So we traded 2 micros.
Yep.
So we had yes, we scaled down on our size because of that wide opening range.
Oh man.
All right, guys.
That's a great move, by the way. It was 100 tick wide opening range, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the 2 micros, we were still risking close to $300. So
that's crazy. Yeah.
Definitely a good trade to scale down on. All right, guys.
Don't forget to cancel the stop.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Cancel all.
Yep.
Cancel all. And we're good. All right, guys. We got some questions. First question. Question number the first from Eric in the chat. Eric says, hey, guys, I've been struggling with consistency. I think it's because I don't have a robust enough trading strategy. So my question is, what does the process for developing a robust trading strategy look like? Good question. How do you build a strategy? Well, first you need to educate yourself on the markets a little bit. Start taking a look at learn some chart patterns. You have candlestick patterns and you have other technical analysis charting patterns. Knowing those, seeing those, you can sort of develop a strategy based on the momentum of the market. You could also see where you might think other people are getting in and out of the market, where you might see some stop placement based on those patterns. Because a lot of people look at those. Not everybody trades them, but a lot of people know what they are, they know what to look for, and they use them to their advantage. So that's one way to get started. But Hoag, let's start with you. Let's toss it to you real quick. How do you get started? What's the process for developing a robust trading strategy?
Right. Well, just by judging by the question, Eric, I'd say you know you've been around a little bit. You know that you have to have a trading strategy and a trading plan and all of that. Consistency is always something to work towards in trading. There are so many different changes that the market throws at us. There's so much information coming at us to be able to digest it all is very difficult. So, uh, the process of developing a robust trading strategy to me looks like getting very good at hypothesizing current markets conditions or context or market states. So there's lots of different market states, and those different market states are going to require the recognition that the market state is changing, that the context is changing, and then choosing the right strategy for that particular market state as simply as we can. Range bound days, range bound periods of time, fade the extremes. Sell up against the high, buy against the low until it doesn't work anymore. Trends, if it's a trend to the upside, you're looking for longs only. If it's a trend to the downside, you're looking for shorts only. Trends are going to also offer bigger profit opportunities, very generally speaking. And range bound situations are going to set up more solid entry points closer to points of invalidation, and also going to provide really good profit targets, because if you're going to stay range bound, the market is likely to kind of range and go from high to low and then low to high and then high to low until it doesn't anymore. There's nothing that's going to guarantee consistency. You may have a great strategy for a range bound trade, and you may have a great strategy for a breakout or a new trend or something like that, but there's no guarantees that what you're seeing is going to provide that for you. So that's all about risk management, and risk management. It's the only thing you can control. So, Eric, my suggestion is get really good at understanding market context, market state, have different strategies for the different market states, and then consistently and correctly apply the correct market strategy, or the proper strategy to the proper market state. And it's all subjective. We never really know until you know. Do you know when it's going to be a trend day at the beginning of the day? No, you don't. You know it was a trend day at the end of the day. But if you can hypothesize the possibility of that and trade to that strategy, you're going to put together some really good days. Consistency is always a challenge in trading. Markets are always changing, and once you get the right answer, market's going to change the questions. Good luck, Eric. We're looking forward to your success.
Get the air horn ready, Hoag.
Oh, what are you looking at, Hoop?
Yes.
Yes.
Just cooking.
Ooh, look at that. Yeah.
Half is the high.
67.57.
One tick of the all-time high.
Yeah, one tick.
Yep.
Yep. One just missed it by that much.
Air horn's getting prepped right now.
Yep. They're cranking it up like at the Blackhawks game right now. Just get it cranked up.
All right, I'll keep an eye on the markets for a minute.
Okay. You keep an eye on it. Just a heads up.
Yep.
You look at my
Take on
chart.
it.
I'm going to use a chart. I'm going to use a chart to
let's
kind of analyze it for me. So, for me, the one thing Hoag said there is my biggest, probably traders hear me say, is that to me, the most successful traders and the ones who tend to have a successful plan is identifying the market state. And that can be different, Hoag, in different time frames. There's a lot that goes into that, but I've seen the strategies that are able to identify, are we ranging? Are we directional? Trying to figure those out. So today's trader looks a lot different than 30 years ago trader, right, Hoag? I think some use a lot of indicators, some use none. So I think it's personal to who you are. I used to never use VWAP. I use VWAP, as a point of reference. Um, you know, moving averages, once again, when you pulled up the CQG machine on the floor, Hogue, there was like 6 choices: Bollinger Bands, RSI, moving averages. There wasn't a lot on the plate. Now there's a ton of information to take in. So I just think keeping it simple at first and maybe integrating some things along the way is how I think traders use it. Because, Hogue, I've heard you say, and we've talked about it for a long time, things that work now might not work, 2 months from now, or whatever. So you need some, to me, you're going to need some context around it. And charts, once again, I gave I sent something over to James. Can you throw that up? That's our context, right? From the floor, right? Hogue? Trading card. There's D's hogs. I wrote it down. I knew my price. Yes, I did trade hogs with you, Hogue. No, just kidding. But I use that as a reference point because it was very simple back then, and now there's a ton of information you can soak in. So it's just like, if you go back to my chart, it's just like you see here, if I pull up my chart, it says, like, in a day like today, that I've taken 27 trades. Well, I haven't. I've really taken 1, 2, 3, 4, because I scale in and scale out. And once again, that is who I was for 10 years on the floor, right? So I've accepted that, and that's who I am as a trader. And that's where I think people start to realize, Hogue, like we said yesterday, market profile looks different than a 3-minute chart, right? So I think it's different for everybody. Just taking it in pieces is the way I would say developing your strategy and your personality. Coach Vince says it all the time too. Find something that fits your personality.
Yeah, finding the right market is definitely part of the battle too, or
100%.
I won't say half the battle, but it's a good piece of the battle. Realizing what kind of trader you are. Do you like the heavy? Do you like the big wide swings of the Nasdaq? Do you need something that moves a little slower? As Hogue would say, does the market give you heart palpitations just watching the ladder? Yeah, find the right market for you. That's definitely a thing. You don't have to trade the Nasdaq. You don't have to trade the S&P. There's a whole list of products available to you here, and they all move at different speeds. So don't be afraid to look around and do some research and feel out some other markets. See how you like them. All right, good question, Eric. And nice questions or nice answers from everybody else. All right, next up, we've got a question from Iris. This is an interesting one, Hogue. She says, hey, Hogue, when it comes to gold today, I saw a Baron saw on that gold chart, and I got stopped out along with them. What is your best advice for this kind of situation? I thought about jumping back in for the ride back up, but I decided to pause and lock myself out for at least 15 minutes. Been negative the last few weeks. Had my first green day yesterday, up $331, which is keeping me positive this week. First of all, what we talk about here is not trading advice, and you shouldn't be copying our trades. You should be going out and developing your own strategies the way we just walked you through how to develop a strategy. But Hogue, as far as the part of wanting to get back in, but instead locking yourself out after coming off a drawdown. One winning day, coming off a drawdown, you get stopped out, you lock yourself out, should have gotten back in, didn't do it, turned out it was the right move. How do you move on past that?
All right. So Iris, thanks for the question. And Iris actually says in here that they didn't copy the trade. They saw what Baron was looking at, and decided to take the trade on their own, which is good. Thinking about jumping right back in for the ride back up, but decided to pause and lock yourself out for 15 minutes. I think Iris, did that trade trigger? Did it trigger you? Did it put you into tilt. Did you feel like you were seeing the market well and saw the opportunity to try and get back into that long at better trade location, but just didn't want to take the risk, didn't feel the risk, fear of the risk? If it was something that was intuitive, of course you're gonna probably want to try and get back in that trade at a better trade location. That was a tough trade, man. I mean, it just didn't stick around for very long. But I think I remember the trade you're talking about. It was after we had the big push to the downside, right?
Mhm.
So it was on this pullback. If you can get on my charts, it was on this pullback. It wasn't the big push to the downside. It was on the second pullback down near the weekly kickoff low. And, we talked about the fact, and Barron talked about the fact that he was looking to buy down here at 38.86, 38.82. Well, we got another look at 38.86. And if this is the area you were thinking about trying to get back in the trade, because this was the one that I'm thinking Iris is talking about. Barron got long 38.96 right about here, and his stop was 38.90, which is right back down here and near where he was looking to buy it. So there was another case where the stop was a better trade location. Well, stops are always better trade locations. It's just the nature of the beast. But I don't know if he thought about getting back into it, but this was the level that he was looking for longs. He ended up getting in a little bit too early. I don't know if you feel as though you were too early, but when he got stopped out, he was right back to the level that he was already talking about several times, looking for longs down at that level, and he got stopped out instead and said, "Okay, that's it. I'm just going to be done." He was up money. You're up money. There's nothing wrong with walking away and resting and being patient. Just happened to be that, that would have been the right thing to do, Iris. And I can say that because I'm looking at things completely in hindsight here. I wasn't there with you. I'm not you. It would have been maybe a tough trade to take right after taking a loss in that direction. It was in better trade location for sure. But only you can really answer your question. There's nothing wrong with taking a break, and after taking a loss, especially if you're starting to feel tilted, take that break. There's always another opportunity in the markets, Iris. Don't feel as though you missed anything tremendous. Would it have been a good trade? Yes. It could have been a bad trade too. Then you're in two losses and maybe you're down on the week. Then just relax. There's always another trade, always another opportunity coming down the pike.
100%.
Truer words never spoken. There's always another opportunity. Don't go chasing trades. But it happens to everybody. It's part of the game. It's part of the life here.
Yep.
Know what's happened to me? Oop. How many times has this happened to you? When's the last time you chased a trade?
Probably last really good one I chased was micro Bitcoin the other day.
The other day, see?
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah, once again, it got to a specific level, got stubborn, and it was starting to go, and wanted to buy it, and jumped in instead of waiting a little bit more and managed the risk, but I sacrificed trade location. So by chasing. So once again, you're not alone on that. And the biggest thing I think I've learned is that if I do that, I'm accepting the result of it. In other words, if I jump in early and I chase and I get stopped out, hey, you're the putts that decided to not wait for better trade location. So it's just one of those things where sometimes we joke around, but it is the truth. Patience pays, and people say, well, yeah, it's true. So, but if you aren't patient, you just have to accept whatever choice you made, and then if you're wrong, you're wrong. You cut the loss, and like okay, JD, let's have the conversation. We all just had the thing saying, hey, cut the gold trade, right? Yeah. And now it's broken $6. So and now you sit here and say, well, And it market looked like it was ranging for the last hour. So maybe something happened. I would journal this like post settlement that everybody's maybe lightening up, or you would look at volume here. But yeah, here's a perfect example live on TV, right? We just broke $5 from where we got out. So.
Yep. Hasn't moved in 2.5 hours. As soon as we get out, guys.
There you go.
That happened.
There you go.
What are you gonna do? You're gonna laugh.
Yep.
Yeah. What are you gonna
never
do?
lose your sense of humor in this biz.
Absolutely.
100%.
Timing is everything too. Gold
Yeah.
has officially settled for the day. It was right at that 12:30. It looks like right about settlement time when we started getting that movement. So, it was a coin flip. We could have been on either side of that move, but we lost our profit. We did our job.
Yeah,
could have been a contender. Could have been somebody.
We did our job. We did our job for the day. All right. Before we get to the next question, let's get to some news real quick. Lisa Cook is back in the news. The Supreme Court of the United States is allowing Lisa Cook to remain at the Fed. So Lisa Cook will remain working at the Federal Reserve, at least for now. President Donald Trump fired Cook from the agency in August after the administration claimed Cook had committed mortgage fraud. Cook called the charges against her, quote, manufactured, and a legal battle over the matter began. On Wednesday, the U.S. Supreme Court announced it would hear arguments in January. The High Court also deferred a decision to Trump's request to have Cook fired immediately, which means she will stay on the job. Analysts say this will be an epic showdown, highlighting the power of the White House and the Federal Reserve's independence. Lisa Cook ain't going anywhere without a fight.
Nope.
Nope.
I wouldn't either.
No, really? Right?
No. He doesn't have the authority to fire her. He was,
No, because
he was
got
digging
a
up
second
dirt
home
on
in
it.
Flagstaff,
That's
JD. Watch out.
Nice. All right. Back to group coaching. This is a nice piece of diversion. Who do you guys want to take next? Here's a good one for you. This question comes from Logan. Guys, when you're looking at the dome, can you explain what it is you are looking for when you say reading the tape? Watching those prices move all around. So this goes back quite a few years. I'm part of the generation when the very first front-end trading platforms came around, there weren't charting packages that went along with them. So when you were on the trading floor, you stood there with a couple tablets in your hand with nothing but ladders. So all you did all day long was watch price movement on the ladder or the dome. So you get kind of familiar with picking out patterns on how prices are moving. Some of the very first algorithmic trading programs were very obviously working the market in those days too, and you could see it, rally 6 ticks, break 3 ticks, rally 6 ticks, break 3 ticks, rally 6 ticks, break 18 ticks, and do it the whole thing over again. Just trading the range, chopping everybody up. You could see it happening in real time. So the longer that you read the tape or watch the ladder, the better chance you have of being able to pick out those types of patterns rather than looking at the chart. It's sort of an art form, I would say. It's a good skill to have. Not a lot of people would put much stock in that, but I spent so many years doing nothing but reading the tape, watching the dome, that I'm pretty used to it at this point. But Hoop, I know you're part of the same school pretty much. What are you looking for when you're looking at the ladder or reading the tape?
It's funny if you guys go to my chart real quick. I just remember if you see old traders looked at, all they had was domes, 5 domes, and then maybe a chart to the side, and just watching motion. I think the biggest thing now that the dome gives you a little bit is you do get a little volume profile on the side. So it gives you, you can kind of see where it's thicker and where it's narrower. I mean, I think I noticed, this is a volume profile, right, Hoag? I mean, You
Oh,
can
yeah.
see this
Yep.
area, in through here. You can see where it gets thicker towards the high. I also think, one of the guys who probably relies on it the most is Eddie. Eddie he reads. I mean, I remember hear him talk about gold, reading the tape, and just watching how price trades around a specific price. When you've done it and you have a lot of screen time, it's just, like you said, JD, you just see like where a market hesitates, where it pauses, where it rips through. The biggest thing about it is reliability of today, when sell programs kick in, buy programs kick in. Sometimes it's definitely become harder. But I think it's most evident when it's really moving. I mean, like during the carry trade and the market was just flying all over the place during Liberation Day. When the market's flying, I hate to say it, the chart's going to rip through every level you've seen. So the dome or the ladder just gives you, to me, you can see I want to call it like a flow. And you can just see areas where the market hangs out, rip. The equities sometimes can be harder because it's just up and to the right. But I think in markets like gold, it becomes, you can see it happen, pretty real. But that's how I use it. But I really pay attention to the volume profile, even though it's maybe not part of my structure from day to day. But when I'm watching it on the side and I see those voids of volume and see how the market reacts around there. But yeah, I just remember guys have 5 domes up and that was it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You know where the
reading the tape? Where did it come from?
Came from
reading the old ticker tapes.
Yep.
Yeah, the old ticker tapes.
That was
the old
that was
ticker
how
tape.
That was how they watched price action, was by reading the tape. And that's pretty much what we're doing here. I find reading the tape as something that I have to focus on constantly, exhausting.
And it can be, yeah.
But I do like looking at it when I'm looking for some sort of change to occur. If there's a potential breakout, maybe something even as simple as an initial balance breakout. If I think the market's going to continue on a breakout of the initial balance, I want to see the dome look like it has eyes on it. Lots of orders being placed and canceled. Price wiggling around. I want it to look robust, and that's going to probably encourage me to believe that this breakout maybe has a chance of continuation. But if you get a breakout, it might just be a stop run, and the dome dies, and it just sits there, and it doesn't look like anybody even cares that you just put in a new high or a new low in some cases. That's less likely to see continuation, because I want to see participation in breakout trades. And if we don't get the breakout, if we do get the breakout and we don't get participation, it seems, probably 65%, maybe even greater than that of breakouts fail, then that's something that I'm kind of gleaning from reading the tape. We used to paint the tape in the pit. Louis Borsellino was famous for it. He'd be short and he'd offer and offer, and anytime he could put in a new downtick, he'd sell one to somebody, and they had to get that print in, because he was painting the tape. He was making it look like off-floor traders, like it might be actually weaker than it is, and sometimes that would be enough to incite more selling coming into the market. So, tape reading is an art form, that's for sure.
Nearly impossible to manipulate it like that anymore. I don't know how you would even go about that these days.
A lot of the big traders in the S&Ps used to do that. They see the ability to put in a new downtick, like a new lower low, and they would just sell one at that price and scream to get that print in, because it just make the market look weaker.
Yep. Reading the tape. give it a shot. Maybe it's just what you're looking for. Just watch the dome trade for a little while. Maybe you'll start spotting patterns. Maybe not. But it's there for you to use if you want to. All right. We got time for one more question, Hoag. This one comes from Cody. Cody says, "Hi, guys. Thanks for taking the question. I'm wrestling with how to handle transition to XFA accounts, trading combine to an XFA account. Earlier today, that $20 drop in gold wiped out 4 copy-traded XFAs. I had just taken a payout, and my plan was to recycle payout funds back to funding. But clearly, I over-leveraged and let greed take over. Fortunately, I passed another combine later, too. So I'm essentially flat on entire trading experience." That's a rough one. How long were you in those XFAs? I'm curious. Why did the strategy change from the trading combine to the XFA? The trading combine that you passed today, how long did it take you to pass that one? Are you trying to pass combines in 2 days and then change your entire strategy once you get into the XFA? I have a lot of questions about this question. Also, Cody goes on to say, my question, from a trader development standpoint, am I better off restarting multiple combines again or focusing on one account to rebuild discipline and consistency? Fundamentally, I know gold can swing like this. Technically, I ignored the risk per move. And psychologically, I caught myself trading with entitlement rather than process. How do you recommend I best align capital allocation and mindset moving forward? I think you answered half your question there. Half the battle is recognizing what the problem is. The second part is not doing that again. Having a plan and sticking to it, right? Hoag, you've coached tens of thousands of traders on exactly this question. Break it down in 2 minutes for us, will you?
All right.
No
In
problem.
2 minutes. Cody, you didn't have a stop in. That's what I'm gleaning from this. You didn't have a stop in. As far as moving forward, I have no problem with, having, more than one account. But it would have been nice today to only be trading 2 of those accounts, because then you'd still have 2. If you are trading multiple accounts, forget about the fact that you are trading multiple accounts when they're tied together. Cody, I think you'd be a better trader if you were just to work on one account, get back into the XFA with one account, build that XFA, because if you build it enough, you can trade it like it's multiple accounts. It's really kind of personal, but man, if you didn't have stops in, that's what you get. That was a really vicious move, and that's why you have stops in. But Cody, one good thing that I see here is, you've been at this for a while. You're basically at break even through your entire trading experience. A lot of people never even get to that level. So Cody, you got something going on. Make sure you have stops in. If you're gonna copy trade XFAs, if you got 4 of them, copy trade 2 at a time. Because if you do something and you lose 2 of them, you've still got the ability to trade the other 2 or 3, whatever it is. But next time I get the feeling, Cody, that you don't have stops in, entitlement, you said? No,
Let me throw this at you, Hoag.
Yes.
Cody's in the chat right now, Hoag, and adds to the story a little bit. Listen to this. So, Cody, first of all, what's up? Thanks for joining. Thanks for your question. But Cody says, I was on the phone and had another buy instead of a sell. Total rookie move. What do you do when you have an error, buy versus sell? Do you hold it or do you cover it immediately?
You learn that one real quick. I'll trade out of it. Yeah. And then it just snowballs. It just get out.
When you make an error like that, you just get out. Yeah.
Get out.
Focus, Cody. Focus. You can call him back.
Yeah.
All right. I forgive you. Maybe you didn't get the stop in quick enough. Something like that. I get it. But don't do it again.
Jack's in the chat. Jack used to call it flipping a ticket. And that's it.
Yep.
Buy instead of a sell. Get out of the trade. You're not going to get lucky.
Did many an out trade of that issue.
Yep. Doesn't matter what the price is. Eat the loss. Maybe you will get lucky and you'll have a little bit of a winner. But yeah. When you make an error, don't try and trade out of it. Just get out of it.
Get out.
All right, guys. That was a good lesson to close on, I think. That's all the time we have for group coaching. Thanks again for everybody for joining us here on Topstep TV. Thanks for submitting your questions. We got a couple left over for tomorrow. We'll also pin that form to the chat again tomorrow. So if you have a question for one of the three of us, you'll have an opportunity to ask us. So looking forward to tomorrow. I'll see you guys for more group coaching. Coach Hoop, Coach Hoag, thank you so much for your time. As always, stick around, folks. We got more tradertainment heading your way. Trade with Topstep coming up next. Jack A, Joe A. Jack P, Joe A, Deanna, and Dolby Time will be here. And we're closing out the day and power hour with Andre, Fatima M, Mandy, and Dolby Time. Stick around, folks. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way right here. Topstep TV. Let's do it.
This is Topstep TV, live from Vegas. Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. We'll be right back.
First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that, or it is a lonely journey by yourself. 2, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. 3, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. 4 would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes great things here at Topstep.
Oh, hello, everybody. Welcome back. We got Deanna, the VIP coach, and a VIP student, and Joe. Joe, welcome back. The Chameleonaires in the house. We got Jack coming back just in time for me to get through the introductions. Hope chat is doing well. Haven't seen y'all yet. How are y'all trading today, though? Nasdaq 25,000. How happy is everybody?
Yeah, I mean, happy, but didn't catch all of it. Got a piece though. Got a piece. So,
Okay.
You know, that's the way I always approach it. You know, even if I have a good idea where I think price is going on the day, you know, I don't need to catch it all, which is something I've been training. Dee knows all about this. You know, trying to train myself not to, not to try and hold out for the entire move. Which today, of course, would have paid dividends, but that's not the point, is it? Right? The point is that on days like
just look at it as an outlier.
Exactly.
Yeah, just look at it as an outlier. Yeah, this doesn't happen every single day, and
but the fact that it, you know, that I've just taken a piece and been content is how I need to sort of frame my trading moving forwards. And in time, I can have like that one or two runners left with a slightly bigger position to start with, and catch the rest of this outlier move, you know, with the profits protected. Then all well and good. But I need to sort of just adjust from my, we've been talking about this before, my swing trading brain and my intraday brain, and I, you know, made good progress, I think, in that department. So I'm feeling, you know, today was a good example of putting that into practice. So
I mean, having a plan really goes a long way. And we got Jack back. Look at this, Jack.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, guys? Sorry, I'm coming in hot. They had an inspector coming from my furnace, and they showed up just as we were sitting in the green room, but they're gone. It's all good. Things have been expected, and we are grinding higher, it looks like.
We got the 25K, Jack. How happy are you?
I don't base my happiness on where the NQ is trading.
It's probably
looking at the
wise.
ES, though, as I mentioned earlier when I was talking about that 5750 level, we did get sort of a rock fight right above there, but it never, I didn't take any shorts because it never went back below it. It just kept on going. So 6760 next, and then I got nothing for now above that. It's all freeform jazz from here beyond new highs. So Joe, welcome again. Deanna, nice to see you guys. Looks like you already went over what your trades were today. Caught part of the move. Anything you guys are looking at now, Joe?
yeah, hi Jack, by the way. Really nice to meet you finally.
You too.
Great to sort of start meeting different members of the team who I've been watching and enjoying. So yeah, I mean, I'm only looking for longs. The only area for shorts for me, this is Nasdaq, by the way, because I've given up on gold today. I feel it's just going to flatline unless something happens later. I haven't had a chance to chat with Dee about this. And same with crude oil. I wanted to be short, but can't find an entry. So because of that, I focused on NQ today. And although this is in a sort of area where there was congestion and potential for shorts, I put it in our VIP chat as well that I wasn't particularly interested, to be honest. So I'm rather hoping to align for longs a little bit later in the session, if possible. I have two sort of areas left. There was a lower one, which I think on a previous session, one of the guys who was trading live was talking about it in the 850s area, 840s, 850s, which was one of my areas. Because of what price action did after that and the support it created in the 900s, I've now got to raise that for me to potential retrace into like about 913 area to look for longs. And in fact, if you can you see my charts, the Topstep charts?
Oh yeah,
we got them up right now.
Yeah, so that you can see there's a little sort of some colored lines there just here. Can you see that? And that's in the 24,910 to 24,920 area. So if price comes back to there, I'm interested in longs because that's a continuation model which I like to use, or using the M5. Now I dial in on the M1. So I draw the quads there based on the M5 single print value gap, whatever you want to call it here, right? So that's the model. So I've got that set, and further down, This is the one I was hoping for earlier in the session, but didn't materialize, unfortunately, which is similar concept. The quad levels are slightly wider, but still within a very nice range. So I would look for longs in there. But because of what's happened here with this one, so this is the one this is the one I want at the moment. This one here, which is in between, isn't really valid anymore for me. Not just because of this base that's been created here at sort of 880s, but because of what the M1 candle did just here at 25 past the hour. Can you just see where I'm hovering? It doesn't allow me to really put a model in place for that one.
Joe, I got a
So
question.
it's really only this one backstopped by basically the lower quad here, minus a few points. So really 910, let's call it, as the backstop. And I would want to enter in between 920 and 913-ish. And if that breaks down, I probably wouldn't be interested until we get below this one and into this quad. But given the time of day, I'm not sure we're going to get it. We may not even get this one.
That was pretty thorough. That was
We
pretty
might
thorough.
get in the
analysis
power
right
hour,
there.
though.
That's my plan. That's my game plan for this evening.
Goodness, yeah.
Sounds like a
We
good
have
plan. Yeah.
quite the rally. Dolby, you had a question, it sounded like, for Joe?
M5 is 5 minute, right?
Sorry, yes. Yeah, that's how I use the terminology. Apologies. Yeah.
That was my guess. That was my hunch. So I'm glad I was right.
Thank you.
I sounded very confident in chat. Do you any levels here in the Nasdaq? I know you're mostly not trading Nasdaq and stick to things that people can own and touch and feel, such as crude and gold or natural gas.
Yeah, so I traded gold today, currently being tortured by a copper short. But yeah, Nasdaq, the only area that I'm seeing is the GEX3 level at 24,900. So maybe in power hour we might get a little wobble back down there, and that would align with similar levels that Joe has. So that could be a nice continuation. Are we going to get it? Nobody knows. It's a pretty strong area. We do have a core resistance and the implied volatility top in and around 25,000. But if it just bleeds through that and carries on skyrocketing, that's just the first day of the quarter. I think this is the positioning. And people are still clearly very bullish, which is
Yeah.
always
not
a
much you
pain
can
with
do
equities.
to
No.
dissuade them. I'm kind of out of options levels once we like right here 67.60, that's
same.
67.10 in the SPX.
Mhm.
When my info gets updated, I'm sure there'll be even higher levels to worry about.
Yeah,
But
I only have
You know what traded-
6,800 at the high on the ES, and some minor GAX levels on the way, which shouldn't really be a problem. Yeah.
well, we flipped the script for the morning.
okay.
Now all of the Mag 7 stocks and bonus Broadcom are in the green, some significantly so. Tesla up 3.6%. Broadcom up 1.5%. Meta is still down 2% on the day. Russell is down on
Really?
the day. Yeah.
Aren't there cool glasses coming out today or yesterday? The Meta Ray-Bans?
They
the
are.
line's not long enough? Is that why
Braden
people
is going to be
Are they not
our
out
man on the
already?
street.
I think they're out.
Is that like a new version? Yeah, because I think you can buy them already.
I'm not
Or
going
am I
to.
So-
wrong? I don't know.
I think what's happening to
I
Meta
was
as far
thinking
as the
about it.
news. Yeah. They just announced a deal or like a $14 billion contract with CoreWeave. And it seems like lately Meta has been signing a lot of these big contracts with companies that like Google, for instance, that's their competitor. And people are a little bit worried that their free cash flow is going to zero, which Zuck has already done once before. That's how you could have bought Facebook for under $100 a few years back.
He's not afraid to spend some money.
He is not afraid to burn some bucks. All right, up to 62.5 is the high in the ES. Man, what
Thing is,
a
Meta's a
friggin'
cash
day.
cow. business. It's a great business to be invested in, whether you like Facebook or not. Right? It's a cash
Oh,
cow.
and people love the stock when they do that. But then every few years, Zuckerberg finds something to spend a lot of that cash on.
Yeah.
It was the metaverse before. Now he is in the CapEx arms race for all time with all the other companies.
Push those chips in, all in, left and right. I mean, they're chasing
Right.
super intelligence. What's the price of super intelligence, Jack? How do you put a price on super intelligent AI?
Well, that's why it's an arms race. They've all said essentially that, you know, I think many of them truly believe that they're going to zero if they don't get it. So Zuckerberg
That's
himself
kinda what
said
it
in
feels
an
like.
interview last week, he's like, even if I have to spend a couple $100 billion on this, it's still worth it because not spending it's worse. So we'll see how that works.
Well,
But
Nasdaq
is
likes
AI
it.
truly
You know how to-
intelligent, though?
Right now,
There's a rabbit.
probably not.
Question.
Makes a lot of mistakes. I can definitely attest to that. You have to watch what it's saying, because I've been using some AI for the coding stuff. Not much. Like
Yeah.
I create my own things and then to automate certain parts of it. It's excellent at creating tests. I'm gonna say it's amazing for that. But anything else, you ask it, unless you give it like a super detailed prompt and you stop it from doing stupid things, it can really mess things up royally.
Still got to intervene. Still got to
Mhm.
intervene. Wow, Nasdaq is
Yeah, there
ripping.
it
still
goes.
bidding very aggressively. All-time
Honestly,
highs.
the more I see this,
Yeah.
the more I see this,
We
the
just
more I think
buy a
that,
micro.
that zone I've got in 900s is going to be the only remaining buy opportunity
Yeah.
to buy. Right. So I'm really keen on that. If we get that in this session, I'll be definitely looking to long there. But if we don't get it, then that's it. I'll probably just close the laptop after this and
Mhm.
take the rest of the night off.
I mean, look at
Can't
these.
Just
really
you wait.
see
They
what-
gotta whip it down there for MOC and then just push it all the way back up. It was the end.
Well, it was like last night's though. You know, I don't know whether you read it in the chat. Like where they push price, very interesting. Where it closed at 913 for me, because that was my POI to short. But there was so little time left in the session. I was just like, well, what can I do with that? I could do anything from here, right? But it actually just drifted very gently away from the level.
Depends.
So
I actually quite like the MOC trades, and I do wish that we can hold a little bit
MOC
longer
rips.
on
yeah,
Topstep.
exactly. If we could, then I would have
Mm.
taken that trade like more aggressively.
Yeah.
It was so
Because once
bang on
everything
the nose.
closes, it's quite sane. Suddenly, all the craziness from the active trading stops, and I find that Nasdaq is actually pretty tradable after hours.
I think I've just seen too many weird spikes in MOC to really trust it. And the fact that it happened bang on the minute of close was like,
Do you,
oh, come on.
do you normally
Well,
trade MOC, Joe? What's like your
Try
prime
not
your
to.
prime hour to trade? What's like your favorite time?
I try and get done in London. Like today, this morning's London long was like my trade. It was basically a oneer and doneer. I didn't leave a
Oh, that's the
runner. Wish
best.
I had, but because if I had, I'd still be in it, right? Because there wasn't anything that would have shaken me out on that particular trade because I got in so low. I got in at the low of London, literally. I think what was it? 640 was my entry on London. So
yikes, that's good.
You see what I mean? It didn't come back. So that's where because of what I'm trying to practice not doing, which is holding for too long. In discussion with D, it's I made a disservice today.
You gotta
but
have a
I'm
plan.
cool with it. I'm cool with it.
Gotta have
Yeah,
a plan to
because
hold.
I knew what my piece was.
Yeah,
I
'cause
knew
you
where the
can-
model was going to fail, so I took my profit there. In this case, I didn't leave a runner, even though I could have, and just was content with London. So I boxed London, and I didn't bother again, until I started to look at New York. So, do you see what I mean? So, yeah, for me, I like to trade London and try and get done in London, and not have to trade New York.
Yeah,
So,
that's the best. I mean, I can relate to that. I can't tell you how much like money, trading combine money, sim money I've lost trying to take scalps and turn them into all day runners. It just like does not work. Trying to like flip your plan in a trade like in the middle of it. I think it's a silly thing to do. If you're in for 2-to-1, just take the 2-to-1. If you're in for a 10-to-1 all dayer, then just stick with that too.
Yeah.
Flipping in between, I don't know about that. Typically doesn't work out.
Yeah, no diddling. So let's do a quick roundup here of some of the headlines that are coming off. Hoop's been on them in the chat. But just really quick, we got Trump talking about Powell on True Social. I believe that Jerome Too Late Powell is an obstructionist. Intel is in early talks to add AMD as foundry customer. They're up to 35. RIP, I think it was Verisat last week in chat said they would be down 30%. They are not. Trump says he'll be meeting with President Xi in 4 weeks. Soybeans going to be a major talk. They're going to announce a new BLS head nominee soon. They pulled their previous one, I believe, last night or yesterday. That's all I got for now as we grind higher on this Wednesday, the first day of the quarter, Q4.
Fed is always too late.
Well, they can never really be on time. I think they...
Well, the problem I have with them is they're always looking at backward-looking indicators. They don't look at anything forward-looking. So that creates a problem in terms of lead lag, in terms of policy decision-making. And then, you know, you end up kind of with the situation we have now, which is kind of Goldilocks to me, which is where you've got, stuttering, job situation in the US, ISM still faltering below 50, but, new orders, if they start coming up and the ISM starts sort of turning up and the rate of change of it starts going up, then the Goldilocks scenario is the Fed are cutting into a growing economy.
Yeah.
Which is just more turbocharged for stocks. But that's a function of them being late to cut. So Trump is right, in my opinion.
Well, there is something forward-looking they could look at, and I'm kind of a fan of this in general, is I think something they should look at more in setting rates is the 2-year yield, right? Because that's what the market, that's a better prediction than in 2 years, it's always 2% inflation at the Fed. But if they were to cut rates or raise rates more in line with the 2-year yield, I think they'd be more on time. But we'll see if that ever happens.
Can we nominate you, Jack, for a Fed position? That seems like a good idea. I'd vote for you.
I'm all for it. Man, we are just living right below the high of the day.
How do we get long? 980s?
Press the button.
Yeah, that's not wrong. Not wrong.
Patience. I mean, 980s, maybe.
It'd be nice to find a pullback somewhere. I just don't know where we're going to get it. Maybe 980s, actually. We're up in like a really interesting range. So between like 980 and 25,027, we got a pretty killer 1 hour range that happened on the 23rd of September. So I'm kind of wondering if that might offer itself up as support. And then maybe we stay in that balance and then shoot higher from there.
Good question, Dolby. So do you look at previous ranges that far back?
Yeah, I do. I've really found the midpoints of old ranges to be pretty interesting for pullback areas. Not so much like the highs and the lows of the range, but like only the middle. I like highs and lows for current, but then midpoint for old.
Interesting. Never thought about it that way.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is for that. I'm speculating. This is just complete speculation. But like, imagine you got short the high, like 25,026, and then you're a long-term trader, and let's say you also got short the low at 2490, whatever this is. The low is 24,975. That would put your average at 25,000. And so I wonder if there's like markets coming back to stop out break-even traders who maybe are averaging up in a large range. That's
the way I'm looking
my
at it.
running
Maybe
theory.
it's the price agreement. Because if it's a range, the price agreement is going to be right in the middle.
Right. Yeah, that too.
Something to that. Yeah.
But I find it to be pretty good. A pretty interesting level to mark off. It's prominent enough that I have it written down to draw out in the future. It's good stuff. And then to make that chat, if you're interested, is just take the Fibonacci, and then all I'm doing is turning everything off besides the 0, 50, and 100, and then that gets you just a little green bar in the middle. Make it at home.
Glancing around the S&P 500. Oh, go ahead, Joe. What's up?
No, just because of Dolby, it reminded me of something because of the way he does his limit order, kind of, sort of in stages.
Oh, the stack,
yeah. So somebody once, I don't really use this as an averaging method, but I think it has some validity. And I'm just thinking about it applying to the way you set up your trades, which is the 1-3-6 way of doing it. So by what I mean is, let's say you had 10 micros to allocate to your position, right? And you've got your layers like you have, right? So in this case, for a long, say the highest one would be 1 micro. And wherever you put the next layer down, you'd put 3 micros.
Oh,
and
okay.
For your lowest, you put 6. And therefore you get a total of 10.
Yeah.
But your average gets really dragged down nicely by putting the biggest amount at the lowest, but based on fractions of 10 micros using 1-3-6.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay, where'd you learn that from?
Just some macro traders that I sort of hang out with in other communities and discords, because I'm sort of big on fundamentals as well as technicals. So
yeah.
So I sort of I get around in terms of like sort of traders that I hang out with, all different types. So I learned that
cool.
Probably the last couple of years. I was thinking that's quite an interesting way of looking at
that
it.
would really get your average close down to those 6 contracts. Get real close. We could try that out sometime.
Well, Dan D, that's a martingale if then you went 12 and then you went 24, then you went 48.
Yeah, that's not a martingale, Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time we talk about this.
It's based on your
So here's the misconception. Martingale is when you don't have a maximum position as a default, right? So let's say that you have 10 micros as your maximum default. Martingale is if you enter at 10, then 20, then 30, and you just keep going until it blows up. That's martingale. But if you have a maximum risk allowance for yourself as the maximum default being 10, and you start at 2 or 3, and then add another 3, add another 1, add another 1, up to 10, that's the right way to average into a position. Okay, and that's not martingale at all.
It's just it's like D, if I gave you $250 to manage a trade, you could do 1 contract and give it $250 worth of risk, or you could do 5 contracts and spread them every 5 points apart, or you could do whatever. You could do 1-3-6. It's the same risk for the trade no matter what, and that is the key difference.
When I was trading professionally, we would tend to do that. We were heavily in mean reverting certain spreads, but I would refer to it as same way you're saying there, Joe, is divide up into 3 parts. But how I would see it is a third of the size aggressive, a third of the size at the level, a third of the size defending. And it's the same thing, but just a third, a third, a third.
Yeah, I used to do a lot of that as well.
Like to do that.
Yeah, whenever I'm trading with more size, I have the first entry, which will be typically a third of a position. Then I use my MAE number as the second add-on. And then for the final one, I will wait until the price actually comes back. And it will be sort of more aggressive, obviously, especially if it moves in your favor. It could mess up the average, but then all of it sort of comes around because you have one that's deep into the zone that you're looking at. And that's the only way that I like to scale into trades. None of this, you enter 3 and then it moves like 100 points and then you enter again for another 3. And I'm like, it's not the same trade.
It's not.
You mess up your average so much. And it bothers me when I see people doing that. So there's a good way to average into a trade and there's a very bad way. And I think most retail traders are using the second example. and they think that's fine, just adding as it goes. And I think Tom
So
Hughart
much
has a little bit to answer for that. I agree with
For
a lot of
teaching that?
stuff. Yeah, and he actually has, I don't know how many people know this, but there's like this slightly more obscure interview that one of the YouTubers did with him at a conference.
Mhm.
And he asked him about that scaling in, and he said last February it actually blew up in his face. So he said, I need to re-examine to see what I can do better, because that didn't really work out for me. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not surprised. So whilst, his teachings are amazing, I think a lot of people took the adding like a lunatic while something is going in your favor to heart. And yeah, it's just not a very viable long-term thing, because when you get stuck in ranges and false breakouts, which are much more frequent than just days that keep going up and up like today, that can be very detrimental for your balance.
It's so hard. I think it's the hardest thing to do in
Yeah.
trading. Sorry,
It's
go ahead, Jack.
horrible.
One last
I
thing
yeah.
on adding is, though, this is a very important caveat. If you are going to scale into position, I've used the example before, it's got to be like calling glass on a shot in basketball. You have to intend to do that from the beginning. It's not, I have a trade on, it goes a little bit against me, add a little more. That's not the same thing.
Mhm. No.
It has to be part
It has to
plan,
be
absolutely.
a part of the way you simply trade, and every trade has to be managed the same way.
And in
And here
fact,
we
this
are.
model that I'm waiting for to set up, if it comes down into the 900s, I could sort of apply it there, because the model says, okay, you should enter in at the upper quad. You've got to allow it to move into the lower quad minus 3 points. Okay, that's the model. Okay, so therefore you've got some latitude within that bracket of quads to parlay in your position if you want. So that would be an example of having a plan. You've got a model, you know what the backstop is, it's clearly defined.
Yep.
And then it's up to you then how you want to build your position within that.
Yeah, if you want to like quadruple your anxiety in a trade, start freelancing your position ads and just start riffing. It is not fun to do.
Well,
at all.
speaking of quadrupling anxiety, we have somebody here who brings my anxiety down 75%. I see Gabe in back. We got some jabs coming our way, so let's do it.
Dude, I thought you were about to say I quadruple your anxiety. I'm like, man, come on. All right, we got some jabs. Let's knock out the traders that we've seen today. Shout out to everybody showing up day after day. Once again, we have Holt here. Combine locked out for the day. Hit my target. Ready to go to XFA tonight or tomorrow. Great work, Holt. We got Chris. Just took some profit on NQ. Cool 100-point move on the government shutdown to the upside. Learning from past mistakes. Don't want to get chopped up after being up. So I'm done for the day. Great work, Chris. We got Muharram locked out myself. First minus 2K day in a while. So I did want to put this out there because I know that there's always two sides of the coin. Are people hitting red days just as much as we see guys hitting green days? But hopefully that 2K is a managed loss in your trade plan, and that's not a tilt day. But even if it is, tomorrow's a fresh day, and hope you come back with a refreshed mind and ready for a new day. We got Jordan. GG's done for the day, up 1K in 5 XFAs, trading max of 5 micros. That's a great day trading micros there, Jordan. We got Uncle Brian up $90, locked out. Have a good day, y'all. Great work there, Brian, on the $90 lockout. Shadow Monarch, $806 on the first day on 4 XFAs, locked out as well. So lots of traders consistently using those risk tools and Topstep X to help manage and to keep green days and prevent themselves from any potential red, further red days if they are red in the day. But that's what I got for you guys. I'm going to send it back to you, Jack. Get back to these markets.
Thank you very much, Gabe. Not too much has changed here. It's a good example. What's the tilt doing right now? Okay. 59% short, both the ES and NQ. That strikes me with a little bit of just selling because it's higher.
Pretty much.
If I was going to short this and if I had made the trade, it saved my butt earlier, is that I wanted to short 57.50, but I don't want to just put that level in when it's grinding like this. I want to see it go below it. You got to wait for something that signals it's going to turn around, not just that. I think the worst time Now I could be wrong. Watch a crash right here, but when it's just pushing this high a day up a little by a little all day, there's no good time just to like go in here right now and sell this level.
I mean, if you were going to try, you'd be at the highs, but it's by far the hardest trade.
Bond yields have come off a little bit. We're back to 4.1%, which has been sort of a level of support going back to the Powell meeting and before. Still meta down. See if there's anything else interesting.
Thing is, I do have projection levels beyond all-time high, but I'm like,
oh, what do you use?
I'm not sure I'm going to trade them short, so it's a bit, just under the, based on the price action today, it doesn't feel like a day where shorting, trying to pick the high is the right play, even though I've got levels that might, that might work. Do you know what I mean? I feel much more comfortable waiting for that dip and going in alignment today, especially given how much, given how much time there is. We've got an hour and a half. So yeah, it's always tempting when you've got a projection level up there to give it a go, but I want to be a bit disciplined about it. I'll give back my gains today. Just,
it's not, yeah. It's hard too, especially if you're up money already. It's like, I mean, do you really want to be risking it? Unless you feel confident in the trade. It's I think everyone's kind of waiting. Well, what do we do here? How is the market going to react at all-time highs?
I think 1.3. I'm just looking. Don't quote me on these really, but I think I had confidence at 131. Looking at my standard deviations that I use for projections, but yeah, we're just passing interest at this stage of the.
The lawnmowers are coming for you, Dolby.
Jack, I was just going to ask, can you hear the leaf blower or whatever? And yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Loud and clear, sir.
Okay, well, I'll be gone for a little bit.
Okay. Oh, buddies. Sorry, I'm looking around for something of interest to bring in here, but anyone in the chat still long, just riding this thing? Please let me know.
Do we like longs at 010s? Bottom of the 5-minute range?
Don't tempt me.
You can tempt me if you want. I'm easy to tempt.
I'm looking at the ES. I think there is a desire for it to pull back to 67.50 at some point today if we stop this grind. But I wouldn't bet on it taking the short.
No.
No, the only short I'm taking is a 1-minute consolidation over 27s.
And the timing's off as well. How long have we got on air?
22 minutes.
Session? Yeah, I mean, the next time macro that I use is in 12 minutes. So starting at 10 to the hour until 10 past the hour. So, the last one came and went and it just stayed bullish. So that's okay. And it didn't come back. So I'm waiting for the next one. So I use time macros quite a lot to see, confluence with POIs, right? So sometimes you may get to a POI, but the time element is off. So that will keep me out of a trade potentially.
How many things do you have in your trading system, Joe, that you have to kind of check off your list before you get into a trade?
Oh, quite a few. Quite a few every day. When I make my daily plans as well, I always try and create a long and a short hypothesis.
Okay.
And present arguments for either side, right? And then sort of zoom out and look at the market, try to look at what we've got in the news, obviously what's happening on news on that day, because obviously they like to. So one of the things I like to sort of think about on news days, like today was a really good example. Is I use dealing ranges. They're not quite the ICT way, but they're a pretty powerful way. I haven't really got time to go into them, but I have them now as an indicator on my charts, and they help me frame sort of, where price is likely to go from and to when it's, delivering out of high time frame points of interest, dialing on lower time frames, and then expanding through the ranges to get to the next premium or discount, depending which way you're going. Okay.
Yeah.
So today we started in a just take my word for it, the daily time frame fair value, right, was the level that marked the London low to the tick, right? So that started everything off today. But the hourly dealing range was then updated at that precise point because the low happened to come in at the top of the hour, the London Open. So what that presented then was a load of fibs, where you've got now the London low as the bottom of the hourly dealing range inside the daily dealing range, which was at fair value because it's obviously a high time frame. So you're now going from a best discount in this case, which was fair value on the daily, into premiums because we're bullish, right? Expanding through the premiums of the daily via the lower time frames on the way. So in this case, we'll take the hourly. And the hourly fair value was higher. So basically, on a news day like today, which was quite a lot of news, right? There was ADP, then global PMI, then ISM PMI. So the hypothesis really there is, although I didn't hold a runner, I was saying in the VIP chat, if I had a runner, I'd be holding it for fair value on the hourly, because very often on news, they place price at fair value on H1, so hourly dealing range, or M15, which is also considered a high time frame. Okay, not 100%
It's the
of the
lowest
time,
of the high
very
time
high
frames.
percentage of the time. Very high percentage of the time. So that was a hypothesis for supporting longs, right? To go up from that discount up to fair value, and it, funny enough, it reached by ADP, it reached fair value to the tick. Right? And then it messed around between just the top of the premium and the bottom of the discount with the fair value in between the ADP and the two PMIs. And then the bottom of the next leg up was literally on the hourly discount and daily fib premium, for the lowest one you could get before then going to the next one. And that was to the tick. So the precision that I can get from using these dealing ranges is really quite interesting. And today was just happened to be a textbook example of how it moved through all the different dealing ranges, stopping basically at fair value on the hourly for the news before distributing higher from there. So we're now an extreme premium of the daily dealing range.
We're at the tippy top. There it is. All-time highs. Cheers, everybody. That's right.
You did it.
Get your
Thank
air
you,
horns
NVIDIA.
out.
Amazing.
Oh, Bryson's excited.
All-time highs.
You excited,
Okay,
Frank? You? Yes. All right, so I've got a little long in RBOB to go along with this this copper. It's for all intents and purposes, it's after settlement. But sometimes, if things have been quiet for most of the day on the energies market, we can see a little bit of a pop in RBOB, specifically after hours. So we'll see whether I can grab something out of that, purely because it's more lively than crude oil these days. So it offers many more ticks. But the whole day in crude oil and RBOB was just a meh. Neutral day, big candles, typical for Wednesdays after the report, right? Just does storm in a teacup and then settles in a range, and that's it. So what I'm trying to do is just grab the rotation partially through the previous range that we've established. So there's something that caught my eye. Not the best trade location, but this is what I've got at this time of the day. So we'll see if they can just push it a little bit higher. It's probably no. I tried to change these. I'm trying to learn how to use these new OCOs, and I have a preset OCO for RBOB, but I just tried to change the limit, and it's kind of not. Oh, maybe it is. Oh yeah, it is. No, sorry.
There you go.
No,
Switch around.
nothing. Never mind.
No, okay.
So taking a wider look here, I mean, we're only up 0.4% in the S&P 500, 0.8% in Nasdaq, 0.2% in Russell. If we were up 1% in the ES, that would take us to 6,800 SPX pretty much, which would be wild. We're already up about 90 points in the ES from the low overnight. That's a pretty good rally with one giant fake out first thing in the morning.
But we're literally just looking for 10-point pullbacks at this point. That is the buy algo, if you will. 10 points, buy it. Dakota, did you do it?
Yeah. I mean, I agree with that. That's probably all we're gonna get.
Paper long 1 MNQ at 24s. That was a 10-point pullback. See how it plays.
All right.
That's a
While
fun
we
market here.
check out, just staring on at these majestic highs we're putting in, I think we got a little news clip to show. Be a surprise for me.
It's October, and that means rolling out the pumpkins, ghosts, and goblins. But the most frightful thing about Halloween this year may just be the prices as shoppers feel the impact of tariffs and inflation.
Tariffs this year are on people's minds.
Catherine Cullen with the National Retail Federation says they saw people start shopping in September or earlier for Halloween because they're worried items will cost more, so they're spreading out their purchases.
Many of those costs haven't yet been passed on to consumers. It is impacting certain goods differently. We may be seeing it a little bit more in non-durable goods.
President Donald Trump implemented tariffs on a variety of imported goods to encourage companies to make products in the U.S. According to the Alliance for American Manufacturing, virtually all Halloween costumes on the market are imported, which means they'll be subject to tariffs. But Cullen says tariffs have affected certain goods differently.
Less than a quarter of tariff costs have been passed on to consumers.
Candy and sweets prices are also up from a year ago, according to the latest Consumer Price Index. Shoppers are spending more on Halloween this year. The NRF says people are spending about $114 per person. That's nearly $11 more than last year.
In times of uncertainty, and we've seen this starting with the pandemic, during times of inflation and others, people are turning to these celebrations, these fun holidays where no matter what's going on in the world, you can dress up in something fun.
If those prices are giving you a scare, there are ways to save. Cullen suggests shopping at discount stores, reusing decorations, and getting crafty with costumes and decor. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
Thank you very much, man. If you're front running tariffs on your 18-foot skeleton for your yard, I don't know if sorry to break it to you. I don't think you can afford that giant skeleton. Save that money. While we were gone, looking at that, new highs ES.
10-point pullback would have worked for at least 5 points. There we go. Yeah, I think, Jack, I think a lot of people are really, considering the cost of tariffs on their Halloween purchases.
Oh, yeah, in terms of inflationary effects.
Oh, yeah. Might have to have Halloween November 1st, get all that candy on sale. Can't pay full price.
Someone in chat, this market absolutely sucks.
I don't know if it absolutely
We're never
sucks.
happy. Yeah, we're never happy, are we? Like, you have a massive trending day up, not good. Range day, not good. Like, well, what do we want? We don't know.
Actually, I have a sort of technique I could share here. I don't know if you could share my
go
screen
for it.
again. Because I was talking about the dealing ranges. So you don't actually have them on this screen because I've got them on my trading view. But for example, let's see if I can replicate it. 1 second. Let me just try something here. Actually, maybe I can bring this in.
Potential lower highs at highs.
That doesn't work. I was hoping to bring my trading view in, but I can't.
Well, you'd have to reshare. Reshare your screen.
No worries. Don't worry about it.
We're like shorts up here.
Because the dealing ranges have updated while I've been on air. So I had them plotted from earlier in the day, and I just transpose them over to my Topstep, which is kind of what you can see all those other lines around those
Yeah,
quasi are all my transposed dealing range levels from earlier. But they've updated since because we keep pushing through new all-time highs, so the dealing ranges update automatically as you go.
Is it an indicator that updates automatically, or are you updating them automatically?
It is. When we first were taught how to use it, we had to plot it manually, which is quite laborious and time-consuming because every time you move through, like, you know, a new pivot that closes, you end up having to plot a new dealing range and do it again and again, which
Is it
introduces
free
some error
on TradingView?
No, unfortunately.
Okay.
Fortunately not. It's about $40 a month. But it saves a hell of a lot of time, and it's really powerful to have overlaying on all your other confluences, because it gives you a very clear visual of premium and discount and all the fibs in between, right? So you have the range. So here, for example, I've got a small M1 range, right? And a slightly bigger M5 range and a slightly bigger M15 range and a bigger H1 range, where the H1 is still actually below us because it's still working on the previous hour. And then, you know, by the top of this hour, depending on where we close and on an hourly chart, it might update and shift up because obviously prices kept going up. So the dealing ranges move with it. Does that make sense? So, so at the moment, the H1 is a little bit kind of like not much use unless we get a bigger sort of pullback, you know, down below 9, sort of 90, so basically below 25K, right? But I could, you know, in theory, use the M1 and the M5 and the M15 ranges to trade just off those in the absence of anything else, right? So one technique would be, because the M1 range is inside the M5 range, if price drops down out of the bottom of the M1 dealing range, goes into a discount of the M5 dealing range, depending also what you've got to the left, which you might add for confluence, right? Then you could trade long from a discount in M5 back up. See what I mean? But it would mean you have to be patient and wait for a discount, right? You don't want to trade long in a premium unless you're really convinced it's going to drive out of a premium, especially on a low time frame. You wouldn't want to do that. On the low time frame, you want to wait for a discount at the very least before going long. So that's sort of really useful to help me, like, not FOMO, for example, right? If I see a move,
we don't want to FOMO.
Okay, I missed it, but I look at the dealing range, it goes, well, look, you know, I just need to wait for it to come back into a discount, at least on the low time frame, before I do anything. Do you see what I mean?
Is the dealing range sort of like your framework of how you view the market? Like my framework ranges, for example.
Yeah, the dealing ranges that I use, I think, are really super powerful. Like I say, they're not exactly the way ICT teaches them, but I actually think they're more accurate, a lot more accurate, and provably so, because like today's example, you know, actually, if you look, you can see my chart still, right?
New highs.
Look, and I've transposed this exactly across to the tick, right? So this is the London low. Can you see that?
Yep.
Okay, see the bottom of that? You see here?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Daily and fair value to the tick.
Yeah.
Then price moved up through. See, I've got this is back then. The hourly dealing ranges has changed since then, right? But the hourly dealing ranges back then were marked here. So you've got hourly 38% discount, the daily 38 premium, right? Because we're moving from fair value on daily into the premiums of daily, keep going up. Hourly, we're in a discount because it updated, as I said, on the hour when the London low came in. So that's sort of like ground zero, if you like. So now you're in a discount of hourly, discount of hourly, discount of hourly, working up to hourly fair value, right? So if you look here, look what happened. This was the two ISMs, right, happening around here. So when the second one came out, look at that, daily 38% premium on the daily, which was very close to the hourly 38. Look how close it was to the tick before price kept going. But on ADP, the whole move here was what I was talking about earlier. Price moved from the discount all the way through the dealing ranges to get to their value on the hourly at news, which is a very common thing the markets do, the market makers do. They move price into their value and place it there for news before they then decide which way they're going to move it. So here's obviously like a fake out. You get the pump. This quite often happens, right? Because it gives them latitude. When there's like 3 lots of news within an hour and a half of each other, right? It gives them plenty of scope to mess around and try and fake people out. So here was like a pump, a dump,
they're not trying to fake people out. Like the market makers just try to maintain the delta neutral state. Like they're not trying to screw anyone.
You know what I mean?
It's a bit of a misconception. But their job is literally to hedge against any rally and any sell-off. That's all they're doing, trying to generate liquidity. And I think there's this weird impression. Yeah, exactly. And they have to do that. That's their job. So when we start looking at it rather than the big bad market makers, no, this is expected. This is what they're supposed to be doing. So whenever we have a day like this, we usually go into a trend that then is amplified by market making activities, because they then have to start buying more in order to offload some positions that they might have had before, and that's why you see the amplification of the big trend days. So it's all expected, and if you just see it for what it is, that it is what the market is supposed to be doing, things become a lot less scary and a lot less emotional.
Yeah,
let's put it that way.
Like on these grind days, who's buying at the high? People that are selling call options. They got to stay delta neutral, and they're like a heavy part of who's buying at the high. Who's buying the call options? Exactly. That's a better question. But they've been buying a lot of them. We're running out of time here. So Joe, I want to see any final thoughts?
No, I mean, I think, I don't know, from a sort of what's happening tonight point of view, my levels have stayed the same, really. There's nothing that's going to change there. From a sort of macro big picture moving forwards, September, historically was supposed to be what? Bearish. What was it? Bullish.
It was not.
And I remained bullish. I was a bit more defensive a little bit, but I still remained risk on myself in terms of like my personal portfolios and stuff like that, right? Because of fundamentals keep telling me it's by the dip and has been since May. So until that changes, I remain bullish for new all-time highs. Do I expect a correction at some point before year end? Yeah. How big a one? I'm not too sure. Maybe not even much below 24K the way things are going. So I see it as all dips for buying for now, unless something fundamentally changes. But some of the stuff I touched on, like the ISM, sort of prints earlier, there's a whole bunch of fundamental things that I look at that just keep telling me by the dip. So I suppose those are my sort of big picture macro sort of top down sort of thoughts for how I'm going to be approaching markets sort of this month.
Awesome.
And through
stuff.
year end, really.
Joe A from the Chameleonaires and D, Coach D. Anything you got to say before you get out of here?
It's Wednesday. We've got 2 more days before the end of the week. It's the new quarter. So try not to mess things up. Try to keep it PG here. Try not to mess things up if you are up on the week. So now if you have any profits for the week, your job is to keep those, to expand your expectation of P&L from one day or one trade to a longer time frame. So we've just started a new month. You have some profits this week, save them. That's all I'm going to say.
Save them. And Dolby, you can wave. No time for thoughts for you, but you'll be back.
I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Up next, we got Power Hour. We're getting joined by Mandy and Fatima. Mandy's doing great in her Express account today. 4.4 up, trading the NQ. I think she was probably long. Fatima also in an XFA at the moment. We'll see what they do. Joined by Andre and Dolby, I believe. Joe, Deanna, thank you so much for stopping by. Let's see if we keep eating these shorts or if we finally turn the ship around. This is Topstep TV. We'll be back right after this.
This is Topstep TV, live from Vegas. Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. We'll be right back.
Hey, friends and traders. As always, please remember to like and subscribe.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Power Hour. Andre is getting an oil change because he's half man, half machine. I'm driving today, and we got the two best. We got Fatima, we have not seen in a while, so welcome back. And we have Mandy, who apparently is already up 4.4K today, trading in her XFA. Pretty fantastic.
I took a loss, a little bit of a loss. Yeah, I tried to
Okay.
short the top. That was stupid. But you know what? I was like, why am I trying to short this train that's going to keep going? So I'm in too long. Hoping to get back up closer to that. I mean, I'm up 2,800 on the day, so still a fantastic
Not too
day,
shabby.
so we'll take it.
Not too shabby. Mandy, you're ready to go, man. You already got trades in. You know how this works. So,
Yeah.
Fatima, how have you been trading? We haven't seen you in a couple months. How the trading combo been? XFAs, you taking payouts?
Okay, it's been going really well. Going really, really well. Been doing a lot of traveling. I don't know how many payouts was I eligible for, or how many payouts did I actually take? Totally different question there. But you know, trading's been going good. Still doing the same thing. Today though, got caught up in. I figure like my bias, like I'm a really good like seller. I'm really good with sells. So doing kind of like Mandy, trying to catch, like use pivot levels. So, you know, I've been caught up in that, trying to sell. Market keeps making, you know, higher highs, but nowhere near my daily loss, not freaking out, but definitely down on the day. But it's all good. Maybe we get into another buy. We'll see.
Nothing but a scratch. As long as you got room left, you can always get the day back to break even. Markets have been bidding very aggressively, which I have to assume is very tempting for those with short biases. Ever hit Alt-I on your chart? It inverts the chart, Fatima, so then your bearish bias actually can turn bullish.
I've tried that before in like Forex, but I don't know. I haven't tried it. I'll try it again. Good idea.
I don't know if that's like actually like a serious idea, but you never know. Maybe a little perspective shift.
I've heard people do that. Chat. Have you guys tried it? Does it work? Anyone else? Am I the only one who loves taking sells when the market's like buying out of this world?
Bidding in perpetuity.
Isn't that what
I mean, look at Jazzy Jeff. We've had some people very unhappy with these markets. Mandy, go ahead.
Wasn't that what Jaron was talking about this morning on fast markets? Like he started trading Forex at the beginning of the year, and all that sell off at the beginning of the year was just, you know, such a good market making for him. And, you know, when we sell fast. And when we make all-time highs, it's kind of methodically slow, not necessarily as fast as some selling can be. So yeah, I think you can definitely have some really good benefits being a seller in any market. But yeah, it's hard when we hit all-time highs on the days. So tricky.
Well, I heard an order filled, so someone is in a trade right now. Mandy, is that you?
No,
it's Fatima. Okay, wait, get rid of my charts. Put up Fatima's charts. All right, Fatima, where are you at? What's your trade?
Okay, so a little weary right now. My pivotal zones tell me that I have another level at 67.77 and another one at 67.80 for the buy. I want to get in this sell so bad, but I'm just going to follow the trend. My Renko, I use Renko bars here, which help me to, you know, keep with the momentum on the 3-minute. Kind of having a, you know, red candle kind of coming in here. It hasn't, you know, closed, but this has been like the story of my life all day. So, you know, this is one of those days that I could have been like, do I really want to trade right now? But I'm in for another buy, just really, really small to the next level. I'm trading MES. So,
I mean, yes, okay. Micros, keeping it small, fantastic. So we're good update. Yeah, long MES 67.67. Mandy's long 2NQ 25.302. Markets are selling off a little bit here, about 15 points from the highs, but we're up quite a bit. So 15 points. It's a lot of red right now. It's the most red we've seen in a while. It's the longest red candle we've probably seen in about 15 or 20 minutes. all-time high shorts. Who had the cojones to hop in there and take it? Not an easy trade to take. Not an easy trade to take. Fatima, we like playing this game here. It's been a while. I don't know if this game existed back then, but it is a game called Above Below. And an Above Below, would you prefer ES or Nasdaq, Fatima?
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
Nasdaq, arch nemesis. I'm good.
Okay. I'm not going to torch you with Nasdaq then. So let's do the ES. So for Above Below, I'm going to ask you where you think the ES is going to be closed at by 3 p.m. Central, and then chat is going to pick above or below that. So where do you think the ES will be closed at by 3 p.m. Central?
Ooh, okay. Let me take a look at my higher time frames. You know, we're oversold. I want to say a sell, but it might just keep pushing further up into this level. What do we have? Like 45 minutes? Oh my gosh, chat.
Yep, about 45 minutes. It's not easy.
Not easy. Somebody post something. I need a little. What's that thing where they give you like that cheat code on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? I need a lifeline. Give me a lifeline.
You want to phone a friend? I will let you phone Mandy if you want to phone Mandy since she's already here.
Oh, yeah.
Especially, yep. I think it might be.
Yes, though.
I think we're gonna have a little bit of a push. It's gonna try to get up here to the 67.80, kind of zone. I do see like the lower time frames still have some buying momentum, but I think once I'm in Eastern time, so once it's about like 3:50 going into that kind of session, we might push down a little bit below.
Okay.
I don't know.
You got to give me a price. Where do you think it's going to be closed at 3 p.m.?
Let's do 67.60.
There we go. 67.60 for the above below. Whoever is managing chat, there we go. We're going to do above below in the ES for 67.60. That is awesome. All right. So we'll get a pull up momentarily. Chat, you can hop in there and answer that, and we'll keep an eye on it and see where we
Trader
end up.
Don is kind of on my side. He says 67.55. Rich Claude says 67.45. So I don't know.
I'm going to
Chat usually has my
say,
back.
I'm going to say an above. Do you do your own streaming, Fatima? You seem very comfortable interacting with chat. Not everyone likes doing that. Some people don't even like chat.
I do.
Okay.
I do a live stream every Wednesday, every other Wednesday, free to everyone, just teaching my strategy, getting in the markets together. I've been doing that for a couple years. After I did the stream, like the last time, my first time, someone came and like opened up a Telegram group and tried to sell like strategy. You guys, I don't sell anything. All the indicators I use are free on TradingView. Show it for free every single day. So
love that.
Yeah, I've been doing it for a while. I'm always still nervous though. I'm like sweating right now.
Sweat. Oh, everyone here in chat loves you. Absolutely loves you. Manny, you've been doing any streaming? I think you had a YouTube channel going. Is that still in the cards? Instagram? Oh, sorry, Instagram.
Yeah, Mandy in the market. I have some DMs I still need to get to you guys, and I'm not ignoring those. Unfortunately, we had a death in our family last month.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I've had to take care of a few things. So that has been on pause for a minute, but I'm starting to want to get back on there and just give some more daily updates and accountability, and then just letting people know when I'm here on Topstep. I actually do want to try to get in and do some streaming, or at least going over some of my strategy, just because we have a lot of scalpers out there, and I feel like a lot of people have resonated with me lately in saying that, hey, I love this scalping strategy that you have, and it makes me feel like I'm not the only person trying to do that. So it's really good. I like the community that Topstep has offered, so love it.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Topstep TV. There's a bunch of people out there whose like natural spirit animal is inverse risk reward trading on the Nasdaq, and there's not a lot of them. A lot of people are doing positive risk reward stuff. So you know, there is a trader out there for you on Topstep TV. Fatima, how would you define your trading? Like, what kind of someone is out in the community? What would you kind of bring to their table? What kind of like personality, trading style, and also any links? There's some people in chat who for sure want to check out your channel.
Oh, okay. So my trading style, I kind of use, I wouldn't say like I'm an intraday trader. I use a mixture of using like pivotal zones coming from Forex. You know, we don't really have the DOM and things like that to see volume and what trades are coming in. So I use like my pivotal zones to help me spot like key levels in the market. I use like my RSI to kind of help me spot momentum, use Fibonacci, you know, here and there, but I'm usually just typically looking at price structure, getting in the market where there's like some support. So according to my strategy, you know, I would have been like alerted down at this point here for this buy once we got this cross here, and then, you know, take it up to the next pivotal zone. And that's all I do, just follow the market using market structure, try to get in with the overall trend of the market. So really, really simple.
Love it. Trend trader.
Yeah, definitely.
Need more trend traders out there. Nightbot, you posted the Instagram for Topstep TV. Not sure who is in chat. Oh, Hoop, maybe Hoop. Hoop, can you drop Mandy's Instagram? And then Fatima, if you have, do you have like a Discord or something, or do you like a YouTube channel? Or do you have like a link tree?
We're on Telegram, and then if you look up Trade Love Academy, that's, you know, it's YouTube. Yeah.
Trade Love Academy. There we go. All right. Well, got our promotions in, got our things in. Got some great communities here too. Okay, how do we do this? We got, oh man, Nasdaq starting to roll over here. 25,020s.
No. Oh.
Uh-oh. Hearing some moaning
My
and groaning.
Renko bars are telling me that I should be in for this sell, but I'm gonna wait. I'm just risking a little bit here. See if it doesn't push up a bit more.
I'm gonna have both up here. I'm gonna have both the ES and the Nasdaq. No house account today. I don't know if the house account is still in trades. Maybe Hoop can give us some info to see if the house account still has any trades they're holding into the close. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're all wrapped up. But looks like we have sells across the board here in the indices. Nasdaq topped out at 25,035 evens, now trading at 25,018. That's not even 20 points. I should probably pump the brakes a little bit. That's not even that much of a move. But any red looks a little bit scary here. So with these positions that we have on, what's kind of our strategy, Fatima, in managing this? And then Mandy, I'm going to head over to you. What are we looking at for levels?
I'm wanting to get up to 43. Is where my upside target is. That would be another 9 points above the high, which I think is completely doable. And I would say that it's like, as Dakota said in the chat, the only problem is 25,000 is a magnet area. So I'm going to be a little cautious there. You know, I am up on the day, but I'm kind of feeling a little bit more risky with high risk, high reward kind of thing for me right now. But I do have a stop loss set up for a loss of 615 down at 504s. I think if we get down to 504s, we're going to hit 2,500 for sure.
Okay. And then Fatima, for your trade, where's the stop at there?
Okay, so I have a stop at 67.56, around that area. A major part of my strategy is like a 10-20 cross here. So we're still on the upside of that cross. I'm looking at like a 5-minute time frame. So we've just been making, you know, this was our previous high, lower high, you know, higher high. And so kind of have my stop loss right around here with this break. We're going to see if, the market just kind of touches this 20 MA there, which is around the 67, 62 area. My pivot, my RSI is kind of oversold. So expecting that to kind of cross and buy up, hit this area here again, 67.77, 67.80. If price, of course, breaks below here, I'll be getting into a sell down to, well, this is the most recent high that we have, like on the 15-minute. So I use pivotal zones from this low to this high, this area right here, which is 67.25, I would say, about, then down to 67.15. I use Fibonacci retracement levels. So we break structure. Nice. Yeah, that'll be the next target to the downside that I'll be looking at. So, kind of, if the market does this, I'm doing that. If the market does that, I'll do this. So,
perfect. If then statements, got a plan ahead of time. What do they say? Trade the plan, plan the trade, plan the trade, trade the plan. I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is. And Trader John says, nice clean charts. I just do say, Fatima, those are very clean charts. Those are sharp, easy to read, very clear. Got an RSI on there, a little Renko. What are the moving averages do you have? Chad always wants to know everything. So what are the moving averages we have on the right one?
Sure. The blue is the 10 EMA, and I just use the EMA crosshair, and the gold or the yellow is the 21. So 1021 cross, nice. Or 1020. Yeah.
Oh, and actually, Mandy, you also use the moving average cross indicator, I believe, right?
Yeah, moving and EMA. So they're both set at
EMA.
10. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
So,
yeah,
the 10s are great. And that's what's auto set on Topstep, Topstep X, the indicator there. I am liking that we bounced off of the 850s. I'm still liking this trade.
Okay.
Maybe just do some stop run, maybe a little bit.
Yeah. So actually, is this trade inverse risk reward for you? It looks like it's actually 2-to-1, or closer to 2-to-1 than inverse.
A little bit, just because I'm hoping if we push high. I'll be honest, this morning chopped me up. It was so bad this morning, but I came back and I'm probably at a point where I should probably getting myself locked out.
Tilted?
Here, I'm gonna lock myself out if we get a loss here. And
you had an amazing trading day, Mandy. Love to see it. I've been watching you on Instagram for a couple months now. You're awesome. So love to see the ladies trading. Glad to be a part of it. So such an honor.
Super fan. Already got a super fan.
Well,
no, we love having women traders on TopstepTV. It is so much fun. Mandy, you actually have yet to beat the all-girls lineup for Reversal Challenge.
I do.
Mandy's the Kingslayer, Fatima.
I'll take Kingslayer, that's for sure.
Certainly.
That's where I need to get a little bit better.
Whooped my ass a couple times in the Reversal Challenge. Yeah, you are savage. Absolute savage.
She's a beast.
She is a beast.
Love to see it. Absolutely.
So let's see what we can get here in these markets. We got kind of a nice sell-off, almost 25 points. We'll see if we can get some support above 25K, and then these longs should be good to go. Mandy likes her trade. We got the above below back. Fatima, let's see how Fatima did here. Oh wow, this is actually very close. 309 votes for above or below 67.60. It is 51.49 below. That is great. I think the closer you can get it to 50-50 for chat means you're onto something. You're onto something. When you start seeing like 60-40 one way, that's like really far out. No one thinks that's good. This is good. This is definitely in play.
Love to see it. Love to hear it. I'm always in the chat. Love the chat. Those are my people. You know, all the time we see like in trading, you only see like people winning and having great days. So I just love here.
Mm-hmm.
We can like kick shit in the chat, talk about the day, you know, celebrate each other. We're all doing the same thing. I don't really get the competition in trading. So I'm just always here like
It's only on
support.
Twitter.
Yeah. Got all my
Garbage
friends.
is
I
only
don't see a
on
lot of
Twitter.
Caribbean people. Where are my Caribbean folks? We don't have anyone from the islands. I'm Trinidadian and Haitian.
They're enjoying the weather. Why would they be inside? Why would they be inside?
Trading,
I would be
making
outside.
thousands like Mandy, trying to get into that
That's
groove.
true. I'd be trading for half an hour and then I'd be outside. That's what I'd be doing.
Right in the water.
Actually, it's a good question. Because I used to work in support, so I'm trying to think of how many traders we had from the Caribbean, and it was not a lot. We did not have a lot from the Caribbean. We do have like some pockets, but that was not one of the ones. One of my favorite places to go, actually.
Look
Here,
at that. You got a lot of people there, Fatima.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
They're showing out.
You just got to
That's
ask, and they will appear. Here we go.
Sweet. Okay. I guess we're a little quiet as island folks. We're kind of low key. So we just had to say, oh, we got St. Croix. So I say, hey guys, Dominican. Oh, okay. Yeah. So
From Jamaica. All right. Well, can we get a like and subscribe for all the peeps that are out there in the Caribbean trading it up? Like and subscribe. Let's see if we can get. Are we already at 1,000 yet, or no? That'd be nice if we could get up there. Oh, we're so close, chat. We can for sure get the 1,000 mark. Where are we at? 807. Yeah, let's get 193 likes for the Caribbean.
Ladies.
And for the ladies. Why not?
Let's do it, guys.
Let's do it.
I already know the islands people, all my folks, they're going to show up. We'll probably be at like 5K, you know.
Oh, they're definitely going to show up. We will hit the 1,000 by the end. A little bit of a bounce there, a little 5-point bounce off 2510s. ES and Nasdaq are pretty much in lockstep here as far as the bounces and dips go. I dip, you dip, we dip. Indices are in lockstep. At least these two are. We got Joe the One CEO trading from Cuba. Oh, it's still going. Still going.
See, I love it.
International community here. Anyone from Estonia, as Andre would say. I'm sure there's someone from Estonia. Shout out to all the Estonians. Oh, yes. Dre, we miss you, buddy. Okay, here we go. Markets are picking up here. Nice holds. With a little bit of a draw. How scary was that pullback for y'all? A little bit scary or just nothing?
I have my risk settings in place, so not scary.
Not scary.
I looked at my lower time frames and it kind of gave me the indication that we were going to have a pullback. So it was like, okay. And then I have, you know, my EMAs. I was just like, as long as I love ES because ES really follows market structure, kind of like gold does. So you kind of see a lot of times if it does kind of come down here to this 20 EMA, it might just use it as kind of support. And it did just that. So now I can, you know, adjust my stop loss a little bit. It touched that area, kind of a support area, bouncing up, added another position there. We have our EMAs, you know, pushing up a little bit. So it didn't really give me too much fright. I was only risking like $50.
Oh, yeah.
What about you, Mandy?
Yeah, I kind of expected maybe a little bit of a pullback, but I was willing to accept the risk. So that's where my stop loss was in play. But yeah, I am hoping we continue to get a rotation, and then when MOC comes through, see if we can just pop right through and get my TP. If we don't
you're right at entry, Mandy. So you
yeah,
really,
I'm just right above it.
Yeah, you had a nice little drawdown there that you hung out in for probably a good 5 to 10 minutes, and it's like,
which is long for me. This is out of the norm when we're at beaches, because I'm a scalper, and I like to put like time limits on my trades. But for me right now, I am adapting due to where we're at in location.
Nice. If you need me to like distract you for a bit, just let me know.
Yeah.
Let me know. I'll get your eyes off the
I
chart.
mean, chat is pretty good at that. I can keep reading on the chat and see what everybody has to say.
Well, it's nice to see we got Mandy back in the green. Fatima, let's see, 67, 67, 67, 65. Okay, you're mighty close to being back to break even here. Ooh, Nasdaq pushing strong to the upside here. We had about a 20-point bounce in the last 4 minutes. So buyers back in the house. Ooh, things are getting a little bit exciting here. Markets are picking up again. Had a little bit of a drawdown with the 2 trades that were on screen here, but now we're back in the green or very close to it. We do have MOC in 18 minutes. That is coming up. Fatima, we were talking about, this is earlier in the session, we were talking about how to add to positions. Is that something you ever do? Do you add into a trade, or do you average down? Any martingaling? How do you manage multiple contracts in a trade?
I actually just did that. I've had to learn to scale back. So a lot of my profitability I've realized is actually, like, my daily goal used to be 1,500 minimum. I did it, you can do that daily in the combine. So then I would bring that back over here, when you get into an XFA. And so I've actually scaled back my profits, my profit goals. And I've found so much more success out of that. It takes like all of the pressure off of, trading. But within that, I've learned how to add to my position. So I'll just go in with one. I've learned not to put, too much dip on my chip, because when I first started futures, which was last year, last year, September. So it's been a year. Right. Put way too much. I was trading ES. And so I would be in like one contract, two, things like that. And I had to learn, I would be in like drawdown in just 1 second, down $300, in just a couple seconds. So I learned to take some of that dip off my chip, come down here to the micros. I put in one position, one contract. And then once I see it kind of break structure, that's what makes me feel comfortable to add more positions in. So we had a drawdown. So I got in here at this trade in, for instance, 67, 66. We had a little bit of pullback. Once the trade this is the 5 minute, let me kind of zoom in here. So once the trade, the market kind of went back into that buy, I saw a little green, like crossing over here on my EMAs, giving me the signal that we're in that buy. I added a position here because I saw, markets going back into structure. We're going back into trend. And then once I get another break here, so meaning that we're making a new higher high, I'll add another position. So I kind of add my positions on breaks as I see the market continuing, in the direction that I anticipated it to go. So yeah, definitely. And it's really helped me to, if I went full-fledged here, put, 2 scoops on my chip, I would have been, in drawdown, sweating even more than I already am. But, so I didn't have that. I had to learn the hard way though, because I'm a type of person, demos don't really work well for me.
Yeah.
Which is why I love these simulated accounts, because, my emotions. So I learned. But yeah, anyways.
What a great lesson.
Go ahead, Mandy.
Too much dip on the chip. Mandy, what do you got? We almost hit all-time highs again in Nasdaq, so you gotta be feeling pretty good here.
That was so close. Yeah, I like that. We can't hold above these 27s. I'm gonna have to reevaluate. I'm glad that I'm still green. The other thing is, the fact that we kind of got smacked down pretty fast. They're at 35s. Actually, I was looking at putting that as a TP. Kind of mad that I didn't. That being said, I'm willing to hold this still for a longer.
Cool.
Nothing's invalidating it for me yet.
Well, we can give y'all a breather. We do have a news clip that we want to show. So whoever's on the box, we can run the news clip, get some eyes off of our traders on here, give them a little break, get back into these markets. Let's see what we got. Here we go.
There are critical things that need to be saved. We're going to do everything that we can over the coming weeks, if the shutdown lasts that long, to ensure that people get the essential services that they need, despite the fact that Chuck Schumer has shut down the federal government. It's not going to be perfect because we are in a government shutdown. We are going to have to lay some people off if the shutdown continues. We don't like that. We don't necessarily want to do it, but we're going to do what we have to keep the American people's essential services continuing to run.
Awesome. Thank you. That was JD Vance, the vice president on the looming, actually not looming, it's here. The shutdown is here. It was looming, no longer looming. Day one, government shutdown. Markets clearly do not care. We are at new all-time highs. So, Mandy, Fatima, shutdown, does this have any bearing on your trading? Or are we just looking at the charts and what we do day to day with our strategy? How much macro do we include in our trading?
I mean, today isn't telling us to really change much. I mean, all-time high again today. I'm just looking at the charts and keeping with my technical analysis and my normal strategy. I think a lot of it too, though, is this morning, I guess being more cautious, like not being as risky, making sure we have wider stops or we're back to break even. Yeah, so I think just, yeah, your strategy is important, but just willing to have some wider stops, because this morning I did get chopped up and I was down a little bit. And so now it's good that I'm back in the green and hoping to continue to keep making green. But yeah, I think just with any uncertainty, just being willing to have those wider stops and not sizing down would be a good indication as well.
Most definitely. Mandy said about break even here, and actually the ES held up a hair better than the NQ did on that little pullback. So we still got both traders with the trade on here. We got MOC coming in 12 minutes. That might give us the jolt that we need. Maybe get out of this 25-point range that we've been in for all of Power Hour. So that's about 25,000 tens up to about 25,035. Mandy was looking for new highs for 25,043s. Not quite there yet. Not quite there yet. Fatima, when's your favorite time to trade? I've been trading maybe like in the morning, 7-ish to like 8:30 the open. It's terrible. I think it's an awful time to trade. When are you?
Really?
When's your favorite time to trade? It's so hard. I think pre-open and like the first half hour of open are nigh impossible. They're so different.
Pre-open and the first half an hour of open. Yeah, definitely disgusting
brutal.
times to trade. This time, so right now, I kind of, if I'm still trading at this time, most likely I'm trying to get back and make, some profits up, because, after 12, I should just be done for the day. And I noticed that because I used to be a chart zombie, trading full time, always on the charts. And after 12, I'll start, trading around 7. I'm so exhausted. I'm done. I'd have made 1,000 daggone choices. I'm done for the day. So if I'm still trading around this time, kind of probably desperate. My favorite time to trade is around 6:30 Eastern till around 9. Wait for that kind of pre-open, the New York Open to kind of, settle down. And then around 9:45 Eastern, I'll look for like another setup. Usually the market, if you look at the hourly candles, makes a move at 8, kind of retraces a little bit, then continues to, move in that direction. So I like that time, but definitely not, pre-market open. Way before then, when we're still kind of London's still messing around, I like that. You have like
what about you, Mandy?
the volume, but it's trending volume. It doesn't have like all that wiki stuff going on at
Craziness in the morning. It's so hard. It's so hard and silly. What about you, Mandy? What's your favorite hour or two to trade in the day?
I'm mountain time, so that would put me at 9 to 10 central. I like that, where we get the volatility out of the way.
Yep.
And then we kind of find our groove. I usually feel like it's for me works really well. I try to be done by 11 my time, so 12 noon central time, kind of where I like to stop, take a pause, go do my errands, be with my little guy, and then depends on the day. Sometimes I don't trade power hours. Sometimes I do. So there can be a lot of volatility in power hours, which I like.
Huge fan.
I like being on air with you guys on Wednesday power hours. It's always a good time.
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
that's kind of, 2 hours is kind of like the mental limit for myself. I feel like
I'm with you on
yeah.
that. After 2
Not so much
hours,
number of
it's not good.
Yeah.
It's not good. Chat, put in your what am I thinking of? Your prime length of time for trading. For me, it would be 2 hours. 2 hours solid is about what I can handle. Chat, put in how many hours of trading you can actually handle before your mental capital gets drained. Would love to see what kind of answers are in chat for how much time can you truly handle trading actively in front of your charts. I think
love how
anyone over
Hope
2 hours is lying. I think anyone over 2 hours is lying. Just straight up.
23
Well, what about
hours.
Hoag?
Oh, sorry. I was saying I love how Hope kind of goes over like the other aspects of trading, like, because that was my thing. I had a good strategy. I knew my strategy. That wasn't the problem. It was everything else, revenge trading, counter trend trading, and just, going into the market and things of that sort. So I love how he kind of talks about making sure, you exercise before you've come on, move around, make sure that you have, your water. We're trading, what did they say? It's kind of like the equivalent of you like taking like the midterms or like essay. You use so much of your brain power. And I don't think like we come in equipped like to make that decision making. So, you get drained after a while if you're not hydrated, if you're not moving, if you're not, breathing. Who I think was it Jill who was just talking about just like having deep breaths. And I was just like, why wouldn't we
Dr.
be
V?
breathing while we're trading? And then I was like trading and it was like something I'm in pullback and I just noticed like I was like holding my breath. So like all that other stuff kind of goes into helping us so that we don't have mental fatigue. So I love you guys always pointing that out to make us kind of like self-aware. So that's cool.
That is so important. You don't, man, I guess it's easy. I think people have like bio indicators for when they start getting fatigued in their trading. I don't know how many traders have that written down or can identify that emotion or feeling, but if you haven't yet, highly recommend it. Try to figure out when your mind is just not firing on all cylinders, because that's a really easy way to save money, is just stop trading when your mental capital is drained. Make a lot
Oh
of
yeah.
mistakes. Whole lot of mistakes. Well, Nazi is trying to sniff 25,000. It's still about a 25-point range, but now we're at the lows of the range. ES obviously doing the same thing. So kind of getting down to the bottom of the 15-minute range here in both the ES and the Nasdaq. Let's see if the buyers will come back in here. Mandy, where is your stop at currently?
504. Or 2504.
2504. Oh, we are very close. Okay.
Yeah, we're close. I'm still in. Probably get
Nice
stopped
discipline.
out, stop loss, better entry, rotate. MOC comes in. High day.
Oh no.
I don't know.
that's how you know.
It's
That's how
fine.
you
I'm
know you've
stopped
been
out.
trading. You're stopped.
Well, yeah.
When you can create a 4-point plan of why your
my
trade is
God.
going to work after you get stopped out. I'm sorry,
Bounce
Mandy.
here.
I know. So now you're bearish because you want this trade to lose, right? Just drop 50 points.
Yeah. Just good drop. Stop loss was great, but I don't know. The
Well,
candle's telling me we might rotate right back up here.
if I was a range trader, I'd be sniffing around here.
Yep.
It's cheaper.
Good.
Ooh, wow, it got real wicky right there. That was like a 5-point move in less than a second. Let's see what we moved there. Yes, the old Jack 1 second chart. 08 3/4 up to 16 even. So about an 8-point move in a second. We don't even have MOC coming up right now. This ladder is starting to get pretty wicky here, pretty wiggly. Got some wiggle in the dome. We got MOC in 3.5. Fatima, are you still in your trade?
I am still in that trade. It's back
Still in the
down
trade,
to like
okay.
the 5-minute kind of support level.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, we'll see. We'll see. The RSI is kind of telling me that we still have, it's just waiting, probably like you said, for a couple minutes. Probably see if we'll still buy. So my risk is around 67.58, kind of just giving it some time. And that's it. Still in.
Mm-hmm. All right, nice. Mandy, if you need to get up and take a walk around the house, feel free. We'll be here. Come back when you're
We didn't even hit 25,000. We hit 25 and 3/4, was it?
And it pains me to say this, but 23-point bounce in the Nasdaq after Mandy has gotten stopped out at 04's Nasdaq.
I'm still calling 43s, like
a
43.
wicked lover, Nasdaq.
I feel like it's gonna hit. It's gonna hit at some point.
I just have
you
what is
had
it,
an
Chris
amazing day,
Isaacs?
Mandy.
Yeah, still a great day. Still a
Yeah.
great day.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. It's just, it's part of the game. I'm not. Yeah, stop loss better entry always. Not always, but it happens,
Reminds
and
me
it's
of
almost
that.
comical
Yep.
at this point. Like, of course it would do that.
I
I should have just listened to my earlier advice and make a wider stop size down.
That's so Nasdaq.
So Nasdaq.
So
That's why
Nasdaq.
me and Nasdaq
That's
are
why
not
I love
together.
it though. I
Yeah.
love the chaos
There it
it
is.
brings.
Got some of that Nasdaq. Yeah. That's why
It
a lot of
definitely
traders
does.
aren't trading it. Same reason why traders are trading it is the same reason why other traders are not trading it, because it is a wicked, wicked lover. A lot of opportunity, a lot of volatility.
All right,
Back to
minute
middle of
and
the range.
20 seconds.
25 with 20s.
Nasdaq is for the big boys. I'm like, look, I'm just a lightweight here. I'm not going
This is
trading it.
This is a great example of the difference between trading ES and trading Nasdaq, chat. You are seeing it in real time. What is it like trading Nasdaq? Well, you just saw. What's it like trading the ES? Just kind of chilling. A little bit slower, but you got some wide stops. Hang out. Vicious move. Would you consider going back to the well here, Mandy? We do have MOC in 40 seconds. Market on close.
No.
Nope. Are you going to consider locking out?
If I did, it would be fun. I want to lock out. I don't know. This number is a little bad. Like, we're ending in 3 6s. Not.
Yep.
Like, for that reason, I almost want to get back in.
Ooh. Do you have any rules on length of time before getting back into another trade after getting stopped out?
Oh, great question. No, because I feel like I'm quick with adaptability. That's like a feature, like a personality thing for me. And so sometimes like I get back in and I do great.
And there's MOC. We're gonna wait on the. Let's see what we get. Oh wow. Oh wow. So official now.
All right, y'all.
What do we got?
The MOC numbers.
In the
We got
1940s?
88 million buy side to the S&P. We got 639 million buy side Nasdaq. We got 29 million the sell side Dow, and 442 million to the buy side for the Mag 7.
Thank you, Gabe. Thank you, Gabe. That is kind of small fry. Kind of small fry. That is not huge. Thank you, Hoop, for putting it in there. The MOC imbalances. This market on close. Most of you, this is your first time here, don't even know what MOC is. But believe it or not, every single day, chat, at 2:50, market on close gets reported and injects just a little bit of volatility into the markets for the last hour of the day. And then at 2:55, there will be an additional little boost of liquidity as well. I know most traders are probably not making it to Power Hour because most of y'all are probably done trading, but I would highly recommend checking out Power Hour. I think Power Hour is very underrated for a trading session. Very underrated.
I agree. I like.
So Dolby, did you trade on the floors?
No. I graduated like just late enough where the floor was starting to wind down. Had I graduated like 5 years earlier, I probably would have like been a runner or something. But right when I
I
graduated, things
only
were starting to wind down.
I only ask because like our professional, well, traders, are they still trading around this time? Why the heck are we in the markets?
Well, we're just bell to bell because that's the goal of Topstep TV is to cover all of this sweet, sweet trading action.
No,
But markets are open.
not
I mean,
us.
23
Of
hours a
course,
day. I
we're
mean, the market. I
no,
don't
of
know
course
who's
we're
still
in the
trading
market
here.
trading, but I'm
Yeah,
wondering, are the
who are the
the
pros?
the banks, are they trading still right now? Do they kind of stop around 3? Like,
You'd have to ask them. I don't know. You'd have
oh,
to ask them. I have no idea. But this is why I don't mind the last hour of the day because it tends to be kind of a good range with good volatility. I think it's a nice time to trade. You have all the levels are already built in because the market's done
yeah.
everything it's pretty much needed to do. Lots of good stuff to reference. No, but to get back to your question, I did not trade professionally. My claim to fame here is that I was trader number 123 at Topstep. So that was it.
Oh no, I
Back
was just
in
trying to get some
'05,
insight
'06.
into,
I don't have any
the
insight.
banks and stuff. That's all.
We'd have to ask like Jack would probably be a good person. He did trade professionally. Probably JD. But even Hoag too. I mean, like they were saying that if you're on the trading floor at 1:30, 2 o'clock,
Mhm.
probably messed up your trading session. You're probably there trying to get back to break even or something, and that's why you're still there. The reason I like trading power hour is because I was kind of assigned this segment to be on air. And I was like, oh, this is cool. And then I learned to love Power Hour. I learned all the intricacies of it. You got MOC, you got the 255 thing. I've really grown to enjoy this 2 to 3 segment. I just don't think most traders last long enough to really get to that point, though.
I love
I think
how
it's a
though
good time.
kind of like the format and the structure, like every time of the market has, its own thing. So you figured it
100%.
out. Yeah, so that's cool.
100%. I think it's so important. I think it was D who said that like time is a level or something. Like the time of day can be a level.
Mhm.
I think Euro close is super interesting
Yeah.
um, for trading. So, I mean, do you guys like, look at the Euro close at 10:30 Central? I think it's really kind of a hot spot to look at.
Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I think they call that what, like a kill zone in Forex? There's a lot of
Oh,
momentum there.
kill zone. I never heard of that before. I just know it's Euro close. I used to pay attention because of crude oil. It always like if crude oil was like bidding up 50 cents, it would get into Euro close and then maybe sell off a little bit, and then it would
Mhm.
kind of bid back up. So that's where I got that from. It's so important to kind of lock in on that because if you're in Europe and you're trading and you're long, you probably want to get flat, and so that might add sell pressure to the market, and then maybe that's the opportunity for longs to hop back in as once Euro closes up. Wow, we got some action here, violently range bound in the Nasdaq.
Colby,
Lots
these
of
MOC
wicking.
numbers are flipping hardcore
Are
right
they?
now. We just went
What do
from
you?
500 million buy side in the S&P down to 200 million to sell side, back up to 420 million buy side in the S&P. We got 1 billion buy side in the Nasdaq now, 60
Whoa.
million buy side Dow, and 450 million buy side Mag 7. So it's just a lot of volatility swings on both sides. We're back in the
Okay.
at least the buy side for pretty much everything.
Awesome. Thank you, Gabe, for chiming in with that. Oh, look at okay. So ES is actually doing a much better job selling off right now than the Nasdaq is. So Fatima, can you give us a position update? We're still in it.
Still in it. It's really still in that support level, like on the 1 minute and my pivotal zones. It's really in a support level here. So I'm just going to let it do what it does. I'm kind of really, we see that we had like a lot of kind of liquidity here with this candle at
Mhm.
67.60. So I would be, this is really technically, if I see the market go below this level here, 67.60, that's really my stop loss. But I like to give the market a little bit of room. So, I
Mhm.
have it my stop loss at 67.58. Once I kind of see a break below this level, that would kind of be my hard, stop out of it. Um, I don't know. I think it's just coming down here to this liquidity area. We still have like a lot of buying momentum on the higher time frame. So I'm a little bit nervous. Um, to get out of this trade and switch to a sell. I mean, we only got a
Oh,
couple
yeah.
minutes left, so we'll see. But
Yeah,
that's what I
Nasdaq
got.
holding up slightly better for whatever reason. They were kind of in lockstep, but for whatever reason, ES is starting to make lower lows, lower highs, but that can all change very, very fast. Especially as the Nasdaq here is starting to inch to the upside. If we can get over these 25,030s, that might start helping out your ES trade. But who knows? So with all the events are pretty much done for the day here. We can talk about tomorrow, though. Tomorrow we have, that's October 2nd, Eurozone unemployment rate at 4 a.m., U.S. initial jobless claims at 7:30. And then we have factory orders month over month at 9 a.m. Central. Then we have a couple speakers, 3 from the ECB, and we have Fed's Logan. So relatively light news day tomorrow, so we might get some good action tomorrow as well. Oh, look at these bids into the close here. So going into the close here, Fatima, are you going to start lifting up your stop?
Yeah, definitely was going to say that. We only have a couple minutes here, so I can, now it's just $60. That's cool. 2 contracts. We'll see if it breaks above this level. I kind of want to take off, my other order here, just because I don't want to be in the market. I don't want it to just like activate me and I can't adjust it.
Right.
But yeah, I've been waiting for that daggone sell all day. So it would be so crazy if it just turns around right here while we have like 3 seconds. Like, what the heck?
Looks like the NQ wants to make highs again.
This 27's holding pretty good right now on NQ. Got a minute and a half left. So
you're not going to play. Are you placing a trade right now, Mandy? Are you getting in?
Yeah, I'm not in. No,
You're not in.
I'm not in.
But you're tempted.
I just want to be right.
Yeah, there we go. Who doesn't?
You are, Mandy. You're right.
Then I can be right in another way, and I'll get my satisfaction that way.
Mandy saw something at the 27s in the Nasdaq. And let's see what happens here.
34 and a quarter there. 1 minute left, 5 seconds.
Mandy, let's say hypothetically speaking, we had a half hour left in this segment. Would you consider a long at the 27s there or no?
I don't know. I'd probably say no.
No. Okay.
Half hour is a long time.
It is a long time.
You need that
volatility
to shoot through. Okay, we got 30 seconds. Doesn't look promising now. Get 34 and a
We'll see.
quarter.
It can get real weird. It can get real weird in the last minute here. So 20 seconds left for Power Hour. Fatima, so great having you back. I'm so glad things are going well. Any words of wisdom for anyone out there who's trying to get into this game?
No, just always, you guys, much success. Just keep on with your journey. Always stay a forever learner. Look. And then the bounce. It's okay. We had a day like that. No big deal. But yeah, you guys just keep learning. It's, you're going to be successful if you keep at it. We're all here to support each other. Thank you guys for having me. Congratulations, Mandy, on your continued success in the market. And you guys, keep on keeping on, keep on learning. Be a forever learner and you'll win.
Yes. Oh, yeah. You can always learn in these markets. It's a pleasure to hang out with you, Fatima, and Dolby. Always a pleasure. Love Power Hour. Even though I took an L Power Hour, still up green on the day. We'll get back at it tomorrow. And yeah, I will catch you guys on Friday.
Let's go. Fatima and Mandy, thank you so much. I'm kicking it off to James, and make sure to not put too much dip on your chip. James, take us away.
Wise words to live by. Thank you to Dolby, Fatima, and Mandy for joining us for Power Hour today. And thank you to all of you at home who are out there watching the stream. I say it every day, but whether you are now just joining us for Power Hour or you've been here all morning, we appreciate you. We can't do this without you. And thank you as always for being part of the Topstep TV family. Now, speaking of Topstep TV, the fun doesn't stop here. At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul is coming right after this, so don't go anywhere. This feed will automatically end, and you'll be dumped into the greatest post Topstep TV trading show there is at the buzzer with Coach Jay. Then later tonight at 7:30 p.m., Coach Dakota will be back with Slow Markets with Dakota, 7:30 p.m. right here on our YouTube channel. Tomorrow morning, Aaron Trades is back with London Open at 1:30 a.m. Central Time. And then 2 hours after that at 3:30 a.m. Central Time, Deanna is here with Euro Trade. So tons of trading content still coming your way. As for now, stay tuned for At the Buzzer. I've been James Harden. You're the chat. This has been day 1 of the government shutdown. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's go.